Previously on the LCS.
Thanks for joining us for Super Wednesday. 12 straight matches.
Everyone on CLG is dead! Marn going to upset CLG. Oddwin, triple kill, Heartbeat, going forward, flashes in, finds Cyrus. Can he get one more Quadra? Really? You didn't go for the Penta? You got a reset on your jump, dude. Come on. That is going to be Marn taking up another win here in the LCS over Good Game University.
3-game streak right there from Marn. Not too shabby.
Saint going down. Now Cop is the center of attention. 2 more attacks to go. He's been revealed. One more ult. It's going to be Scara finding that one. Dignitas have ended Curse's undefeated streak.
You guys smile so much, like you're such a happy team.
Again,
cool.
The Xerath, I call that the first game, and we actually see it twice now. He just became popular like overnight. Boom.
Team Solo mid coming back on this one in an hour-long game to take down Vulcan.
Wow, 62 minutes. They are exhausted after that one.
That is Dignitas still in first place.
Another just stomp fest for Dignitas. That's 10 wins in a row in the LCS, and they're not even phased by that one. That was just a walk in the park.
He called exactly where Saint was going on that. Can he still get the damage down? The Sapling to run it! Oh, gets him! Touchdown, Sapling!
Welcome back, everybody, to Week 6 of the North American LCS. I am David Freak Turley, and I am very happy to be joined by everyone's favorite medal-loving madman from Europe, the mighty Lee D-Man-Smith.
Thank you, Freak. It's great to be back here in sunny Southern California. And it looks like I've picked the right week to return because we've got lots of exciting movement in the standings.
Absolutely, man. And as most of you know, this past weekend, the teams traveled to Dallas to battle the MLG Winter Championships. It was host to tons of upsets and tons of drama.
Tons of damage?
Anyway, in case you missed the matches last week, let's give you a quick recap of what happened.
Yeah, of course, there was 2 major losses for Dignitas. They gave up their #1 spot to Curse.
And Complexity came up, tripling their number of wins, bringing them to 3. Good Game University got an upset win over Counter Logic Gaming, and we had our first Challenger Circuit tournament. We got Velocity Esports and Cloud9 into the LCS qualifiers for the second half of the season. And finally, we had an international show match. Congratulations go to KT Rolster B for their $10,000 victory over Gambit Gaming in the finals.
Yeah, so after all the upsets at MLG, let's take a look how the standings are right now. Of course, it is Curse Gaming. They took top place. They are 12-2 now with Dignitas' losses, making them go 11-4. Team Solo Mid, they've had a tumultuous? I don't even know the word.
Turmoil's good.
English is hard for me.
It is. It's not
hard
like your
for
native
me.
language.
They are 9-5 currently in the league, and Counter Logic Gaming 8-6 in 4th place.
And now in American, we can see that Vulcan are at 6-10, up to 5th place with their great performance. Marn down to 6th at 4-8. Complexity, we just talked about them, 3-9. And GG, unfortunately, in last at 3-12.
It was indeed a very unexpected turn of events last weekend at Dallas. So let's see if that trend continues with the games today. First off, the pressure is on for Dignitas to prove that their struggles last week weren't just a freak accident. Yeah. But they're going up against Team Man, who are hoping the addition of Nienton So to pull their lineup together. Is it going to change things? Who knows? Will it give them the edge they need to take down the veterans? For the second game, it is going to be a rematch of last weekend's TSM versus Complexity. TSM was the only team to defeat Complexity at MLG. We'll see if they can do it again today.
And after that, it is Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Dignitas. Now, both these teams will be fighting to bounce back from a pretty rough MLG Dallas. We'll see if they can do well here. And finally, on the day, Team Solo Mid takes on Marn. Now, Marn is victorious over a heavily favored TSM back in Super Wednesday in Week 4. And we'll see if Lightning can strike twice. Okay,
some of you may have noticed a new option on the LoL eSports site, where you can now vote for which team you think will win each match.
So go to lolesports.com right now, click on Matches at the top right corner, and vote away. Your choice is counted immediately, so check it out and challenge your friends to see who has the most accurate predictions.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be right back. Now we're going to take a look at the top 5 bans in the championship in the North American LCS so far. I should point out just the North American, not the European. Starting off at number 5 with 18 bans this season is Elise. She's had a total of 20 picks. That's a lot of picks so far. Had a 70% win ratio, and Curse and Dignitas have both gone for it 5 times.
She's a really, really strong assassin pick. You know, starts out from range, dives in for the kill at the end. But she's so versatile is the really big key. We see her mostly in the top lane, but we see a lot of teams run her in the jungle, in the mid, even as a support. And the thing is, we did nerf her at the live patch just a couple days ago. That's actually not live here at the tournament realm. So you're seeing the old, a little bit more overpowered Elise.
I think balanced is the correct term.
Well, now hopefully, but not here.
Maybe we'll see. Of course, our number 4 top ban champion in North American so far is a total of 19 bans. It's Xin Zhao. And of course, he's had a total of 26 picks. That's a hell of a lot of picks with 57.7% win ratio. English really is hard for me today.
It's okay. We'll get it going. I mean, you're not in England anymore, so I realize you're getting
I've
corrupted.
not been in England for a long time, to be
Whatever.
fair.
Anyway, but he is, of course, an amazingly strong jungler. He's really good at ganks. He's got a gap closer, a slow, and a knock-up. He builds tanky. And even if he gets into a one-on-one duel in the jungle, he tends to win those as well.
He really became the main champion that everybody sort of plumbed for until they've switched around and became banned all the time. And of course, coming at number 3 with 24 bans is Nidalee. This one surprised me a lot, honestly. She's had a total of 14 picks with a 64.3% win ratio.
And this is another versatile champion who can run in the mid lane or the top lane. He can run as an AP long-range poke and healer or a split-pushing bruiser. But she's been so powerful and key to a lot of the victories here. Mandatory Cloud from Vulcan ran her in their first win of the season against CLG. Voiboy did a great job when Curse started getting all their first wins. So it's a good champion.
Well, maybe with Nienton So down there, you know, formerly a mid player, we're going to see him running it as an AD, or maybe an AP,
Hosan?
just like Hosan. Yeah, who knows? Now the second most banned champion this season with 27 bans is the Cardmaster Twisted Fate. He's had a total of 8 picks so far with an 87.5% win ratio.
And of course, his big impact on the game is that global ultimate, that destiny. It's just, he gets around there, gets the ganks, crushes the side lanes out. And even when he doesn't do that, he's got great gold income through his passive, great wave clear, and he is a just highly contested champion for a good reason.
Even from the very early days of WCG 2010, the Cardmaster was causing problems. But of course, our number 1 most banned champion, blowing all others out of the water with a total of 40 bans, way ahead of everyone else, is the Winged Warrior with the ultimate. It is Kayle. But the irony is, She's had a total of 13 picks, but only a 38.5% win ratio.
That is a bit surprising because she is super high impact. The ult allows initiators to go in recklessly and take a bunch of burst, or you can play an unsafe carry like Draven or Kog'Maw and keep it from getting dived and allow them to put damage output out in a team fight. And then even on her own end, she has really good DPS with her E and Q, so she's just strong overall.
Yeah, she's one of the few champions that the team coming up, Dignitas, basically said they will change all strategies if Kayle is available. So we'll see how that works out. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear what you have to say. So hop onto Twitter and tell us the question of the day. It is, who do you think the MVP for the NALCS so far is, and why?
We are at LOL eSports. Use the hashtag LCS. We'll read the best responses later on in the show.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are mere moments away from our first match of the day. When we return, it's going to be Dignitas versus Marn, so don't go anywhere.
Dignitas is overall a really strong team.
We're actually pretty scared of Dignitas because they've actually crushed us really hard in their scrims.
With the wins they got, we are a little bit more worried.
I think they've been definitely underestimated by a huge amount.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In just a minute, we'll get into our first match of the day. But right now, we've been talking a lot about what went down in Dallas over the weekend. If, like me, you couldn't go, here's a look inside what it's like to be there. God, English is wrong for me today.
We're here at MLG Dallas, the 2013 Winter Championship. We have 3 League of Legends tournaments going on, an international tournament as well as a qualifier tournament for the League of Legends Championship Series, and then the LCS, the first time out of its home here at MLG.
So far, the experience has been awesome.
There's a ton of people here, and everybody gets hyped whenever somebody makes a play. Even in the booths, when something happens, you can hear the crowd roaring.
You can feel like it vibrating sometimes if they're going really crazy. I feel like adrenaline starts pumping more. I can concentrate better. I just feel like I'm definitely on top of my game.
It really gives us good practice because the Worlds is going to be in front of a live audience. For newer teams that aren't used to playing in front of the setting, they're really nerve-wracked. They haven't ever played on a live audience before. For being a more veteran team, we've played in front of a live audience dozens of times, and it gives us a huge advantage.
It's all about adapting whenever you come to a new place. Like sometimes it's too cold, you can't get your hands warm. Sometimes there's no hand warmers, like in the LCS in LA, there's always hand warmers. Like stuff like that, sometimes you forget and you don't prepare, and it can throw you off your game.
There's a lot of temptations of things to do out at night, things to do while you're instead of games, so you get distracted extremely easily. It can happen, it already happened here in this tournament, and you get carried away and you forget that your main priority here is that you're still playing in the LCS. It's just like back home.
I actually got food poisoning, so preparation is key. This is like the first time I've ever gotten food poisoning out of all events I went to, out of 12 events. So I learned something really big today was don't eat fish before a match because, of what happened to me, and I should have just went with something more simple. Going to one of these events is major. It really helps us interact with fans, and again, like everything is all about our fans, so we want to make them happy. Everyone loves tires. Come on.
And it's really, really amazing that people actually take time out of their lives to come and support us, and it makes eSports and League of Legends of what it is today.
It's always very nice to meet fans. Like I ended up signing, I think for almost an hour and 30 minutes yesterday, I just ended up signing autographs for a long time, trying to get out of my seat.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to ask you for a hug.
Sure.
Yeah.
So this is the first time I've been to a live event, and it's really amazing. I got to meet a lot of great people. I actually think it's like kind of like a privilege to sign all of their stuff, because like I don't even know who I am yet, so like they want to like have my name on their stuff. It's really great.
I'm really happy to see that the LCS was able to come out in full force.
And it was great for me to see the reactions of some of the guys, especially the new guys that have gone to these events, because previously, before the LCS, these guys went to these events. Some of them might have been to MLGs before, but they weren't so well known. Now they're going to them like you just saw MIA at the end there, just going, this is amazing.
I don't even know who I am. They want my signature.
This is great.
Yeah.
And then Scara, a hot blonde girl runs up and says he wants to hug you, and he's like, okay. I could take it. I could take
life.
it. Tough life for these guys. Now it's time to kick things off. So it's going to be Dignitas versus Marn. Both of these teams have had a rough week at the MLG. As we mentioned before, Dignitas' 10-game win streak was snapped by Complexity. Marn also on a bit of a streak of their own, but unfortunately it's a losing streak. They are now 4 in a row for losses. That is not a good way to come into this game.
It's not, and of course this time though they've changed their lineup around. They've brought Nian Tonso in full time, and he's now going to be starting on AD carry. They've actually moved Heartbeat to the dedicated starting support, replacing Atomic End completely. And Echo, he's still a little bit sick, but he says he feels good enough to play, and he'll be back to his starting role in the mid lane.
And of course, Dignitas, they only won the one game, and it was against Good Game University, currently sitting bottom of the league.
Yeah, they basically had fought, at the time, the 3 lowest teams in the league, went 1 and 2 at the time. You'd expect a team like Dignitas to go 3-0 there, so they might be a bit shaken as well. Sometimes it's hard to start with a new roster, but we'll see what happens for both these teams.
Yeah, and I wonder how much that loss they had against Complexity, how much that affected them later on in the day. They played Gambit, the top European team right now. Did it put on a tilt? Do you think that sort of thing would affect them so much?
I feel like a high-caliber team like Dignitas has been to enough tournaments where they're like, yeah, losses happen, like, we'll just turn it around and kind of come back. Certainly fluky losses can happen, like, random things go on, but a team like that's got to be able to bounce back.
And the main key really for this game is the fact that Dignitas did win last time they met.
Yeah, they matched up. Patoy had an amazing game on Alistair. He went like 1-0 and 13. I actually talked to him a little bit today. He showed me a couple of his rune pages. Was like, here's a champion I'll probably never get to play, and he wouldn't tell me what it was. But he like has like 2 room pages like prepared for a single champion. He's just ready for anything.
Maybe it was Elise support. Who knows?
I don't know. Maybe.
Who knows? Okay, so let's check out the lineups on the blue team. It is going to be Dignitas, and of course, Kiwi Kid at the top has played fantastically in the NA LCS. Crumbs in the top jungle, sorry. Skara in the mid lane, and I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy as the duo lane. But the question is, where will they be? Will they be mid? Will they be bottom? Who knows?
And it's definitely up in the air. But of course, on the red team, we do have Team Marn, Mega Zero starting in the top lane, Claky D still in the jungle, Echo returning to mid for now, feeling okay-ish. Neon Tonsa, the new starting AD carry, and Heartbeat, the new starting support.
And you got to wonder, with all of these changes that have happened, how much it's going to affect the chemistry of the team. We know for a fact internally that, you know, the battle for support was only like a day away.
Yeah, they've.
I mean, there's no prep there.
Yeah, I actually asked them about that, and they said they've played 2 scrims on the new lineup so far, and that Neon Tonsa and Heartbeat have played about 10 solo queue games together, or I guess duo queue games together. So that lane has 12 games of experience. They played a couple of scrims. They said it was 2 scrims, but then they told me their records, and they went 1-2 against Kirsten scrimmages, and they went like 1-1 with CLG. So they've had decent results with this new lineup. We'll see if it works for them. Of course, we're in a champion select. Let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it does goes. What sort of bans are we expecting here, Freak? Straight away, we can see Renekton being taken out from Mega Zero.
They've got to kill Kale away from Skara. That, you know, I know they love to pick up Draven. I don't think he's the most worrisome champion to deal with, but it's when Draven has a Kale on his team, so he doesn't have that team fight weakness anymore. That's the really big difficulty.
Thresh being taken away, maybe that was the new one that Patoy was going to unleash. Aurelia, of course, also banned away. Everything targeted so far against Mega Zero.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, really. He's got, I don't really know what his champion pool is like, but it seems a little bit shallow. We see him on, you know, fighter-based top laners, and it's sometimes a little bit rocky when he doesn't get a good start on a good fighter. So those bans dropped out against him. I mean, he's got basically a Kali left as his like major top lane pick. We'll see what happens.
The one champion I'm seeing that's not been banned is Singed. It's available, and well, we've seen Kiwi Kid on that. He is 5 for 5 on Singed right now, but Elise is also available, and they've picked that 5 times as well.
Oh, that makes a heck of a lot of sense, because Elise actually is a really good lane against Singed. And so if you kind of pick that up, you deny really the option of picking Singed as the other sort of go-to top laner. I don't know exactly what Elise versus Akali is like. I imagine it's actually pretty good for Elise. And of course, with Renekton gone, he doesn't have one of those big sustainy top laners just to kind of wear through everything. So we'll see where Mega goes for here.
Okay, what are we expecting in terms of AD carries? Because Draven's been taken away from Cutie Pie, so that's definitely causing problems for him. Claky D looking like he's going to lock in that Jarvan. Champion is pretty well known, well versed for playing, I believe.
Yeah, it was really his most famous jungler. He played that all throughout the LCS qualifiers, and then if it was ever banned against him, he just kind of went down this tier list of junglers. They actually have given him Jarvan here. Claky D, of course, liking to go for that one first. As per your AD carry question, I think Ezreal's a pretty common pickup here at this point. Misfortune, I think, would be the other big one to look at.
So looking like Rumble's potentially going to be picked up. That would be Mega Zero playing it in the side lane, solo lane, wherever the heck they're going to play lane these days. You never know where the bruises are going to go.
I know Marn doesn't look for lane swaps much anymore. They have Mega Zero play straight up 1v1. Now the thing is here, both these top laners actually will be pretty good with, without farm. So even if they're in 1v2s and get shut down, they'll both be useful as long as they can get levels. And so, really, you're kind of okay in both sides, 2v2 or 2v1.
Well, and the beauty of having Elise as your first pick is it could really be anywhere. We do see Janna coming out here alongside Kaylin. Janna was a champion we've not seen for a long time. We saw him played. I think he was used at MLG, if I recall.
We do see her every once in a while. It's interesting because she's a very defensive support, which to me doesn't feel like the standard Dignitas playstyle, right? Cutie Pie plays Draven, and they get Alistar, and they kill things over and over and over again. And they picked an aggressive top laner like Elise, and then they're like, John and Kate, we're going to play safe in the back line. I'm curious to see what happens in this champ select pool, because these are kind of differing goals here.
Yeah, so Nianton, so maybe thinking of matching things up, mixing things up. I'm going to go for that AD Annie, but craziness. But no, it's going to be Vayne, and it's looking like it's going to be Sona alongside her.
This is interesting to me because Vayne is going to be having a hard time fighting against Caitlyn. Now, having Sona paired up gives him enough healing that he can probably sustain through that lane and survive it. But Vayne Kate in general is not a very fun lane to be a part of. And the thing is, Janna Kate will out-push Sona Vayne, so either lane situation is a little bit rough for Marn here.
So we're waiting for Dignitas to see what they're going to go with. Patoy, of course, selected Fizz, but we don't expect that one to come in. I don't remember ever seeing Skara playing Fizz in a ranked match, so I don't think that's going to happen. Syndra, now that would be an interesting possibility. And yeah, Diana's probably more likely. And there it is, locked in. So, Yorick, would that be?
Yorick top, and it's going to be... No, it's Nasus jungle.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the thing is, Sinjao was available, but... And that normally was like the top 3 junglers that North America played was Jarvan, Sinjao, and Vi. And we've seen Europe and Asia play a lot of Volibear and Nasus over and over again. And Nasus is finally making his way into North America now. And that's going to be crumbs on jungle Nasus.
If Diamond Prox picks a champion, it's pretty much the one to go for, I think.
He tends to be the best
Although
jungle
he pulled out
innovator.
Udyr, and I wasn't convinced by that one. I still never are convinced. But then again, Jack maybe would try and prove me wrong. But as it is, looking like Karthus may be the final champion selected here. What are we seeing here? You know, this is going to be Echo returning his first game in a while in the LCS. How do we think this is going to go for him?
Karthus is interesting here because he's against Diana, who will probably have a pretty good lane against him. I mean, it could be like Karthus bottom, give him blue buff like 2v1 mid. We see that against melee mid laners, and we sometimes see that with Karthus specifically.
Switch.
Cassid I like a lot more. He's going to have a better lane against Diana. No, it is. He's just going back and forth all the time.
No, really, I want this one.
So it is Karthus. I kind of want to like predict a 1v2 Karthus, sort of, just because I don't really love that matchup mid, but Echo is free to prove me wrong.
So there are your teams locked in. Dignitas versus Marn. What are we seeing overall from these two team compositions?
So Dignitas is interesting because they're very, very all in. They've got Elise, Diana, Nasus can follow up, and they've got Caitlyn basically on her own, sort of self-sufficient in the back lines with Janna as well. And so they'll have pretty good roam game, pretty good gank game, and then Caitlyn will be pretty safe. Now Marn, they're very team fight focused. They want to 5-on-5. They got Rumble ult, Jarvan ult, Sona ult all together, and then it's basically up to Karthus and Vayne for cleanup duty. And in a team fight, I like Karthus because, well, do you kill Vayne first? Do you kill Karthus first? If you run past Karthus, you die. And if you go for Karthus first, he still has his passive, and Vayne cleans you up. So a 5-on-5, I like Marn a lot here.
Yeah, for this team comp, it says to me that Marn really want to go for the late game.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they've got the Karthus in there, they've got the Vayne, they really need to stretch this game out.
Those are the two big, in that role, late game picks. Karthus probably the hardest scaling AP mage. Vayne basically tied with Kog'Maw for the hardest scaling late game AD carry. It's going to be an interesting setup.
It is definitely going to be an interesting setup. If you've just joined us, of course, don't get worried. You're not confused. I am here in America. I have come over to the North American LCS. I'm joined by Freak, and I'm going to be joined by Kobe as well later on in the day. Unfortunately, Rivington has had to send himself off to PAX, which is, I don't know whether that's good or bad. I mean, I think he's quite looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's a cool place to be in Boston. I mean, PAX is always fun. We have a really big booth there. I think actually Riot has the biggest booth at PAX East. I think I could be wrong. Don't yell at me if I'm wrong there, but someone posted about it, and I just decided to believe whatever was said on the internet, and it must be true because it was written on the internet.
It must be true on the internet. Of course, there are your two teams in the background. Dignitas as the blue team trying to get back into top position in the league. Can they do it, though? They've got to win every game here, I think, and I'm not too sure even how that's going to swing the win percentage. I think Curse is still going to top them.
Yeah, I think they're 4 losses versus 2, so unless they double Curse's wins, which can't happen mathematically, they're at best second at the end of the week, but they could drop if they lose here, so they definitely want to get wins, of course.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Dignitas as the blue team on your screen. Kiwi Kid on Elise. We've seen it earlier on, how he's managed to pick it 5 times, and I believe he's had 5 successful wins with it as well. Marn as the red team coming in, maybe going to face check straight in towards there. They put the Demacia standard down. Potoy does not get spotted out. Are we seeing anything from early level 1s? Level 1 game is kind of fell away in Season 3 a lot.
Well, there's going to be at least a very interesting level 2 or 3 game because Potoy has run Summoner Teleport. So there's already a bit of a different mix here. That's why Cutie Pie picked up Caitlyn. He's going to be very, very self-sufficient on that champion. Potoy is going to be all over the place, lending shields and crowd control and things like that. He can teleport to a ward, help counter jungle. Again, both Kiwi Kid and Skara will love to fight early game. And it's going to be really high impact early game from Dignitas. Expect a lot of moves from them.
And of course, we're going to make sure we can try and keep the focus on the changes in the Marn setup. Nintonso alongside Heartbeat. See how that plays out between them. Of course, Nintonso on Vayne. Definitely a champion that's going to need a lot of farm to get going. It does look like Skara's going to be choosing to take this bottom lane, and he's going to be in a 1v1 against Mega Zero by the looks of it.
Yeah, so they've gone for basically... Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening, of course. Right now they have the... Echo is waiting down by the Wolves with Mega Zero's Rumble, so they are looking like they're going to grab an early blue buff down here. Jarvan starting near the red So it is going to be an interesting early game setup here for Marn. I'm curious to see what they end up doing, if it is going to be that Karthus bottom lane 1 versus 2. Crumbs, of course, getting help on his red. So, I mean, you see kind of a normal start here from Dignitas. Is Scar in the bottom lane, and an interesting setup here.
Yeah, so Dignitas are kind of... This is what Dignitas have done a lot of, and this is actually... I mean, I hate to call it, this is kind of the Korean style, you know, and this is what they do. They stack up in that mid lane, and maybe with I'm a Cutie Pie, normally they do it with Lulu, though, alongside it. So it does amaze me that they have pulled out Janna for this.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really great for them. Of course, they know that Caitlyn will have a very easy lane against Karthus, so she is free to roam around. The early vision ward's actually going to really hurt Crumbs' jungle. They might actually go for a gank. They are pulling the Intanso down.
Yeah, everybody's coming down here. You can see Kiwi Kid just off the side if he can land on those cocoons. Crumbs has already pulled aggro. Patoy's come to join in, so it's going to be a 3-on-3 if they can get some poke back and forward. See Kiwi Kid putting a quick Q down on towards Jarvan, but they are pressuring here, and he's going to see Claky D going in towards it, on towards Kiwi Kid. He's taking it very low, but Claky D now taking a lot of damage. Crumbs does force him back though, and Patoy, being the man that's chasing Janna, I'm not too sure he's in the right position. He's like, yeah, manly.
Yeah, but it ends up that because Caitlyn was closer to that side, they had a 4-on-3 before it could have been a 4-on-4. Crumbs, of course, smiting that away, knew that Claky D might have tried to steal that, so he's going to just get his way out of that one quickly. And there we go. We can just see that Dignitas came out pretty well out of that. They're up 300 gold.
Yeah, they managed to keep hold of the blue, though, which is more importantly. Kiwi Kid did get taken low, and he did have to choke through some of those potions. Started off all potions. And Mega Zero down that bottom lane. He started out with a Fortitude potion, along with Skara. So both of them got those Fortitude pots. Both of them keeping the CS fairly close. Skara at the moment with that 10 CS lead, but you'd expect that early on in the levels, I think, against the Rumble.
Yeah, it's going to happen a little bit. Rumble has a hard time last hitting early on. What I do want to point out, though, is this mid lane. It's very, very important here between Cutie Pie and Echo. Echo has run armor seals, so he does have a little bit of durability there against Caitlyn, but he's still having a very rough time in this one. You're seeing Cutie Pie farm pretty much perfectly, first place in the game. And really what you want to look at is how hard is Kiwi Kid's lane, because none of them are all that bad for Marn. Crumbs, though, with the steal is going to be nice.
Yeah, Crumbs in there, and you see Claky D's already just gone back, so it's Skara that's going to end up with this blue buff. So Skara with the blue buff in the bottom lane. No! Crumbs got it. Scumbag.
I don't know if the Lizard buff ticked it away or if they just really wanted to refresh that buff on him. But yeah, basically the failed invade by Claky D, and a lot of that due to Cutie Pie's great ability to turn around from the mid lane, it is going to hurt their early game power. And you're seeing them push for the turret because, hey, they got 3 members here.
Yeah, they're going to press on that mid lane, see if they can get on towards it. Meanwhile, this top lane, you can see the tower already below half health, but they are putting the pressure on towards this mid turret, keeping them away with that Spirit Fire. Claky D going to try and come in, see if he can produce anything, having to stand on those cupcakes that are being laid down there, but Army Cutie Pie just keeping them well away from this one. Gets this passive up there, gets a good snipe on it, and that's the turret down half health already.
It's going to be a pretty decent job here for Echo. It's very easy to farm on the turret as Karthus. This top lane, though, has got a lot of turret pressure. This might be theirs, honestly.
It may well be. It's just a couple more hits. The next wave is almost certainly going to take it down. So Nientonso and Heartbeat doing a fantastic job, actually taking it quicker than the 3-man push in the mid lane here. So it's going to be turret for turret. Here's going to be Dignitas taking the first one of the game. Crumbs picks it up. And then it's a good start for Dignitas.
That really is overall. You're seeing Mega Zero survive his lane. So what's happening really is, you got the normal sort of transition of what happens when you have 2-on-1 lanes. Of course, Marn has answered the turret themselves. You expect this from 2-on-1s. We haven't had any tower dives. Marn tried to use their 2-on-1 to steal away blue buff, but Dignitas actually outplayed them there to take the blue buff for themselves. And of course, you saw the fallout from that. So, I mean, that's just a really, really good play by Dignitas. I'm curious to see what happens after this, though, because this has kind of been more or less the standard opening you'd expect from this game.
And I always question why they don't defend it better, because for me, Dignitas have got a massive advantage taking that mid turret down. It gives them such a huge advantage over that bottom lane. They've got control almost of the dragon now. And you would expect probably the AD lane, are they just going straight down bottom? I would guess they will do to try and just keep more control on that bottom lane.
They're really going to need to. Around 6 minutes in is when dragon becomes a really easy objective for teams to take over. And if you keep sending 2 people top lane, like even if you gank top lane with your jungler, people will use that numbers advantage and say, we can take dragon here, and you'll see it go down as a response. Like, it's almost a penalty to gank top lane at this point in the game. So you'll see 2-on-2 down here, 1-on-1 in the mid lane, and the junglers will stay on that half as well.
So we do see Kiwi Kid farming out. He's actually kept up with Mega Zero despite the fact they have been cross lanes. I'm a Cutie Pie, of course, keeping his farm going just slightly ahead of Nientonso, but he's kept up well, of course. both being in separate places, but here comes Claky D. He's going to try and get her towards IMQPie. 90 caliber nets towards him. Not too sure on that one. He does manage to get slowed down a little bit. They can't quite get enough, though. He's going to get to the tower and well covered by Patoy.
He popped the red elixir as well to make sure he got a burst of health to survive that one. It's a really, really weird net overall. But I want to kind of keep pointing out about what happened in this game so far, and it's that we've basically seen just slight lane wins from Dignitas. However, Marn, because they put so much pressure on a QTPie, are looking for a chance dragon here.
They are going to try and push on towards it. You can see IMQPie around the back. He's getting a lot of pressure on Heartbeat. They're going to try and turn it around. The Enton so dodging out of that 90 caliber net. Thought he may well try and pin him on the wall, and the rest of the team could follow it up. But that's a good start, good turnaround from Marn effectively, and they're not really going to give up too much on this top lane.
It'll take some damage. Spiderlings really do help bring turrets down fairly quickly. Oh, Scar's in a rough spot right here, though. This could be
Scar might get caught out if that Harpoon can catch on from Mega Zero. Of course, the red buff getting in the way. Wall of Pain did go down. Didn't manage to get on towards him, so Scar walks away from that one. The Fortitude pot running, and did they get the blue buff there? I didn't see where it went.
Echo actually grabbed red with a lay waste because Madrid's procced from Claky D, and it brought it lower than anyone was expecting, and so Echo has a red buff now.
Echo has the red buff. No, not quite the best, but nevertheless, Mega Zero going to face check in towards Scar, tries to turn in damage onto him, gets the moonfall down. He's going to have another swing at him. Mega Zero keeping the harpoons running. He's just delaying it. Claky D is going to try and run up there, pops the shield, and floats back to the tower.
Kibikid is staying near this top lane. This is Dignitas really trying to push that turret down. Honestly, Mar needs to react to this, or they will lose the turret to this constant pressure.
Yes, you can see that he's going to be 2v1 here. I'm not so sure if Mega Zero wants to be in this position. He doesn't want to be in it himself. You can see he's trying to pressure from range, but it is going to be Heartbeat again. The new support player for Marn, taking some pressure down this bottom lane. The Entonso trying to keep him at bay. But look at this zone. The Entonso ahead in farm. That's great for Vayne.
He is slightly. The difficulty is you're seeing this lane still a bit difficult. QTPie is doing a very, very good job of poking from afar. Heartbeat is forced to chug mana potions here just to try to keep his mana bar up. You know, that harass is just blocked by shields over and over. The heals immediately get reversed. Like, this is still a rough lane for Marn.
Okay, so another thing I've noticed is obviously that Scar has been at that top lane for a long time. It's actually given a lot of farm to Crumbs now. You can see he's at 50 CS. He's been holding this mid lane out for a long time. What sort of benefits is that going to give him?
Well, the thing is, he really wants to complete those big team utility items because they're going to peak the best in mid-game before Marn gets gigantic late. And giving some farm to that Nass, he's going to go for the Runic Bulwark eventually. He's definitely going for the Locket of Iron Solari right. Sorry, not Locket of Iron Solari right. He's going for the Aegis right now. So getting the Aegis, getting the Runic Bulwark is actually a really important pickup here. And the faster they complete that item, the faster they can run into mid-game team fights to try to turn the game.
So the blue buff being given across to Echo, we assume this time. We didn't quite catch it, but we're pretty sure that's the way it was going to go. Scar, meanwhile, passing a ward there so they know that they're coming down the bottom. Claky D had just backed off and they saw it. He just went back on that ward. They're going to have to give up this bottom turret.
That's so smart of them, though. I mean, it's a great gank from Dignitas, of course. They would have gotten a double kill. At worst, they get a turret, which is a great thing to get, but that ward saved them from a turret and 2 kills.
So it does mean they all back off. Let's have a look across the board at the items. We can see, of course, the mid laner Echo trying to build up that Rod of Ages. Did go for the tier first off, trying to get that Ceres Embrace possibly built up as quick as possible. Skara, in the meantime, he's gone for the book, trying to get the Dawn's Ring in there as well. And they've kept up, despite being really in different lanes the entire game, have managed to keep equal in CS. And if you look across the board, really, in terms of CS, across everyone, they've all kept fairly steady.
And what's interesting, though, as well is you know, these minion kills are so equal, despite a couple of interesting things that have been done by Dignitas. Is Patoy is actually maxing his Howling Gale, the Q, the long-range AoE tornado, first above his shield. Who's actually running around pushing lanes with AoEs and trying to let his team follow up off that and push turrets down.
Claky D going aggressive on QTPie, but the rest of his team not quite with him. Didn't go jumping in with the Cataclysm. Mega Zero pinging, saying, hey guys, I've got 2 people in the top lane. Guys, anyone gonna help me here?
Yeah, it's a rough place for him, honestly. Like, this is very smart from Dignitas. This early pressure is exactly what they need. They're against Vayne and Karthus, who just do not have pressure early game, do not stop pushes all that well, are available victims to turret dive, and this is the right move by Dignitas completely.
Yeah, and I can't see, even if Claky D comes in, I can't see them turning this into a kill, unless Crumbs does start taking a couple of tower hits, which he did start doing there. Get a quick poke on towards Mega Zero. Of course, as it stands, Skara, oh, he's going up towards the north as well. Claky D's going to see him, though. He's on Golems.
That is going to be interesting. Of course, they do have a ward as well for Patoy. Megazero's actually recalling back. Claky D's not going to even get disrupted here.
He doesn't get disrupted. They're going to 3-man stack on towards this top turret, and immediately MegaZero's like, yeah, we can't hold this one. It's going to be another turret. That's going to be 3-1 in terms of turrets for Dignitas.
Yeah, the Ecolars didn't actually completely hit all of the minions there. Unfortunately for him, if he had killed the wave, they would have been able to keep that turret alive from the backdoor bonus. But Dignitas have found their 3rd turret kill of the game, rightfully theirs, honestly. Their team, again, better early game. Marn, they just need to wait it out and get Karthus to late game status.
Yeah, Dignitas are slowly but surely being piled back in, and everything I'm seeing right now from Dignitas is so Korean style. Everything right now. This is exactly what they do. They'll stack in the mid, they'll go down the bottom, they'll wipe the objectives out. That's all the 3 outer turrets now, and then they're just going to stack up on one of these turrets. They're probably going to get the Dragon. You can see it's up in 53 seconds. They're probably going to stack for that and say, well, slowly but surely suffocate the gold away from Marn.
It's really, really smart. They're playing a very good strategic game. They said, okay, we know we can pressure Karthus early. Most mages can't really push him out pre-6, and to be fair, that's also true with Diana. So they threw Caitlyn at him and said, look, we'll push you through. We're going to we're going to start really pushing people away, you know, deny him some farm, put damage into his turret, kind of ruin his day. And that worked for them, right? They got these 3 turret kills. They're going to be just, again, as you said, looking to strangle the map, and they've done that. They've played very well strategically.
As it is with the roaming that's happened from Skari, he has fell behind in terms of CS, but with those 2 turret advantage, you're going to feel he's probably ahead in gold. As it is, Dragon is going to be up in 2 seconds. Does anyone really want to fight for this? Is this the case? Dignitas feeling strong right now?
It depends, because if Dignitas pulls aggro on Dragon, then Marn can fight them and basically get a 6v5 out of this one. But Dignitas have done a very good job putting down vision wards, so Marn are going to be very blind looking for that sort of gank. That's going to be a difficult situation for them.
The most dangerous thing for them is that they can't afford to get either Nientonso or Echo, either of them kills. As it is with Heartbeat, with that crescendo, they could catch all of them, which is why you can see Dignitas kind of separated, spread around the map right now. Crumb's just off at the side there. Dignitas not quite in a 5-man huddle yet. So they're trying to get in position. They have got that pink ward in place, which is giving them full vision still of the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, and so you're just seeing Scar making a great move there. He pushes the bottom lane, knows he has free farm there. You're seeing Clanky do the exact same thing in the mid, but Dignitas can obviously regroup back, make it a 5-on-5 once again. And you're going to see these guys constantly jockey for position over and over and over again. The Vision Ward kills another turret, and here comes Scar. They've been flanked.
They've finally gone in. The Cocoon lands on towards Echo. He's taken incredibly low already, and Echo gets dropped. First blood finally coming in there. Crumbs manages to poke him in. You can see the crescendo hitting across. Garth's ultimate Requiem will hit down. Kiwi Kid in all sorts of trouble as well. Quick MegaZero is going to follow through on him. The Nientonso does pick up a kill, and that's going to be MegaZero taking down Kiwi Kid. Clanky D Cataclysm on towards Ivy Cutie Pie, but Skara comes in. They flash through. Ivy Cutie Pie picks up 1. He's going to pick up a 2nd on Heartbeat as well, but now coming round the backside, Nientonso's in trouble. He goes down to Skara, and Dignitas come out on top of that one, 4 for 2.
That was an excellently positioned fight there from Dignitas. They got the stun early. They caught up there with Karthus, but a lot of damage. Oh my gosh, Skara, you're not in a good place either. Must flash away. I don't think Mega can chase this one.
Oh, but he's going to come follow through. He doesn't realize that Cutie Pie is in the bush, but actually the shield was used. The harpoon just missed by a fraction.
Oh my gosh, so little health left on him, down below 100. The harpoon would have hit. Oh wow, he actually maxed shield seconds, so the harpoon wouldn't have killed him anyway, is the funny thing. I don't know if he would have killed him if he got more points into it, but certainly a really good pickup there. Just enough crowd control there from Dignitas. And they lost a flash, but a kill's worth it. And there's the teleport Patoy. He's pushing the side lane.
Teleport Patoy goes straight down, quickly picks up some gold. And look at the farm, though. He's got 30 CS compared to 4. That's a big CS for a support player.
And we actually saw basically AP Janna from Elements at MLG. He got a Morella Namicon fairly quickly on, and it actually gave him a good bit of ability powers. And, you know, it's not too bad, but of course, Marn get a free dragon.
They come straight back in, got that dragon. That's going to try and take the gold lead down a little. They are still 3,000 down. 5-2 in kills, of course. First blood coming a long time into this, but as it stands, Skara's looking very strong. Gone back. Got that needlessly large rod. 3-0-1 right now, Skara. Way ahead in terms of items over Echo.
But this is going to be interesting because basically Scar is going for that attack speed Diana build. I think he's going Zhonya's next, which will actually be really important for him. But basically, he's against the team who are very good against melee champions. Karthus, Jarvan, Rumble, Vayne, even the Sona ult as well. They're all very good at punishing short-range fighters because they're all going to be in the area of effect. They're all going to be dealing damage. And that's going to make Scar's life a little bit difficult. And so what I'm curious to see is how well Skara survives those fights. Does he go in late? Does he position away from Karthus or kill him really, really fast and just kind of get away from the AoEs? That's going to be an interesting difficulty here for Skara.
My one question really about Dignitas right now is would Patoy have benefited more possibly gaining exhaust? Bearing in mind there is a Vayne on the opposition team.
I think
nobody's got exhaust.
You're absolutely right, and that can be really, really worrisome. We'll see if it ends up panning out that Niantanso cannot be stopped in fights. But thankfully for Dignitas, they still have Wither, at least from Nasus, and they still have basically the double assassin there of Skara and Kiwi Kid. That might be enough to shut down Niantanso in a fight.
We do see Crumbs putting damage on that mid tower, and of course, you know, Crumbs can do a lot of damage on Nasus. Those Qs work on towers.
Yes, that does a whole heck of a lot of damage. Of course, no one maxes that early, but you still get the damage boosted up. He's at plus 123 right now on that ability. We'll keep seeing it scale up.
See how it scales. This bottom turret, of course, has been taken very low. Then Niantanso getting slowed. There's just a couple more shots from Cutie-Pie, and he's quite happy to take it up. Claykidy's had to come and deal with Crumbs in this mid lane, which means that bottom inner turret will get left, and it does look like Dignitas is just going to get a couple more shots and finally take it down. That'll be 4-1 in turrets. Kiwi Kid looking to try and get the cocoon through the edge here.
Yeah, they're going to have a 5-on-4 available. Well, actually, no, I take that back. They don't have... Oh my gosh, he caught Claykidy, though.
It's gone out to Claykidy. Claykidy has to slide away that one with that combo. And that does mean they are down to a 4-on-5 already. And it means also the mid turret has been left available. Crumbs, look at this. He's nearly taken his mid turret down.
Yeah, it's just sort of textbook Dignitas late game is they just push every lane at once all the time. And most teams are not able to really react to that very well.
And he's just got one more hit. Cataclysm goes down. The minions are going to go down, which means it's going to be 1 tower hit. Is it going to be 2 tower hits? Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. Claykidy finishes off Crumbs. Nice comeback. Can they try and turn something down the bottom?
It's a certain possibility. It's still only a 4-on-4, but again, there's no Baron buff. They could go for the long-range Rumble initiation. They're getting Jarvan down. They go for it.
Going for it. The Equalizer goes down. It's Kiwi Kid, though, throws out the cocoon, slows the approach down. If Megazero can land that harpoon on anyone, which I don't think he can, the Spider came out. And just look at that. How quick they can evacuate. They've got the Howling Gales. They've got the cocoon. Everything's just thrown at them to knock them back. Have they left this mid lane open, though?
They've got a chance here. Certainly, there's still a bunch of guys at the bottom lane. I think, yeah, Marn, this is their turret. Their name's written all over it. This will be their second turret kill of the game.
So Marn written down the side, and it is going to take that turret down. 5-man push. I think they're going to have to back off straight away from this one. They can't take any more objectives from it, but that is a good turnaround, purely forced by Claykidy getting aggressive on Crumbs there. 5-3 in kills. You can see the goal difference still just around about 3,000, and that equates to 1 tower going down. But Marn so far have had control. They've had the 2 dragons, so really it's simply losing the farming lanes between everything. You just look at it. You can see between the 2. Kiwi Kid, Mega Zero, 20 CS difference. Big advantage actually Echo over Skara. He has a 20 CS advantage, but of course Skara has those 3 kills. And the AD carries are still actually even right now, despite the fact that kills were layered on towards Cutie-Pie.
Now the gold lead is really all the supports right there. You've got the 50 minions on Patoy. Again, he maxed Q, he's able to split push. Oh, Mega Zero at the bottom though.
Skara going on towards Mega Zero. Mega Zero overheating as well. He's in all sorts of trouble. Skara pops him, launches him in the air. Echo was coming down, but he was just a little bit too late.
And not a lot of magic resist there on Rumble when you fight a high magic damage like Skara, like Diana. She's able to do a whole heck of a lot of damage. Again, a really, really, really good duelist. And when you're as mechanically proficient as Skara is, you tend to find kills.
And after watching some LCS, I'll go back to it in a moment, but you can see Skara may well get caught out, but Cutie-Pie on Heartbeat just off the side here. Oh, the crescendo misses, and now comes the teleport. Heartbeat's going to get taken down, acing a hole through the wall from Amy Cutie-Pie, and they are just going to back off. Crumbs coming around the side. Who's he going to wither down? It's Echo. They want to target on towards Patoy's going to come in. Howling Gale comes out, but he forces the flash away.
That was an excellent, excellent fight there by Dignitas. They got 2 unanswered kills, and the pressure is still on. This is their turret, and Kiwi Kid is even looking for a flank.
The turret goes down. Kiwi Kid comes around the side. The cocoon lands on towards Mega Zero. Can they put enough damage down? No, they won't. They are going to back away from this one, but it does not matter. Damage done now. 4,000 gold difference, 4-2 in turrets.
And all I can keep thinking of is that Dignitas are making all the right strategic moves. Every engage has gone well for them. I can't think of a single fight they've lost. They may have traded kills, but it's always gone to the advantage. But the only thing I can keep coming back to is they are on a ticking clock here. The late game is there from Marn. Dignitas are playing it well, but they've got to keep these kind of moves going, and it's harder and harder and harder to kill inner turrets. We'll see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, they've got to keep the farm going. As it is, you can see, IMQDPie obviously picked up that other kill. That's going to help out. Caitlyn's not that much of a slouch late game, but compared to a Vayne, definitely a difference between the two. You can see in terms of CS, it is still Ninton. So the new AD carry for Marn with that advantage. Scarab comes down to pick up the blue buff. And what I was about to touch on, the North American scene have learned. I remember watching many of these matches and hearing chat zone, what is wrong with these people? Why are they not buying runic bulwarks? But there you do. Both teams, they have one apiece.
Well, exactly, because both these teams are running double AP comps, and even actually Nasus, I think, has more magic damage than physical. Spiritfire is always maxed first. Neontonso gets caught.
Neontonso's caught out, and that's going to be... Oh, he flashed just in the right time and has been saved. Can they follow it up? The Wither was slowing him down, but the ace in the hole was not quite enough to take him off.
But you look at the amount of damage that team is able to put out onto him, right? Assassins and just long-range engagement. That is really the hallmark here of Dignitas' team. And if they can keep doing that every fight, it doesn't matter how much gold Neontonso has. If he's forced away every time, he'll never fight with the team.
They're trying to force some advantage here from the fact, but I don't think it's going to work out. Man, have to be careful because they've got to back away from this one very quickly. Dignitas are going to turn and run on them. Here comes KiwiCrit. He repels in. He goes straight on towards Echo. He's going to switch around. He's going to get the cocoon down. Echo gets dropped. Cataclysm comes out from ClayKD and actually pins Heartbeat in there. Heartbeat does get the crescendo across. Can they turn this around? That's going to be Skara going down. Crumbs is going to drop as well. One more hit from ClayKD will finish that off. Can they continue to chase? Vayne chasing on towards the support of Patoy. He may well be able to close this down, and he's got an Oracle on. One more gamble should tumble in. Will be able to finish him off. You can see coming out, the Howling Gale has slowed him down. He's going to keep chasing. Skara, meanwhile, down the bottom. It's not Skara, it's KiwiKid that's going to come around and get the cocoon and save Patoy's life. And IMQDPie protects the turret.
That was really, really awesome play there at the very end there by KiwiKid.
Oh, Heartbeat's in trouble.
Heartbeat is in trouble. It was a good counter engage though by Marn. That fight overall, they thought they had the free kill on Echo. They burned a lot of cooldowns. The Zhonya's Hourglass though.
Oh, block it! Oh! He didn't have the tumble. He didn't tumble in to block it. And that's Neontonso just letting his support die.
Oh, scumbag Nien. But man, that fight, again, to kind of go back to it though, Skara engaged so very heavily. The problem was though, he found a face full of Equalizer and his Zhonya's ended right before Requiem actually landed, so he got immediately bursted down. A 500 kill streak, or 500 gold kill was given away to Marn. Of course, 250 for the assist on that one, so that's a pretty decent gold swing there. And Echo is just scaling up.
So advantages currently. Skara 5-1-2, definitely big advantage, but you talked about it already. Ticking clock. That was close. It's still a 6,000 gold advantage, but Marn turned around that fight, you know, despite being caught out, despite Vayne not even being there at the start of that fight. He had to come running in to try and save the day. So, does that spell danger for Dignitas, or have they got a big enough advantage built up already? It's 5-2 currently, and we do see Skara way off at the moment. And there's actually people closing in. Oh, in the mid lane, in the jungle, sorry, the river, it's going to be Patoy getting caught out there. Cataclysm comes out from ClayKD. Oh, but he's been blown out by the monsoon. He's going to surely finish through. Demacia Standard will be back up in a moment. Are they going to be able to continue through on this one? No, they've given up because they didn't have the vision. Meanwhile, in the turret, they're losing. They're pressuring. IMQDPie pushing on towards the mid turret.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage right here. Again, this is Dignitas with the constant split pushing. Patoy has teleport up, so he can rejoin his team if he needs to. And the problem is, though, no one can heads up 1v1 against QtPie. No one can chase him down. They don't have a real assassin there. And, of course, he's so long range, they won't pick up the kill. So, honestly, they can always have QtPie split. He'll always be safe. And who's going to dive Skara and win either? Like, they're able to split so well.
Oh, that's the equalizer going down. They're trying to catch on to QtPie, just as you mentioned. Oh, the flash crescendo comes out. It catches Skara, but they didn't know he was in the bush, and now they're going to turn it back around on Heartbeat. And you can see Mega Zero is having to throw out the harpoon. It's ClayKD. I think he put the ace in the hole on the wrong person there. I'm pretty sure he was aiming for Heartbeat, just misclicked it. Crumbs is going to continue pursuing this one, though. One more shot on towards Heartbeat. He's going to go down. He's going to get dropped, and now they're piling in. Echo, but they're all in the defile right now. Echo will go down. They're still going to exit from this defile. Here's going to become the Requiem. Will it do enough damage? Skara's ultimate just finishing up there. Crumbs picks up another kill. The Entonso off the side has to use his ultimate, but he's going to get taken down. Skara comes in. It's a double kill and an ace for Dignitas.
Well, that was a great fight for them. Last time you saw an amazing crescendo come through, the prior team fight where they won. This time, Heartbeat lost it trying to pick up the kill on a QtPie who flashed it. Trading ace in the hole for crescendo, I will do that any time if I am Dignitas. That is a fine trade. Marn, without that area of that crowd control, had a much harder time in that fight, and you saw a very easy cleanup.
And you see QtPie here looking like he may well take this turret down. Heartbeat has spawned, but he does not want to go anywhere near QtPie right now. Phantom Dance around that Bloodthirster, 407. Caitlyn, a scary, scary monster. Scara now 813. He's got a lot of damage now, and you just saw him just going deep in there. Had no cares whatsoever to just dive on that team. As soon as that crescendo was used, they knew there was nothing at all that they could use. I don't think Cataclysm was available either, because Claky D had used it on Patoy just a moment before.
Yeah, they are basically without ultimates that fight completely, and that's really the big issue there. Is you want Crescendo to make the Rumble ultimate hit you for longer. You want Crescendo or Cataclysm as well, right? The one that you mentioned. Just like this team wants to fight in a small localized area where Dignitas cannot move, and Dignitas has to all in to fight. Like, their composition would work in a 5-on-5, but Dignitas have done such a good job of finding stray kills, forcing cooldowns, forcing people to leave the fights early, that they're able to fight these lopsided battles over and over again.
They're chasing on toward Heartbeat there. Crystal Strike doesn't land from Scara. Eats a harpoon in his face instead, but he's not too worried about that. He's got a heck of a lot of damage, and Heartbeat, the new support for Man, I might add, has had some questionable crescendos. Funny thing, actually, talking to Corellius, a prolific Sona player in Against All Authority, he talks about the fact that he uses crescendo purposely just to target that one person. So it's a difference maybe, that, and that's exactly what Heartbeat's been trying to do. He's been trying to get that crescendo onto QtPie, but it's not working, whereas some players obviously save that crescendo to try and get the big showtime hit, the 3, 4, 5-man crescendos.
Yeah, the #1 billboard hit sometimes is the best way to use that. We'll see what ends up happening in this game. Of course, the ultimates are almost back up here. Echo just has a few seconds, 33 left on his ultimate, but that is the only ulti waiting to get back from cooldown. And Marn are going for a chance thing here. They've got Caitlyn and Scar both very far away. This could be theirs.
He's got a long way away. You can see I'm a QtPie desperately running up there. The Baron's down half health already. He's going to drop very low. They're going to have to get in towards this one. They use the equalizer to keep Crumbs away. They get the Baron, and now they turn on towards Crumbs. Cataclysm, that's going to be Crumbs going down. The Ensonso picking up the kill there. Can they turn into any more? I'm a QtPie now joins the fight, but Dignitas were caught slouching there. But I'm a QtPie just off the side. Heartbeat, you've been caught out again. Crescendo has to come out. He's going to run, but the slow's enough. The repel from Kiwi Kid, and there is Heartbeat going down again. His Heartbeat is not lasting too long in this game.
Yeah, that was a he is flatlining in this game, certainly. Unfortunately that was a miscommunication by Marn. He just went the other way of the rest of his team, and he's just so slow. Red buff Caitlyn just dragged him down right there. There's still a 4-on-4, but they burned 2 ultimates for that fight, both Equalizer and Cataclysm. Marn really doesn't want to fight. Of course, they burn Heartbeat's ult too. Like, they can't fight without ults back up. Dignitas, despite Baron buff, can just push for the next 30 seconds.
QtPie does not give a monkeys right now. He's just quite happily walking up and soloing those turrets. He's going to take away the red buff. They're pressuring in towards the inner inhibitor, the middle inhibitor, I should say, and this top lane also being pressured. The red buff was stolen away by QtPie. He's going to go back and buy. What's he going to pick up? He's 408 right now, goes back, Last Whisper, of course, and a Fortitude Bomb.
And that is a pretty good amount of tank there on QtPie. The interesting thing to point out there as well is you normally see Infinity Edge come out from champions like Caitlyn or Tristana, who are looking to do just single target damage output, but he knows that he has to be self-sufficient here and survive dives. So he's gone the Bloodthirster instead. A little bit less damage, but a lot more durability in fights, and it's worked out well for him. 0 deaths.
And what I want to talk about as well is obviously Patoy. I mean, just look at his build right now. It's definitely a little bit different from your average support. We saw him go Janna. He's gone full AP Janna, but it's Claky D trying to engage there, not going to land on it. He's picked up 86 CS. He's 0-0-12, perfect score. Oh, actually, I'm going to talk about that in a moment, because I'm a QtPie is going to get dived on. Cataclysm comes down. The Monsoon isn't enough to save him. You can see the Ensonso goes in, gets one more hit. He does take him down. The Ensonso, the shield goes down. Scara's being targeted, gets pinned down. One more shot, and that's a double kill from the Ensonso. Now he's being kited. Kiwi Kid comes in, gives the assassination, and gets the hell out of there.
But they did get a 2-for-1, and Marn still has Baron buff on 3 members. They could keep pushing in on this one. You can see the damage onto the turret. Claky D puts the flag down to keep the push going a little bit stronger. But Patoy's got so much wave clear. He's got max movement reduction. He's got a lot of ability power in the shield. You can see it deceptively baits Marn. They get it eventually. But Patoy, that's the funny thing, is he's actually a threat here.
He is actually a threat. See the items he's got. So take us through this. The advantage of giving your support this much CS, this much ability power.
it's really good because
teleport top again.
Yeah, well, Patoy's on a champion that actually scales with AP on every single ability. So watch the wave clear here. Look at that. Gets pretty much the entire minion wave. Like barely doesn't get the caster minions there with the Howling Gale. But also remember that both Monsoon and Eye of the Storm, the shield and his ultimate, the heal, those scale with ability power as well. To look at Patoy's ulti, it's 150 health per second for 4 seconds. So it's a 600 point AoE heal. When you look at Requiem, Requiem's only at like 780 before magic resist. Monsoon fully cancels Requiem in a team fight.
If they're in the right place at the right time, which has been a problem, and you would expect with that equalizer, that's the main key. Split them away from Patoy right now. And if you are watching, ladies and gentlemen, at home in solo queue, this does not justify you, the support player, to just say, hey, I've seen it on stream, I'm taking all the farm, thanks guys. I can foresee so many reports right now in the solo queue. But Echo picking up the blue buff, and you can see Kiwi Quid actually kind of come across there. I think Skara stole that away.
No, Echo still has it.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, Echo managed to grab it. It was a close one, but Echo did pick that one up. So now we can see here, we got to that late game status. Certainly these fights are chaotic. They're going back and forth over and over and over, and it's really crazy. But Dignitas, they've kind of run out of early game victories to grab, right? Dragon is a smaller impact in the game. They've already taken 6 turrets out, which can give them, of course, a victory because they can push the mid lane, but you can see the late game of Marn has started.
The equalizer goes down, keeps Cutie down. Crescendo comes across. Cutie's the target. He's taken low. There is that big high hit point Monsoon. Immediately they're putting the damage out, but they're all in the defile right now. Skara uses that Zhonya's hourglass. Requiem comes out. Will it be enough? Oh, it's a big hit, and he does take many down. Mega Zero also catching on towards Patoy, but Cutie face checking. Bam! Straight away, Mega Zero going down. It's AD carry versus AD carry, both equal on hit points, and everybody backs out. A 4-for-4 fight.
Wow, Mega Zero, like a full heal right there. Flash to tank the ult just to keep his AD carry alive. I tried to do the math in my head. It would have been really, really close. Niantanzo had about 500-600 health. PewDiePie's ult was going to hit for about 800. So, you know, 950 actually. So, yeah, Mega said, you know what, Niantanzo, you're worth more on the map. I'll just flash for you.
Yeah, and he can keep the waves clear. You can see he's picking up a hell of a lot of farm. So actually, it's given him a massive wave of gold purely off that save from, as you call him, Mega Hero. So very well played there. 2014 currently in kills, 53,000 to 47,000. So that's 6,000 gold lead. It's been there for a while now, but it's starting to become less and less of an importance because as we move on, as we start to hit 60, 70,000 gold limits, Vayne is going to get stronger. Karthus is going to get stronger. This is going to become a legitimate issue right now for Dignitas.
And you can see that he's actually playing, I'm talking about Echo here on Karthus, he's actually playing around the Zhonya's hourglass more and more, waiting until it comes up, until Skara is back and available to be hit, and then pops it, make sure he hits the entire team really, really hard. Skara does now finally have some magic resist for himself. He went for the Abyssal Scepter to keep himself alive a little bit more. But what you're seeing, though, is that front line for Marn is not really very tanky, and Mega Zero gets caught out again.
Mega Zero caught out. He's going to go down and see the damage. Did use the equalizer as well. Not too sure if it was kind of worth putting down, but it did go down regardless. It's a fairly quick cooldown on that, but it does mean Dignitas are going to have that opportunity. They're going to push straight through for this open inhibitor.
And that's completely there. It's the 5-on-4. There's no way Marn could reasonably contest for this whatsoever. So Dignitas are now going to have complete pressure on the map after this one, and it's going to make that coming up Baron really difficult as well. Look at that. Niantanzo loses about a third of his health just from like a 1-minute cooldown.
Cutie building up that damage. What is he going to go with that next Bloodthirster? It could be a second Bloodthirster. We've seen it a lot in Europe lately. Or will he just go straight for the Infinity Edge? Then possibly.
Infinity Edge is definitely the most likely here.
6-1-10 currently, Cutie. Definitely been one of the hero ADs. Oh, look at this. They're trying to set a trap. They're trying to set a trap. Will Marn fall for it, or will they go straight down the side? You'd expect that Damashi standard be used to check in instead. Oh, he doesn't manage to get it, but the Wither goes down, immediately slides away. Probably the last person they wanted to hit. Flaky D there does manage to get straight away with that slide.
They've got 20 seconds till the equalizer, though. Marn does not want to fight here yet. Here comes another one. Niantanzo, you're... Ooh, he could have gotten spidered there.
Toying with fire there. He has got a QSS, so he could try and clear off from that cocoon, but
have shields for that turret. Niantanzo going to face tank this one for a little bit. They'll get maybe the inhibitor at most, but that's all they'll get, and then Dignitas will have control over the map.
There's the shield going down from Patoy. Can it save them long enough? The rest of the team have responded. They're all going to run him with the home guard boots. They come straight in. There's the equalizer going down, but Echo's going to turn. Crescendo managed to hit. Kiwi Kid uses the Zhonya's Hourglass perfectly there. And then comes Skara, comes boiling in, puts us Zhonya's Hourglass down. Requiem will come out, but it's not going to quite be enough. He does take crumbs. Clanky D gets dropped, and just off the side, Mega Zero, the snipe ace in the hole. Bam! Skara's going to finish him off. He's just got one more swing of that Crescent Strike, trying to wait until he gets the right time, but he couldn't quite get close enough. But it doesn't matter. It's a 4-for-2 advantage gained. I'm a Cutie Pie again, running straight up by mid lane. He's going to put a lot of pressure on towards them Nexus turrets.
That's a really, really, really good fight there from Dignitas overall. That Baron buff contributed a lot of power. Skara can convert that AP into a shield to keep him from going down. You see Patoy doing the same thing with his ability power, shielding and Monsooning to keep damage from really sticking anywhere. And that sort of AoE, right? When you look at Requiem, when you look at Rumble's ultimate, it's short duration. You kind of burst it down after 4 or 5 seconds, you've kind of run out of damage there. And when you can heal up just enough and have still killed Karthus, then there's no damage left to threaten, and you can mop up from there. That's what you saw Dignitas do. They just overhealed that AoE burst and cleaned up.
A huge chunk put on towards that tower. Army Cutie Pie again. Nearly sniped it away from Skara. Echo having to clear up duty. So, Dignitas, big advantage gained out after that fight. They did pick up the Baron and gave him a gold advantage, and of course, more importantly, Man didn't take down that inhibitor. They got the turret down, but didn't manage to finish it off. So they're going to have to pick up a really good fight, but how is that going to develop? How is it going to open itself up? Because as it stands, I'm seeing massive advantages starting to be gained in terms of items for Dignitas here.
Yeah, exactly. Because they've gotten themselves now a 10,000 gold lead. They've stretched the lead back. Though, yeah, you see Karthus and Vayne scale a bit harder. When you get a big enough gold lead, you can use items to kind of overpower that gap, and we've seen that here. I mean, look at Skara. He's so massive, 12, 3, and 8. Like, he's just got a 2,000 gold lead over Echo, and while Echo is threatening, Skara pretty much can't go down anymore. His damage output is massive, and he's incredibly durable with Abyssal plus Zhonya's and the shield giving him extra health. That guy is going to be almost impossible to take out. If they go to like 45, 50 minutes here, Marn, and everyone has 6 items, they go back to the lead because at that point, gold lead's irrelevant. But for now, you've actually got Dignitas more powerful on the map.
And that really all started as well from Heartbeat. For Mega Zero, getting caught out on that top lane. And almost happened again there. You saw the team rushing towards him. Mega Zero was a long way forward on that turret. They're going to have to give this one up. There's nothing they can do to prevent this turret going down. That's going to be the 7th of the game for Dignitas. And now the pressure on towards this top lane is going to be very strong here. You can see Skara's got the Baron buff on him still, as has I'm a Cutie Pie. The rest of the team, they don't have it, but honestly, it's not actually a tell lie. Patoy has it as well, which is probably going to cause a problem because he's got a lot of ability power now, picking up the needlessly large rod as well.
So I'm guessing Death Cap,
245 AP.
245 ability power on Ajana. He's got really, really big shields. Of course, he's just still scaling throughout this game. Monsoon now hitting for 236 per tick. He's got basically 1,000 hit point AoE heal. There's a flash crescendo. They're going in on a Cutie Pie.
Heartbeat goes in for it. The flash crescendo, but he's already dead nearly. It is I'm a Cutie Pie and Skara they went for, and as you mentioned, they're just too tanky right now. Heartbeat off of the side. Requiem's going to come out, but it's not going to pick up a lot because already Skara's cleaning house. And again, the Zhonya's Hourglass. It toys with Clanky D. He comes sliding in, but it's not to be. The Entonso is down, which means the field is completely open for Dignitas to run up the middle. They're going to take down the Nexus turrets, and it will be the game. Mega Zero gets pulled in, he gets poked, he gets caught out again, but it doesn't matter because it is all about the Nexus going down. It's Dignitas with the win. They do take the first win of the day as well here in the NALCS. Are they over their troubles of MLG?
It seems to be, and they are 150 IP richer for the first win of the day there. Great job.
Oh, God.
You said it. You brought it out. It's your fault. But again, absolutely great play by those guys. They definitely played it strategically sound. It looked like the standard Dignitas, right? Pushes everywhere. Really good ganks. Good pressure overall. Great map presence as well. I really got to say that's a big point there. But they played it strategically very, very sound. They were against a late game team, but took all their early advantages. And you saw things that weren't even ganks. It was Crumb saying, yeah, I'm going to push top lane because we want to kill a turret because we know we'll get the turret. A champion's only worth, you know, what, 450 gold? A turret's worth 750. Heck, turrets are good things to gank too.
Well, he took the middle inner turret pretty much on his own as well. You know, he did lose his life there, but he came back and got it again. So it's like, no, that's my turret. And he did take it. So massive advantages. Of course, we do have a replay coming up of that final fight.
Yeah, let's actually break that one down. I want to see exactly what came in right there. And so you see, Marn have been kind of grouped up very, very heavily. Watch the initiation. Scar is going to find a heck of a lot with Crumbs there as well. And it's Echo going down to begin. Watch Scar. He does not even go in right away because he knows Echo's so threatening. He goes into the end for the assassination. Zonia's is immediately after that, which just lets him never get brought down. And then he goes for Neon Tanso. Scarra waited to only find the right initiations, waited for Crescendo, waited for Equalizer, found the found the initiation kill on Echo, found the cleanup kill on a Neon Tanso. That's how you play Diana in a hectic AoE team fight. You wait on the outside, come in late, pick up the important kills.
Yeah, and you saw him go in, and he got that moonfall on 3 members of Marn, which in itself is just, boom, pulled you straight in. So fantastically played out by Dignitas here. Superb play, really. I mean, is there anything in the play? I mean, Marn, they were kind of pulling into it, and then they just got caught out in a few situations. And that seems to be the real difference between the top-level NALCS teams and the bottom at the moment.
Yeah, you get to these like high tense, like, you know, super tense, like high impact moments where you don't know what the right call is because you haven't been in those crazy situations enough. And yeah, the call to say, oh, we're going to go trade inhibitor while they take Baron, they underestimated how long it would take for Baron to go down. They underestimated home guard boots. Like, contesting Baron was fine there. They had 5 members. The rumble ult was up in like 10 seconds. They would have been okay to say, yeah, you know what, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. It looked like GGU versus Curse way back in the beginning where they said, guys, we can dive the Nexus. Shoot, no, we can't.
Yeah, and of course, you think back to really the few little plays that turned it. It was about they dived on Patoy, so that ulti had used, bam, a Dignitas turned it into a 4-on-2 advantage. Again, Heartbeat, sorry, I keep calling Heartbeat. To be fair, Heartbeat missed quite a few crescendos, although saying missed is harsh. Maybe it's the reactions of PewDiePie flashing out of them, seeing them coming. I mean, that's...
You can flash crescendo.
That's like a couple of seconds. Milliseconds, isn't it, really, to be able to do that?
Yeah, so basically every spell in the game has a quarter-second cast time. So anytime you see a Sona flash at you, you're like, she's flashing for a power chord. Like, no, she's flashing for crescendo. So you see her come in. You've got at least a quarter second, and then you've got the actual travel time of the crescendo as well. And, of course, props to PewDiePie. He did a very good job of, again, reading the situation, flashing out. But, yeah, that's key. He's looking for it. If he doesn't have flash, we'll kill PewDiePie. Okay, shoot, now I'm overextended.
Yeah, and of course, Heartbeat getting it. Keep calling Heartbeat. Mega Zero getting called out in that top lane was definitely the key. It kind of opened up the middle for them. And the inhibitor went down after that.
Exactly. And I think that's part of what pressured them to try to steal that middle inhibitor away as well. They said, guys, we're going to lose pressure on the map. If we sit here and dance for Baron forever, minions will push our base, and that's going to be a really big difficulty for us. So let's try to trade things. Maybe we'll get a big lead out of that. It didn't happen, unfortunately, for Marn. But, it was a nice try.
And you got to think, this is Marn. This is a new lineup for Marn here as well. There's been a lot of changes in that lineup. Neon Tanso's first game, how do we think? He did a very good job, I thought, on Vayne.
Yeah, again, losing team. His team is down 11 kills. He still went 6, 5, and 7. Again, I called Vayne versus Kate a pretty rough match. He was rocky in a couple points in minions, but you pointed out a couple times he was ahead. Still ended 292 to 281 in minion kills. So again, overall, had a very strong performance there. But yeah, it was more strategic in terms of, I think, where Marn fell down. But they certainly showed they can hang with the best of them.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we're going to have an interview with Crumbs from Dignitas, and then it's time for our second match of the day, which will be TSM versus Complexity. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us here is Crumbs from Dignitas. Another great win for you guys, chasing that top of the league that you gave up at MLG. I mean, let's talk about the game straight away. Let's not mess around. In fact, no. I want to talk about MLG because I can see the grimace on your face the moment I mentioned it. It was a rough patch for you guys over there.
It was. You learn. I just want to remember what we learned and not how we learned it. So let's just keep it at that.
What'd you learn?
How not to. What Odie says, you need to learn how to lose before you learn how to win.
Oh,
so
we
learned how to lose pretty bad.
Well, I mean, we saw the video at the start about MLG. You talked about the distractions that you get. Is that simply a case of you guys have got so used to now the studio environment here in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I prefer the studio environment. It's more professional. It's like you go in, you do your thing, and then you get out and you go back to practicing it. And then MLG, you have all these things that you can do at night. You can do even while playing in the game. So you know you can get a bit carried away, get off track, and sometimes you have some days that you have less willpower. So,
which is interesting because I remember when the studio environment was set up, a lot of the players were like, "I want a big crowd. I want a thing." They all know they got used to it. And now you guys have kind of just got used to the environment. So you really enjoying it playing it here. I mean,
I do.
You looked pretty much in your element there.
Yeah, I really like it here.
So let's go into the game. Pick some bans straight away. They didn't give you Kale this time around, but they did give you Diana. It seems to be what Scarra falls back on, and Elise, more importantly, which is something that we either see Elise or Singe from Kiwi Kid. Both were available. Went with Elise, though.
We were very surprised they let us have Elise. Elise is such a champion that everybody's picking it. It's really overpowered right now. It's got everything that you could want in a champion, pretty much. You can use it in any comp. It has multiple roles, everything. It's just so good, and we just couldn't pass the opportunity to not play it. We wanted to, from the bans, we decided we were focusing on top lane. We banned Renekton, Shen, and Aurelia, so 3 top lanes. And then with the first pick Elise, that's taking another top lane out of the pool. And then they picked the top lane early, which maybe if they banned Elise, we would have taken Rumble, perhaps, and further denying top lane even more. So I feel like the game is at a point that there's so many overpowered or just strong champions in general that you can't afford to say, oh, I'm just going to drop one ban here on this champion, one ban over there and here. I think like you just have to focus them all on one person or on one strategy so that you actually have a more defined goal of how you're going to play the game.
So that's why you focused on Mega Zero, I guess, at the start. You pretty much pinned him out and said, all your champions, no, you're not having them.
Yeah.
And Freaky, you mentioned it in the picks and bans, like how you think he's a fairly shallow pool of players.
Yeah, like why did you ban Mega Zero specifically, or why ban top lane specifically this time?
It's a champion is a player we know most about, and the one that we know has a champion pool, a defined champion pool that we are aware of. So doing that, you know, it's a lot easier to play. For instance, they recently picked up Nintanso, and is such a new player, you just don't know what he's going to be playing. And then they switch support roles, you just don't know what he's going to be playing. It's all a bunch of things like that. And having players that have a set champion pool makes it a lot easier to ban them out. Or not just ban them out, just put them into a champion that you know they're going to be playing, so you know what you're going to be up against. Therefore, you can practice playing against that.
Cool. Knowing what you know now, playing Marn with his new lineup, would you change anything next time?
What do you mean?
Like, so you'll play Marn another time in this season.
Yeah.
What would you change?
Oh, I don't know about. I have no idea.
Okay.
I want to go in towards Nasus. You guys have picked it up. Europe have been, I feel, fairly slow picking this champion up. You're fairly quick picking this champion up, but the American scene slowly moving towards it. What are the benefits you see from Nasus, say, over, I don't know, the likes of Volibear or other junglers you'd go with now?
Wither. That's pretty much it.
Wither.
Wither. 95% attack speed, so that's so detrimental. That's pretty much a stun that you don't even have to aim. You just Wither.
So is that why you didn't, Patoy didn't take Exhaust, because you were withering on the Entonso all the whole time?
I'd rather not speak into that, since that's kind of, you know, you want to keep some strategies to yourself and all that, but no, just Wither in general is such a strong skill against AD carries, and pretty much everybody in general, even the Karthus wouldn't like to be Withered. So
yeah.
Think about it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Took him away from it. How do you think the game went itself? I mean, did it go to plan? You just exercised the standard strategy, take all the outer turrets, working towards the inner. You pretty much took the inner turret on your own in the middle. Bottom lane, the rest of the team were there. Everything went to plan, as it were. I mean, we thought, oh, Mana got a late game team. They're taking their time on this one.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought I was taking too much time, but just going against Karth is such a pain because he can shove so fast. So I think that's why we went a little bit more cautious, because having them have Jarvan, who is sort of a long-range ganker, with the Karth's Global and their Rumble ulti that's such long range, you have to be a bit more careful how you tread around the enemy's base.
Cool. So looking forward to the rest of your season here. We've just passed the halfway point. You're in a second place. How are you going to retake first?
Winning. That's pretty much it, winning.
All right.
I mean, that's the obvious answer, really.
I can't see any other way.
Yeah, I mean, so do you think it's going to be down heavily to your matches versus Curse?
No, this is going to be to every match. We have to win all of them. It doesn't even matter if we beat Curse or we lose against them. We have to win the majority.
That is the truth as well. You're going to have to keep on top of it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for Team Solo Mid to take on Complexity. Laudamornis of Complexity had a great week at MLG. Let's see which member of TSM he's targeting today and why.
TSM is just one of the oldest League of Legends teams, like, ever.
They came into the season a little weaker, but they picked up steam and they look like a pretty dominant team. Playing against TSM in scrims we're okay, but like when it comes to LAN, we're not experienced, so it's gonna be pretty tough. The person you really like to get behind in gold is Reginald, because he makes their calls and you want to get him out of his game.
They never really give us a tough time, and that's pretty much what I think about Complexity.
We're just gonna see who brings their game.
Let's see who brings their game, and that is the big question, of course. TSM was the only team at MLG to defeat Complexity last week, but as many of you may have heard, Chaos is taking a break from the team, and now Wild Turtle will be filling the AD carry role for TSM. Freak, how do you see this one affecting the team, especially, that duo lane, and how it's going to affect this match?
Well, it's really, really interesting because TSM had just celebrated their 1-year anniversary of a stable lineup. March 13th was the day that Dyrus joined as a top laner, replacing the Rain Man, and they had a slew of victories with that new lineup change, and it worked really, really well. And then here they have another sub coming in here, right? They've got Wild Turtle in there. Now, Wild Turtle is actually really, really good, and he actually has a history as a sub. He played for Legion in the mid lane at IPL Face-Off, brought them to second place. Scar was tweeting him dude, that Gragas, how do I play Gragas? like Scar, who's known for Gragas, Wild Turtle, teach me your ways. So, I mean, he can definitely show up and perform really, really well.
Yeah, and of course, Dyrus versus Nick Wu in that top lane. It wasn't too close, really.
No, last time these guys fought, just a week ago, it was actually a pretty rough matchup. TSM did a really, really good job there. Dyrus especially had a really good match. And that was kind of how these teams match up. There's always one thing that happens that pulls TSM ahead of Complexity. The first time these guys matched, it was a very close game throughout. It took a while for the first kills. It was a very, very equal game, but it was Reginald Xerath that would bring someone to 10% health, force them out of the fight, and say, okay, 5v4, we get Dragon, or oh, we killed you, we can start Baron, or okay, you've been forced out, we can push a turret. Again, last time it was Dyrus just squeaking ahead slightly. It's always one thing that pushes TSM ahead.
And it tends to be the thing between the top laners. Once you got that advantage, you just absolutely crucify them. Of course, Laudamornis, he's kind of the key guy for Complexity. It's the guy we've been focusing on. He's got his Rammus hat on today. Do you think we're going to see a Rammus?
I don't know. We haven't seen him much overall. I know Cyanide plays him a little bit. We've got a couple of guys who bring out Rammus once in a while. But certainly his big thing is counter-ganking, being at the right place at the right time. If you go back and watch his matches against Dignitas, the very first game at MLG, he was basically there in time to stop Crumbs.
Two double kills, wasn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. 2 double kills by 7 minutes in, reading the situations, showing up over and over and over again. Even if his other teammates would lose one-on-one fights, he would show up and he literally just repeatedly double killed and carried a game on Cho'Gath of all champions. And he just is such a high impact player for Complexity. He's got to be on point and find the odd one.
So, speaking of the odd one, let's check out the lineups, of course. The blue side, it is going to be Team Solo mid. It is going to be Dyrus in the top lane. The odd one in the jungle, Reginald in the mid. Wild Turtle, you can see him there, all happy. He's the AD carry today, and Xpecial has his support.
And of course, on the red side, we do have Complexity. Nick Wu in the top lane, Laudamortis in the jungle, Chuper that mid laner, Brunch Yu and MIA on AD carry and support.
So, picks and bans, what are we thinking between these two teams? Bearing in mind, it's just only been 1 week past since they played each other. TSM's so strong in that game, really. It was not a close matchup.
No, I mean, and what we've seen really is that Nick Wu, we can't call him like the Instalock Z player anymore. We've talked about that one a lot, and he's let that champion go 2 to 3 times in a row now. And so I can't really predict that as a ban. It seems like no one's really respecting that pick anymore. We've seen him actually pick up Rumble a heck of a lot. Kind of over and over again, and we say that Rumble works pretty okay on low farm. He's got that equalizer no matter what. He's pretty impactful, but he's still just had a rough time in lanes. Like, you still don't want to be down 50 minion kills on your opponent. Even if you'll perform, you're letting your opponent farm. It's a kind of a rough place to be. Cheaper's been running a lot of assassins. Kha'Zix's been in there a whole heck of a lot. Of course, we've known that Reginald can play assassins as well. So the only thing I can really predict successfully, I think, here is that Brunch Yu has been playing long-range carries over and over again. He's been Varus and Caitlyn pretty much nonstop.
Varus and Caitlyn, well, we do see the complexity on your screen. They did see them earlier on in the show. I'm talking about MLG, and, you know, how much do you think that grows on these players? The fact that they've come into these big events and now suddenly they're finding themselves these stances. Not always just TSM, CLG, which has been for the North American scene for a heck of a long time. Suddenly these teams, your Complexities, your Vulcans, they're turning up at these events and everybody knows who they are now. So is that going to affect them sort of mentally, you know, as a player? It's like, whoa, actually, I am in the big time now.
Yeah.
I am at their level. I'm not this guy that's trying to struggle to get in there. I am actually at their level, and everybody knows who I am now.
It can be interesting because traditionally, like in Season 1 and Season 2, you would show up to in-person events, right? Like, look back at current GGU, back when they were Team Dignitas, or Team Dynamic, back when they were Monomaniac, right? They show up as a nobody, and they get fourth, and they get a little bit of fans. They show up again and get fourth again, and they kind of grow more fans over time, and so they get their, kind of a stable rise. Or people here, they're in a studio, they're not in front of a live audience, and then suddenly they come to a major tournament, and they've done all that rising in private, more or less, and suddenly they're up here as big fan favorites, and people care about them a whole lot, and like, whoa, and it actually is more of a shock than normal, and that actually can, you know, shake you up a little bit. Of course, they're back in the studio here. Again, you talked to Crumbs, and he said he just kind of felt at home, felt nice to be back in the studio. I think that's kind of true for these guys, that they'll play a strong game.
Well, I mean, it's only natural that they get used to their environments as well.
Sure.
You know, once they're used to playing in a set environment, the fact that they don't have that crazy cheering going on when they create that first blood, they actually can just focus on their team game as effectively as if they're at home.
And it was interesting, too, because, going to MLG, right, and it being different, right, and a little bit shaky, Complexity of all teams performed among the best there, right? They had 2 really, really good victories there in a foreign environment. One of them against Dignitas, who have been all over the world. Like, they've competed in foreign countries and
been in
really
Korea,
well.
they've been in Europe, been in
exactly.
In fact, they were in the World Championships in Intel Extreme Masters, so they've been everywhere.
Right, and then again, Complexity is a team that says, well, not a lot of us have a lot of LAN experience, but screw it, we'll beat Dignitas, no big deal. And so certainly they're a team that's prone for upsets. They have great performances, and they seem to really not care about the surroundings too much either. So, you know, even though on the site, again, lolesports.com, you guys can vote on who you think is going to win. The top 4 teams always end up being the favorites as far as the votes go, but Complexity, again, time and again, we see them have a really good shot here.
Well, you say the top 4, but I'm already seeing, I've seen it in the European scene, and I'm seeing it in the American scene. You know, even the teams that at the very beginning of the season, everybody's like, well, they're just going to get dunked. They're going to be right at the bottom of the pile. But they're all picking up wins. Everybody is taking wins off everybody. The only team that's really kind of stayed away from being beaten by the lesser teams is Curse, I feel, right now.
And that's really the funny thing, too, is when you look at the season to start, you're like, oh, yeah, well, it's a CLG, and it's TSM, and it's Dignitas. Like, they've been the top 3 in North America for, like, almost literally ever. And they've all taken a backseat to Curse, who are like, I mean, we expect them to go through the qualifiers, but, I mean, they're the 4th team in North America. Like, they're pretty good. And it's like, no, they're the best team in North America. And, you know, even Dignitas, right? 2 losses in a row at the start of the season. Came back up to first, now at 2nd place. And then, pretty much every one of the bottom 4 teams has beaten someone in the top 4. Again, only Curse has really failed to get upset so far. Like, these guys can beat each other repeatedly, and the only thing you see that's different is consistency.
Yeah, and the one thing that we did hear about that we're going to have to touch on is the temptations of MLG, and that is something that's affected TSM. Chaos is not here this week because of those temptations.
Yeah, he went out. My understanding of the reports is he went out partying a little bit. Like he went out giving a couple of his friends some tours instead of practicing like on game day, and that's always kind of a rough thing, right? Again, Crumbs talked about it. You talked about it. It is a big deal. I mean, I used to compete as well, and having roommates come in late at 4 a.m. and to the hotel room and be like, well, I was out partying, drinking, whatever, and it just disrupts you, right? Like losing sleep just ruins your mental state. Like a lot of things can go wrong at a live event. Sometimes it's your fault, sometimes it's someone else's fault, but you've got to persevere through it. And again, TSM, they are professionals, right? Their job is to play League of Legends. They have their own house. They are salaried. Like this is what they do for a living. And to kind of throw that away and kind of slap it and say, actually, I'm just going to go mess around today. Haha. Like it's kind of like, even if it was their choice to say, no, KX, you're benched, you're not putting in the right effort, like, in my opinion, I think that's the right choice by them, that they should say, hey, you need to take this seriously or you don't get to play.
Which is a big deal, and it's also a big pressure on that guy on your screen right now, Wild Turtle, and technically, Special as well. I mean, he's the support. He's played with Chaos for as long as I can remember. I mean, you talked about a year lineup, but he was way before that. It's probably a 2-year lineup now. That he's been playing alongside Chaos easy.
It's been a very, very long time. I remember watching streams like back when KX first joined, like, months and years ago, really. And that is one of those big, stable bottom lanes. And it's not the explosive bottom lanes you see from someone like Doublelift, where it's like, it's the Doublelift lane, and he kills things with Vayne all the time. But they had always been very, very stable. You'd always seen them put up good numbers. Like, I couldn't easily define their playstyle aside from, like, it's safe and it always works. But they had always put up numbers. They'd always put up good stats. They performed excellently, and they had just such a great mental game on how to play, right? They always played every lane correctly, even if they weren't exploding kills or, again, being Doublelift basically, who's just like the one guy who kind of takes over games by himself. They were always so successful. So Wild Turtle Special, doesn't even sound the same. Like KX Special, they share an X, you can kind of say it together. Wild Turtle Special, it doesn't roll. It's more of a square than a circle. It doesn't roll as well.
And he has to round those edges off. Wow, look at the big yawn on X Special there. It's been a long night for him, and maybe he's been having thoughts about this match as well. I mean, you've got to think what's going through his mind right now. But obviously, we've seen, the sad hamster. I think it's safe to say he's not been happy of late. Things are not going well in his life, and now he's got his partner in crime stepping out for the week, and it plays on these guys. So it's the support guy is a big part of a team.
It can, and it really depends on how strong he is in his mind, because certainly I think everyone's been in a game where they're just distracted, something's going on, and you can't focus, and you just miss things. You missed a guy running through a ward, you miss a timing on something, you forget to buy an item properly. Like, you can lose your focus and just make stupid mistakes you would never make in a normal day. And sometimes you can shut it all out and say, it's game time, and you just play. And it just depends on the person. It depends on how severe any of the issues are. And I don't know, right? I don't know Special all that well. I'm not inside his brain. I'm not telepathic. Sadly, I did not evolve that. It just depends. Like, he might just be able to block it out and persevere and play 100%. And we'll see. We're in a champion select.
So, picks and bans. What are we thinking? Bans straight away.
Well, I like the trend, the obvious trend of Kale. We've seen Autumn play a lot of Sinjao and Jarvan. Those are a big one. I'm going to guess, Nikwu Rumble, Chuper Kha'Zix, Brunshu on Kate, or Varus. Mostly Varus. I think like the Varus Rumble combo they really, really like. They get crowd control to make sure the equalizer hits. And we're seeing a lot of good target guns. Renekton and Elise, great top laners to get rid of.
And we're seeing a lot of Thresh bans coming out. It's something we've touched on in Europe a lot, of the supports actually say, I don't think Thresh is that strong. It's more about the player. If the player can play it, then it's definitely a ban, but there's not a lot of supports that can.
It's interesting because, he's not like he's overpowered in his own right or whatever, but in a highly competitive, like, super hardcore team with a lot of mechanical skill, he just does crazy things. I think it was a Dignitas game, actually. This was their last one against Good Game University, was it? I think their victory. Like, Cutie Pie got away with 12 health like 14 times from Lanterns. It was like, you just would not go down with 200 health left over and over and over again. And it was just like so heartbreaking to see. you know, I guess on GGU's side, we're going through, of course, the last few bans. Complexity, they are really targeting Dyrus right here. If they leave him, wow, they're getting rid of Draven. So they've at least done some research on Wild Turtle and Noah's champion pool. They've removed Draven from him.
Yeah, so let's see what the first pick will be. As Dyrus has that choice. Of course, it could be any lane. Top lane has been one of the first picks a lot lately in pretty much all of the teams, I think. I'm even thinking back to the Korean teams. They always used to go for the Singed when it's available.
Yeah.
Dyrus has talked about Singed a bit, saying how it's his main champion. You know, I hope nobody's been watching because I really want to play it. But we do see the Card Master coming out. 87.5% win ratio already. Yep. Pulling that stat out. It stayed in the old noggin.
Yep. He's 7-1 so far in the North American LCS. And again, at MLG, Reginald said, if I can get Twisted Fate, I will pick him, I will play him. And they first picked that. And it's always interesting to see when people do first pick solo laners, because it always puts you in a situation where the world is open for counterpicks. The only mid laner, or only common mid laner, even removed from this lineup here, is Kayle. So the world is open for Complexity to pick anything they want to shut down Twisted Fate. And Reginald says, yeah, that's fine. I'll play him.
And the sad mummy might come out. Loudermorn is hovering over that one, locking it in. So we will see him on the Amumu, and Lulu being picked up as well by Complexity.
This is interesting because Complexity is opening very safely here. Now, they have given away a little bit from the jungle. They know that strong counter jungling will be very effective against Amumu. He doesn't duel very well, so if he sees a Xin Zhao or a Lee Sin, he's got to be, okay, your jungle, I'll back off, I'll let you take that one. But it does set up for really strong team fighting. We saw Marn go for a similar strategy, team fight-centric sort of lineup. That is what Mumu means here. With TSM looking for Caitlyn here, that's actually very, very smart. And the Shen, these are both great choices because you can split push to break apart a team fight comp. And you've got a long-range Caitlyn who will never get caught by Curse the Sad Mummy. And so Wild Turtle will get free damage out all game.
Simply reacting to the picks then straight away here, TSM. Showing their experience, so we do see Dyrus on that Shen. Of course, it could be the odd one. It could potentially be the odd one, but I'm expecting it probably will be Dyrus. We'll see what Complexity pick out here. They've got their AD carry selected on TSM. They know what they're up against. The question is, will they be up against it? And we've seen a lot in the North American scene of split pushing. Kog'Maw potentially going to come out. Zed is going to get locked in for Nick Wu.
So they are going to like the Zed pick coming through here. Thing is, he will be able to get onto Caitlyn, but it's a Caitlyn with a Shen on the team. That shield will really, really help her in not getting bursted out by Nick Wu's combos. So, you know, I still think that Wild Turtle will be safe here. But they have shown that TSM is not a very assassin-heavy lineup. Twisted Fate doesn't participate all that much on the backline in team fights unless he goes Zonias and just dives it hardcore with his ultimate. Shen, again, the same way, does not put out a lot of damage on the back line. And so they can actually reliably play something like Kog'Maw and say, yes, you know, I'll be alive here. You guys won't kill me first. I'll bombard your front line.
So the odd one looking like he's going to be a man and take Xin Zhao. Sona also being hovered over by X Special. When he locked that one in to choose alongside Caitlyn, wouldn't surprise me. It's definitely a strong poke lane, and we have seen the odd one on Xin Zhao a heck of a lot.
It's just really, really strong, and again, he's going to have a really good time heads up against Loudermorn. This is a Mumu. Xin Zhao will win a one-on-one duel in almost all scenarios. He'll tend to outgank him as well. Mumu has better clear speed and slightly better team fight presence, so we'll see if it gets to that stage of the game. But there's, of course, a lot of early game pressure available here for TSM. I would expect Complexity to lane swap this. I don't think Lulu Kog is going to do well against Kate Sona. And so we'll see what kind of games arise from that. But we're looking for their last, presumably mid-lane pick here. They know he's going to be heads up against TF, unless they go for a 2-on-1 swap.
So what would you go with? What would you pick?
I mean, they're looking to be very team fight based. It's difficult because they can't stop Shen's ultimate at all with Zed. Honestly, something like Orianna would work here because they could just play Protect the Cog and fight 4v5s with just Kog'Maw and Kiting and Lulu, Kog'Maw, and Mumu. So Ori works there. If they go Diana, that says, okay, look, you and Zed will just go and try to kill Kate. Cog, you're kind of on your own, and Mumu is going to be all the appeal you get. We'll see if it works.
Yeah, we saw in Europe they had a Cassidin alongside a Zed before. It was Fnatic that ran that one. Very much a gank strategy. what I want to know is, why would they go for the Kog'Maw over the Misfortune when they've got the Amumu in there?
It's just a different sort of play style here. Like, they could go for an area of effect teamfight kill, but because they grabbed Zed, they're looking more for single target. Kog'Maw's more self-sufficient when, like, Shen gets up in his face than Misfortune, who has basic attacks that aren't nearly as powerful. So they're not trying to burn down TSM's lineup all at once. They're trying to send Nick Wu and Chupa towards Caitlyn, and they're letting Brunch Yu kill Shen or Xin Zhao, and then kind of work at it from both ends.
So what do we see? Okay, as it is laning out, Wild Turtle for his first game of TSM, first official game, is going to be on Caitlyn alongside MX Special. I think we're probably going to see standard lane setups here, with the bearing in mind TSM do have that Twisted Fate. He's going to stick around that mid lane for a while at the start.
It's interesting because it's hard to say. I don't think Twisted Fate's early game, it feels a lot like Karthus, basically, where it's unsafe, a little bit hard to last hit under turret, actually more so for TF than for Karthus. He's able to get bullied around a little bit. So Complexity could send 2 mid and just shove TF around and really make his life difficult. And then Diana can just, again, they're on red team, they can give Diana that blue buff at the bottom lane and just let him just survive and try to last hit with Crescent Strikes. Like, that's probably an okay setup overall. And again, I think they want to give Kog'Maw an easy lane. I think he will have a terrible time trying to fight against Kate Sona, and if they are in that situation, it's bad for Complexity.
So overall, who do we think has the advantage after those picks? Obviously, we know Kog'Maw's a late game champion.
Yeah.
He's going to try and get to that point. Are they going to be able to get there with TSM's lineup?
I really like TSM's lineup. They have 2 global teleports with Shen and Twisted Fate. They've got a great ganker in Xin Zhao, and they can gank for any lane there, right? They've got a lot of crowd control to add to any lane. They can gank for Caitlyn Sona. They can just all pile into Shen's lane. They can pile into Reginald's lane. Like, no matter what they go for, they're going to find kills most likely. So early pressure from TSM is going to be so high, it might not reach late game.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you have just joined us, this is game 2 of the day here in the North American LCS. Your ears do not deceive you. I am here over from the European continent, and we've sent Jat to France. It's Team Solo Mid as the blue team, Complexity as the red team, and straight away we're seeing a potential invade coming out from Team Solo Mid.
This is going to be pretty strong for them. They've got a much stronger early game lineup. They've got a Shen taunt. They've got a gold card. And MIA is walking right face first into TSM.
He is not going to get away from that one. The Ignite goes down. Didn't even bother trying to burn anything. He knew the goose was cooked and he was a dead man, no doubt. And that was actually given across the Reginald there. Anyone could have finished it off. They purposely let him have it.
That's really, really strong. Twisted Fate's going to scale so well with early game items. Just getting a Sheen out there, a couple Doran's rings out there earlier and faster is so strong. And the funny thing about that gank too was just TSM was just more ready than Complexity was. They both ran their straight as soon as possible, but TSM started first.
They started first, and a little bit of late buy-in possibly from MIA does create that issue for him. So we do see the lanes starting to set themselves up. As it stands, it's potentially going to be Brunch Yu in that top lane against Dyrus. So it will be a 2v1 in the top, 2v1 in the bottom. We do see Nick Wu heading down that way. So it's looking like it's going to be standard switch lanes for North America.
This is going to be a pretty default setup here. They do want to give Kog'Maw that nice lane. Of course, the early double golem's really useful for them as well. It's really the reason you tend to see lane swaps actually is more just to make sure that your AD carry gets to be on equal footing. Wild Turtle, everyone had an easy job in the bottom lane here, and they have sent Shupor towards the bottom, so they're sending actually Nick Wu to heads up against Twisted Fate, which will actually be a pretty decent matchup. He should have good damage there.
And I wonder whether Reginald's actually set up for this one, whether he was
32 armor, he does.
expecting it. He was very well ready, and it's great. It's amazing how much these players read into the situations to see these things. You know, the fact that he was fully expecting to be against Nick Wu.
Yeah, he basically just did I know someone's going to try to screw with me. He did flat armor and flat MR for marks and glyphs, so he's just like, yes, I need to survive the early game. All I need to do is get to the late game and start getting the ganks going, so he itemized early.
They've pinged on towards Laudamonis there. We do see X Special moving up towards it to see if he can try and harass. As it stands, he's going to be going in 2v1, doesn't get in there in time, but did he force the Ignite? Was he going to go for the smite there, or would he have tried to save it?
I don't know. I feel like Laudamonis actually wants a blue buff to jungle. It's just something that Amumu really wants to get his first clears out. Chupa was just trying to go to share experience to try to hit level 2. Problem is, though, they've got no pressure, and so Reginald can go for this back line dive, and he's got to be careful, because here he comes.
And there is the pressure. He's going to come around. He's going to get that stun card down on Chupa, but will it be enough? You can see he's just going to really pressure him away from this one, but immediately he's going to realize there's problems. Chupa's turned around for this one. Laudamonis is coming in, and he's just running straight down river, wants to get the hell away from it.
Of course, he has been spotted. There is a ward right down there. Complexity, actually, Nick Wu getting found out by the Odd One. He's going for a lot of pressure here. Pops on the 3 Talon Strike. Of course, there's no follow-up there for the Odd One. He does not have a Reginald anywhere nearby. Nick Wu attempting for that dive. Again, just could not quite find it. But Latimortis is now playing what's pretty much normal here on 2-on-1s like this, is you basically camp your lane with the jungler, because the shared experience means you don't actually lose much XP overall, and being a 2-on-3 instead of a 1-on-3, you're actually not zoned out very much either, and you keep that turret alive just a little bit longer. We actually want to see how well that top lane is doing. You're now seeing Complexity start their own dive as well. The problem is they've started so much later. TSM will get a free turret, and it will be almost definitely unanswered.
So as it stands, Complexity keeping pressure on this top lane, while that bottom lane is almost certainly going to go down. 5,000 gold between them, and Latimortis is just having to hang around there. Reginald again coming back in with the next wave. Gonna have that slow card, throws it on towards Latimortis, and actually a lot of pressure comes down on him. You see the Piltover Peacemaker coming across, and he's forced to back away. That is going to be the first turret of the game. 2 solo mid picking it up, and that's going to stretch their gold lead. Meanwhile, Dyrus in this top lane is doing a really good job at defending it out. He's managed to keep just half a hit point difference there, because Latimortis has been down that bottom lane the whole time. Odd One, meanwhile, has been pretty much solo in this mid lane. Catches onto doors, Nick Wu gets the 3 Talon Strike down, bounces him in the air. That red buff doing wonders for him, and he's getting a lot of farm as well in this mid lane. 22, you can see CS compared to 12. Of course, Reginald has been missing out. He's only got 9 CS right now, but if you look at Chupa, he's only got 4.
Yeah, it was definitely a conscious choice by TSM there. Something we're actually seeing, I think, a lot different here in North America, really, is that they're basically ganking turrets, right? They realized they were not going to kill Chupa. They're not going to kill Latimortis, but they said, you know what? A 3-on-2, though, we can pressure the structure down. Let's go for it there. And it worked straight up, and TSM are actually still pushing here 2-on-1. Chupa's life still difficult.
And now that Reginald has returned to that mid lane, Nick Wu's trying to get pressure on him, but look at Nick Wu's 44 CS. He's been having a storm in the meanwhile in this top lane. Prince Hugh's going to get caught out. He's surely going to get dropped here. It will be the Odd One, and now MIA is going to have to run away from it, but that Kenyan surprise is going to come out. Dyrus is forced to back off to his turret.
Now, what a powerful gank that was as well. Shen actually managed to pull turret aggro onto Kog'Maw with that taunt. The knockup came so recently afterwards from the Odd One as well. The extra crowd control really meant a heck of a lot there. That was a beautifully orchestrated dive.
So you can see Reginald coming back in towards that mid lane. Latimortis has been trying to create problems, but not able to get very far. This bottom lane in Team Solo mid, they're not switching it up. They're continuing the pressure on this bottom inner turret.
And the only thing that's really saving Complexity right now is that Nick Wu has just a million farm right there. 55 minions on him. He's going to be the force here, so we'll see if that ends up mattering much. Of course, TSM have just so much pressure on the map. And you can see how well Dyrus and Odd One run away from MIA and Brunch. Nick Wu's looking for something, though. I don't think he can turret dive this properly, though. I don't think he'll get it.
Well, he is going to come up there. Dyrus is very low on health, hasn't hit 6. He's going to try and back away straight away. I think we're going to panic here. Will he go for it too early? No, he's just going to back off instead. Realizes he saw MIA, keep a vision of them, and realize they are all backing off. So Nick Wu's going to go back and buy. Let's see what he picks up. Brutalizer straight away, along with that ward. Reginald, meanwhile, has been given a bit of time in that mid lane, as well as Chupa in the bottom to try and get some farm, try and play catch up. 26 to 20 between those two. But 55 to 19 between the two top laners. Is that going to pay dividends for Complexity late game?
We'll see if it ends up happening. I mean, they're certainly basically banking on Kog'Maw, Nick Wu, and Chupa. The one thing about Diana's itemization is she builds like 1 or 2 damage items early and then builds kind of half tanky. They're going on a Wild Turtle, though.
They're going aggressive. He's had to cleanse out of this one, but the bandage toss comes in from Latimortis. They should finish him off here, and it will be Nick Wu that picks up the kill. They're going to turn back on towards X Special. A bandage toss will be back up in a moment. He tries to bait him around. He's keeping Nick Wu away, but now you can see the Odd One. He comes in, forces the flash from Nick Wu. He's going to try and go back on towards X Special, but they're keeping the pressure down, and the Odd One forces them away.
And that was great mechanics by Nick Wu overall. You saw him put the clone down and pull Odd One towards his main body. Waited for 2 hits of 3 Talon Strike, pulled him as far away as possible, then swapped it and got himself away. That was nice. Mechanics there by Nick Wu. It was a good Zed play. And of course, great gank overall by Latimortis. Completely worth it, of course, for Complexity.
Well, Potential ward placement coming out from MIA, but he's going to put it right in the Odd One's face. You saw it go down. The pings come out. They know that Loudermortis is nearby, and the Odd One's setting up for this one. Bandage tosses across. They realize he's there, and TSM are going to try and react to this one.
This is going to be really, really brutal, though. It's going to be close. Here he comes in.
He's going to go straight for it. MIA getting caught out. He's going to get dropped down. Will he be able to get away from it? He's taken so low, but the rest of Complexity do come in. Nick Wu also taking a lot of damage. Wild Turtle pursues, and here comes Reginald. Which one will he go for? He uses the vision to try and catch him out. You can see the power cord slowing down Loudermortis. Piltover Peacemaker catches across him, but they're not going to chase in this one. Hex Special, one more hit on towards Loudermortis. He'd go down, but they do bully them away. Great coverage from TSM.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice pickup there. And the unfortunate thing for Complexity on that steal was that while Loudermortis smited it, he got it low, and Nick Wu last hit that, and then he went down to Wild Turtle. So Caitlyn on TSM is actually wearing the Golem buff here. Brunchy, of course, came back. It was a nice slow, but that was a very well executed sort of counter invade by TSM. It was well played.
So 3-1 currently kills TSM advantage. Turrets very much even 1-1. The goal difference is 1,000 to TSM, and they're pressuring this mid lane, but you can see Complexity. There's 4 of them already coming out for this one. Can they get around the side? Nick Wu with that Fortitude Potion. Oh, he tried to go aggressive on towards Wild Turtle. Does manage to pop him down. Deathmark has gone down on him. He will get popped. Absolute explosion there, and he gets the double kill as X Special goes down.
And he had barely any assist credit as well. The bottom lane, the flashing for Trooper, but it's only a red card.
Oh, and he's going to come in. It's the 3,000 strike. Will it be enough? The shield goes down from Jupe, but he's got no turret to run to. So the Odd One's going to pursue this one, but he's got to be careful. The rest of the team are all collapsing on him. He may get the kill, but it could be to the death of him. Reginald taken very low. Here comes Complexity around the side. Loudermortis running towards him. Reginald's teleporting back. He realizes he might get away from this one. Loudermortis is going to continue to chase on the Odd One. Reginald, no, he's not going to get caught out because that's the ultimate, and it's going to be the kill for Brunchy. Now Loudermortis on towards the Odd One. Can he chase him down? He's going to get to the turret. He can't finish him off, but it's a good trade there, and now it's 4-4 in kills.
That was incredible patience on both sides there, because both Loudermortis and the Odd One had their ultimates ready. If Loud said, you know what, I'll ult you to lock you down and my team will show up, Odd One could have just knocked him right back with the Crescent Strike and been completely fine there.
And the irony is, we said at the start of the show, they've stopped banning Zed away from Nick Wu because they don't fear it anymore, but here he is, 3-1, getting the double kill, but now the Odd One comes in. He goes aggressive, ace in the hole, Loudermortis goes down, Dragon was saved as well, and now you can see TSM, they're going to come in, get the reset, and go for it.
That was a really, really nice play, and Dyrus specifically landed his Shadow Dash to prevent Loudermortis from being able to pop his ultimate at all as well, and that really opened up that fight. That was nicely played.
Nicely played. Nick Wu was off. He was up the top there. I think he was picking red buff up. I didn't quite see where he was going, but Wild Turtle returns back to this bottom lane, keeping up the farm, but that's not great because it's against the Cogmore.
Yeah, that is going to always be the scary thing to think about. We talked about it last game with Marn versus Dignitas, where you're fighting a late game AD carry, more so late game than Caitlyn is. You always got to be aware of that. There's a ticking clock going at all times, kind of in the back of your head that, hey guys, he's going to get scarier and scarier as the game goes on. It is a thing to be concerned about. And, you know, to Complexity's credit, they were holding on a lot better early game than I thought they might have, you know, when you look at TSM's lineup.
It is 1-1 in turrets. The gold is still swinging with TSM. He did go even a moment ago, but the fact they picked up that dragon, they picked up another kill, does take them at 2,000 gold advantage, but that's not that big right now. We do see Reginald back in that mid lane, trying to keep them at bay. Brunchy putting the pressure down on towards him. That turret at half health. Also, there's a lot of free farming going on by Chupa at the top there at the moment. He went up. He's managing to keep him going. So he's actually ahead of Reginald currently in the farm. Reginald, of course, with those 2 kills. But Nick Wu is the big difference right now. He's at nearly double the CS of Dyrus. But Dyrus is effectively playing a completely different game to Nick Wu. Nick Wu has to get those kills. He has to get snowballing, whereas Dyrus is just going to split push his way to victory for TSM.
It's going to be very interesting to watch because basically if TSM gets a pretty decent-sized early mid-game lead, because Dyrus already has a Sunfire cape, he will be a split push monster. It'll be very hard to deal with him. He will constantly pressure down minions, and he'll put a lot of pressure on the map that Complexity must go and deal with, which really hurts their ability to find like cheeky kills in the middle of the game and ways to come back into it. And it tends to stretch a goalie when you've got a good split pusher like that can't really be answered. Nick Wu, though, he's had such a good game, he's pretty much set up to one-shot Wild Turtle kind of whenever he wants. And he can actually pull Dyrus down across the map just because he will be required, this unit will be required to save Wild Turtle in teamfights.
So, as it stands, 5-4. Complexity taking it to them. And this is definitely a different game that we saw at MLG Dallas. I mean, this match was not even close. In fact, I don't even think they got 4 kills at Dallas.
It was a pretty rough one overall, and it certainly snowballed ahead rather quickly. But in this case, we're seeing... It's funny because the early game looked the same, right? It was a bunch of unanswered kills, first turret, no problem. And then you basically saw Nick Wu kind of open up everything. And this is honestly really vindicating for him. Oh my gosh, it just, a blue buff just went right away to MIA. He smited it right before. I don't know if that was on purpose or not.
You can't imagine that was on purpose, unless he's going for a full-on AP Lulu, which he is not, because he's only got 6 CS. That was a definite mistake from Complexity. Reginald, of course, picking up his own blue buff, and the pressure continuing in this mid lane. They are going to try and drive it forward. Dyrus has gone back towards the top to try and deal with Chupa, to try and stop his free farming, essentially. As it is, Nick Wu's continuing on the bottom.
It's interesting from Complexity, actually. Chupa is probably the best single choice here to heads up against a split push Shen. He can stop the teleport with Vacuum. But here comes the initiation in the mid lane.
Reginald diving in. He does. We had a Shen ultimate coming in as well. So everybody diving in towards the middle. But, well, Brunchu gets shielded up there. And, of course, MIA with that blue buff got a lot of cooldowns.
Yeah, he's able to put a lot down. MIA actually had burned his flash as well as Brunchu's cleanse. And that was actually really cool, though, from Complexity overall. TSM burned 2 globals to get, if it weren't for cleanse, what would have been a free kill on Brunchu. So a good escape there by the AD carry. He played that one safely enough. And, of course, you just see the Zed and Diana continually split push and farm up. You're seeing their minion kills really go up.
Yeah, the pings coming out from Complexity there, you can tell they were like, well, the AD carries down here, put the pressure on the mid lane. Chupa immediately comes down, he gets in towards position, and they have done a lot of damage on that mid turret. The ward has gone down. We do see an invade from Loudermortis. He's going to come around. They're diving on towards the bottom lane. The exhaust on Nick Wu does manage to take down. It's going to be Wild Turtle. I nearly switched across. Oh, and can he turn it back on towards the next specialty? Doesn't matter because here comes Chupa. He lands straight on him. Bam! Just explodes him in the face. And now they can pressure the bottom turret as well as the mid lane.
And just to show off, he pressed W and E out of order and still picked it up. Nick Wu, by the way, 1v2 under an enemy turret, killed Caitlyn.
Still got that kill, and that's the difference. I mean, you can see he used the build to cut this in that fight. He's got the Brutalizer early on. He's got that Merc Treads, and he's becoming a monster. And once that death mark's on you, you know you are very much in trouble. Now, I remember seeing Doublelift talking about this, how they should go for the QSS. You don't want to go for it too early, but that's something they've got to look towards.
Yes, the Quicksilver Sash will help so much against that death mark. You really, 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 really need to pick that one up. We'll see when he ends up grabbing it. Caitlyn here has actually picked up, this is interesting, he actually has picked up Infinity Edge here. We talked last game about QtPie going Bloodthirster to try to survive fights like that. I feel like Bloodthirster Quicksilver Sash, though it's very, very low damage, would be one of the best ways to keep himself alive against Nick Wu.
Yeah, he's going to try and burst him down. 6-6 in kills. Gold still only a 2,000 difference, and it is 1-1 in turret, but of course that bottom turret now down to half health. Complexity are pressuring the turrets more than Team Solo mid right now. That middle turret was almost down. Dragon spawning in, well, it's 26 seconds. They seem very early in position here. When they're going to try and ward it out, they are. And TSM, they want to fight for this next Dragon. The question is, who is the stronger of the two? You've got to feel with Nick Wu, if he can get in the right place at the right time, he can take down either Reginald or Wild Turtle, no problem.
Well, they've got about 45 seconds on Dyrus's teleport, and Wild Turtle has no summoners, and Special has no exhaust. So the cooldown state, I feel, is better for Complexity overall, and these teams feel pretty evenly matched otherwise. The only thing that's going to be a real difference here is how much damage will Dragon do in the fight.
Well, Complexity are getting in position for this one, and they are going to be the ones that start out the Dragon. No, they're not. They're just going to go in there and have a poke at it. You saw Nick Wu thought about diving on towards Reginald there. They have got vision of the pit, but not the actual inner area of itself, and that does mean Reginald's going to keep throwing those wild cards out. MIA actually took a full brunt from the Dragon there, which means they're going to have to back off from this one. Complexity already taken a lot of damage. They've got no sustain, so they're having to chug through those health pots and keep them at bay.
The really great thing here for Complexity, actually, is that Reginald doesn't have a blue buff right now, so he's running out of mana, locking these pick-a cards, throwing out wild cards. He's only got 3 spell casts left, basically. That's a rough spot for him. Wild Turtle, though, a great split, actually gets a free turret. Even if Complexity gets Dragon, this was actually a better fight for TSM.
Yeah, you've got to always give the advantage to taking that turret down, and Complexity completely out of position. The experience of Team Solo mid forcing them to take that turret down. And he's continuing to push here. If he shows himself on the inner, you feel they're going to try and go for a fight. He is on that inner turret now, and Complexity realize they've got to react to this.
Well, they do have Lattimore in front. He finds the Oven. They're going to go in.
Oh, it's the bandage toss on towards the odd one, but he hasn't used that ultimate just at the moment. There's the crescendo. There's going to be the curse of the Sad Mommy, and they all stacked up. Wild Growth pops them all in the air. Team Solo Mid getting dropped. Reginald's going to be the target. Chupa gets on towards him. X-Special goes down now as well. We did see Brunchu getting targeted. He does finally go down. It was Dyrus that picked up the kill, but now Dyrus has got 4 members on the backside of him. The Wild Turtle, he's trying to get away. He's backing off, but it doesn't matter. Complexity are going to go for the Dragon finally. An advantage goes to Complexity in kills.
They got a 2-for-1 out of that one. Great initiation. So much damage coming out from Nikwu, and forcing flash after flash from TSM trying to get away. You did see just how tanky Dyrus was, though. A full team, 4/5 of the team of Complexity trying to chase him down, and he was able to escape that. So Dyrus, he is certainly terrifying here. He's going to be hard to deal with. And but yeah, you saw a really good Complexity team fight. That was good from them.
Well, Complexity have to back away from this one. They can't afford to pressure this. They did have the odd one coming in, despite the fact there's 3 members down there, all low on health. Chupa is going to pick up the blue buff. Dyrus, meanwhile, back at the top, back in that split farming style. The advantage currently with TSM in terms of gold and towers. You got to feel that that's going to give them the pressure. Oh, Reginald going aggressive there straight away, but you see Nikwu pulling the damage back on towards him. Reginald's ultimate was used. It does mean that they're going to be down for a while. Dyrus is going to continue pressuring that top lane, but the mid turret's going to go down here. We're going to see Brunchu taking that mid turret, but it's TSM. They are pushing on towards his bottom. There it is, 2-2 in turrets. Can TSM pressure this top bottom turret, though? They're buying time for Dyrus in the top.
He does not have his ultimate at all, though. If Complexity goes for a fight here, they have a completely free 5-on-4. They're just not starting that fight in time. TSM have picked up 2 free turrets, and Complexity's too afraid to start fighting them.
That's just simply great tactical play there from Team Solo Mid, and they do manage to get yet more advantages here. Complexity, meanwhile, are going to clear anything out. Can't see what... Let's have a recap here. Nikwu, 5-2-2 in terms of kills. 2-0-3, though, for Dyrus. He picked up another kill in that big mad dash fight they had a moment ago. It is, of course, Reginald at 2-2-1. Hasn't been able to create too many plays just yet, but they could argue that that ultimately used down that bottom lane did create the opportunity to take down that inner turret. As it stands, though, Chupa, he has got a big farm advantage. He's got the 2-1-2 effectively kill advantage over Reginald as well, so has more gold. Hasn't completed a major item yet, nor has Reginald, though.
And the weird thing that I want to kind of point out here about Chupa is he's playing much more of a utility role as well as they take down this bottom turret. And you just see how much damage he's actually taking.
Can they take it? I don't think they can. Wild Turtle's going to turn aggressive, and now he's going to pop back towards him. Chupa's going to take another tower hit, though, and Wild Turtle does turn it around. Dyrus now chasing on towards Louder Mornings. Can he catch on? One long-range shadow dash might be enough. There's the ace in the hole about to come out. It lands. Dyrus is in range. He gets the full shadow dash torn, and Louder Mornings is going to go down here. We see Dyrus. The odd one comes in with him. Curse of the Sad Mommy was popped, but Dyrus picks up the kill.
That was a nice kill right there. Lulu did have her ultimate available, but didn't quite think he'd need it. But great fight there by TSM, picking up 2 kills just completely for free. Missteps a little bit. That is a Chupa blooper, though, man. He died just 1v1 against Caitlyn.
A Chupa blooper indeed. As it stands, though, 9-8 in kills. There is a 4,000 gold advantage currently building for Team Solo Mid. They have that 4-2 turrets. And I hope everyone watching in Lille is having a good time. It is going to be Nikwu picking up the red buff and the blue buff going across to Reginald as Wild Turtle clears out this top lane. Let's have a look at the farm between the 2 AD carries. You can see 179 CS to 165. It is a gold advantage currently, a big gold advantage I might add. That's a 1,500 gold advantage for Wild Turtle.
He is definitely a very massive Caitlyn here. He's been able to participate in more fights. His team's got more globals, but in the mid lane, here comes Reginald.
Here comes Reginald, and there's going to be getting on towards Louder Mortis, forces him away, but Brunchu comes straight back in and lays down a hell of a lot of damage himself.
Yeah, he is a very scary man. There we go, Chupa finally on the bottom lane. He's been split pushing forever. He's finally finished the Gnasher's Tooth, but I was trying to point out before was that he had not itemized a lot of early damage output. That 1v2 lane shut him down quite a lot. Early on, he grabbed early Mercury Treads and a Home Guard boots just to try to survive a lot more early on. Finally has his first damage item. Now we'll see if he can do anything in fights.
So, everybody back in lanes. Everybody backing off. X-Special trying to keep the wave away. Wild Turtle farming to get out. How are we judging Wild Turtle so far? 22 minutes into this game. He just had a great effectively 2v1 with Jupiter down the bottom.
He's playing mechanically very, very well. The fights have been kind of back and forth overall. I can't really say there's anything that he's done wrong. He's getting dived, and there's not much he can do about it, really. I think he's playing a great game.
Playing a fantastic game, as are Complexity, keeping themselves in it against Team Solo Mid. The team that, honestly, probably at the start of the season, everybody would have put at #1.
Yeah, they were pretty much the favorite North American team from last season. Of course, they won the Season 2 Regional. So, you know, their last documented performance was, yeah, they were the best performing team in North America. So, they're in 3rd right now. They have potential of taking top 2 at the end of the weekend. We'll see if they can do it.
We'll see if they can, with Dignitas already picking up a win in first game of the day. It does seem a little unlikely, but you never know. There's Dignitas versus CLG coming up next, but it is going to be Loudermodest. They dive on towards. Clever use of the bandage toss there, gets across to the Wraith. Doesn't manage to pick up the Wraith though, because TSM actually putting a great bit of damage down here. Brunchu taking a heck of a lot straight away from Wild Turtle and Reginald, and that's potentially causing problems here. They might pressure on towards his mid lane, but they need to be wary of Nick Wu, but he is instead just going to back off. TSM going to go run straight down towards... No, they're not going for Dragon because he's not up for 43 seconds. Is the timing off?
I mean, they just kind of knew they couldn't keep pushing forward right then. They're pulling... I guess they don't need to pull Darius down at all, actually. His ultimate is up. The weird thing about Brunchu here, though, is he's not backed. He has 0 sustain whatsoever. No Vampiric Scepter, no Lifesteal Quints. Doran's Blade will take too long to get his health back up, so he's going to be at half health no matter what in this fight. There he finally recalls back, but it might be a little bit too late. Dragon's coming up very soon.
Dragon is coming up soon. Nick Wu's going to go in towards Dyrus. Let's see who can win out this duel. Dyrus doesn't really want it. He has got that Warmogs and Sunfire Cape though, but Blade of the Rune King for Nick Wu now will definitely put some damage on towards Dyrus, but it would be a long, hard-fought fight. As it stands though, look at this. They're ready and waiting to see if they can go towards the blue buff. Dragon is up. TSM taking the Dragon while they go for blue.
Yeah, they're going to kill it way too fast. It goes down completely for free. Complexity could start a fight here. No, actually, they don't have Nick Wu. They could not. It would be irresponsible. It would be a 4-on-5. They are still pulling Nick Wu down, though, which means this is strange to me because I don't think they can force anything here unless they surround Caitlyn.
Well, we do see Caitlyn going in towards Nick Wu's, heading straight in towards Wild Turtle.
He's
going to go for it, puts the death mark down and gets cleansed off straight away. And now Nick Wu in trouble. Reginald comes in. Doesn't matter because Dyrus was there. And now that means TSM can turn and burn. And Complexity in all manner of trouble. It is going to be Loudermodest going down to Reginald. There's no way he's going to be able to get away from this one. Slowly but surely he will get dropped here. The stun card may come out. MIA is going to come back around here. If they got enough to try and detract him, it is going to be the Glitter Lance, and that should save him. But it doesn't matter. It's going to be the mid turret that's going down. Dyrus eats a couple of tower hits, but he doesn't care. He's tanky enough. Wild Turtle takes down the next turret, and they're going to push on towards the inhibitor.
It's a lot of damage available right here. You saw that Shen ult earlier completely keep Wild Turtle alive. Nick Wu's back up in about 7 seconds here, and Complexity's doing a pretty good job of holding the base alive. Wild Turtle could be in a bad spot. There's the vacuum.
They do manage to try and pull Wild Turtle back. They didn't manage to get the Glitter Lance down, though. Reginald tried to prevent Loudermodest from going back, but they have managed to recall, but it doesn't matter because TSM have gained huge advantages from that one. Complexity gonna try and gain an advantage of their own and push straight down mid.
Yeah, TSM does have 5,000 gold of a lead themselves, 26 minutes in. Ooh, their health bars are low enough. Complexity's going for a stab. They're like completely trying to control the Baron area with a Kog'Maw. I mean, they really could. TSM are blind to this. They already had Oracles recently. TSM does not know. Oddone has to walk face first into the team.
He tried to go for it with the Death Bush down. The Odd One has got the Oracle, forces the flash away. Now they're going to go towards X Special. Bandage toss misses though from Loudermodest.
Yeah, but that was the right play. They got a really, really good bait there. And again, they still know they have ward control. If they get back into the fog of war, they force TSM to blind check this again or give it up.
Reginald's ultimate's going to be up in around about 10 seconds time. He's coming back in. The whole of TSM are off to the side. You see the Baron, it's down to half health already.
They're waiting.
You can see Complexity are very low already. Here comes Dyrus, acing a hold on towards Brunchu. He's going to go down, but the Baron's already dropped. Can they turn it around this one? Loudermodest has still got his ultimate available. Remember, Curse of the Sad Mommy, but they are all pinned in the Baron pit. Chupa does manage to get the move for. Curse of the Sad Mommy goes down. Where is Nick Wu going? It's Reginald they're going to target. Chupa gets him down, but Nick Wu is dropped. He managed to get Wild Turtle down. It is TSM dropping like flies right now. It's a double kill for Nick Wu. It's a triple kill for Nick Wu. And that is an ace for Complexity.
Wow, a 5-for-2 plus Baron. Even Brunchu managed to solo Dyrus, heads up 1v1. An excellent, excellent fight by Complexity. You mentioned that 10-second on Reginald's ult. They were waiting those last few seconds. They knew if they ran in too headlong, Complexity would catch them out. And Complexity used that hesitation so many lower tier teams face check over and over and just die, and higher tier teams, they wait 5 seconds. Complexity used that against them and said, you're going to play it safely because you don't want to throw this game. You're not going to face check this, Baron Nashor.
And that's purely down to the team knowing the exact timer.
I mean,
they knew when it was used, and they said, it's down, it's still down, we've got to do this. And that's just great timing by somebody on Complexity, great calls.
Yeah, they had enough vision from wards that even if Reginald did pop ult and see them, they knew TSM was far enough away they couldn't engage on them off the reveal. They said, okay, we have enough room, we can run if we need to. The scariest thing, though, is that fight where you know you can't all flash the wall. You're like, we've got to fight here. We have no mana. We use it to kill Baron. Guys, I really hope this works.
And you've got to feel maybe they should have peeled away. The moment the Baron had gone, Reginald's ultimate being used, where's he going to go towards? Probably the bottom stack, I'm guessing. Now he's gone up towards the top to clear out that wave. As it stands, though, look at that. Look at that swing that just came around. It was a 5k gold difference. Now it's just 1,000, and that's going to turn around as well because Complexity here all with the Baron on. I think 2 members went down in that fight, but it doesn't matter. Complexity now with potentially the upper hand.
And the thing to point out with his gold lead as well is that TSM has Twisted Fate. He gives bonus gold to his teammates whenever they last hit a minion, and you can see there's a good 800 or so minion kills on this TSM lineup. So that 1,600 gold lead we see right here is just from TF passive. So as far as every other measurement of gold is concerned, these teams are equal right now.
And we see that TF of Reginald. Oh, ace in a hole used, going on towards Brent Shoe, doesn't matter. He'll just manage to get most of that back any second. It's going to tick up. He has, of course, not got the Baron buff on him, so that's one of the members that did go down in that fight. Of course, Chupa continuing to push that top lane. They're going to swing around and take it down.
Well, it's going to be pretty much their prerogative. They know they have control over the map. It's risky for them because they don't...
Why did you go aggressive, man? He's going to get caught out here. Louder Bodies comes in, cuts the sad mommy. Dyrus is caught out. He's going to go down. It's Brunchu that picks up the kill. He went aggressive at just the wrong moment as Complexity were coming out the bushes.
He didn't know the rest of the team was coming through the jungle there. They saw Nikwu at the bottom, said, okay, you know, they can't be diving that hard. They don't have 5 members, but they all came in just at the right time. They burned everything to get that kill. And of course, Nikwu still in that split push. You know, without teleport, just on a split push, it worked for him.
It's working out well for him. He's 8-3, and Reginald doesn't want to get too close to Nikwu because he could aggress. He's got flash, he's got ignite, and we've already seen him go 2v1 under a tower. He could potentially dive in towards Reginald. Reginald keeping well away from that one. Has got the Zhonya's Hourglass to keep him safe, but Complexity, they're working their advantages here very well. It's 5-5 in turrets, and look at Nikwu. He's on the inhibitor turret.
It would be a mistake for Nikwu to really try to dive, though, because Zhonya's Hourglass makes it just so hard to kill someone with the Death Mark. Of course, we see the split push in the mid lane as well. It's very Dignitas style, where Chuper pushes down that mid turret. Yeah, it's down to half health. I mean, this is them trying to close out the game, but it's so difficult because TF Shen are so good at picking crazy fights. Complexity is scary.
Ultimate use from Dyrus on towards Reginald. Reginald got caught out and taken very low, so Dyrus saving his life there, but that means the ultimate's not going to be available. It means that the top lane, they know they're safe. Dyrus comes in. Can he 2v1 against Chupa and Nikwu? It doesn't matter. The odd one is there to save his bacon, and the rest of the team backing off there. Baron buff, I believe, has just worn off from Complexity, so they're going to run away from this one. Reginald's going to come in. He tries to come around towards Nikwu. Chupa there keeping the pressure on. It's like, yeah, come this way. You're going to be in trouble.
And that's a credit to Nikwu there. He is never using Living Shadow in order to farm or pressure a champion. He knows to be afraid of Shen and Twisted Fate. He saved it for the TF ult and got out very, very cleanly. That's one of the things you have to do is just make sure you keep that escape tool as an escape tool.
And for the first time in the game, I believe Complexity now have the gold lead. It's only going to be very short-lived because TSM, of course, with Twisted Fate will continue to keep that lead closed down, but it's going to be TSM pushing up the mid lane, and they realize Baron buff is off. What can they gain from it? They can see down the bottom lane. There's 2 members of Complexity shoving. TSM thinking of going up the mid lane instead. They realize probably can't hold this one.
No, it's going to be very, very difficult for them, though, to realize at least on Complexity's side, their Baron buff has timed out, so we're just at an equal game at this point. You know, the last 4 minutes was Complexity really abusing that Baron buff, split push because they had so much sustain and they were able to do a lot of crazy things around the map. But now we've kind of reset this. We're in a new situation. And actually, to point something out, by the way, this is completely random, but Wild Turtle has actually picked up Executioner's Calling. It's an efficient attack damage and crit item. There's really not a lot of healing on that team, so it's really just there as an efficient damage buy.
Meanwhile, Dyrus is stacking out the armor now. Warden's come out, going towards that Roundians. He's going to be a mean, lean, split-pushing machine if he can get going, but he's 4-2-5, and he's had to use that stand United a few times now to save people's lives, when honestly, they shouldn't have been in that position. Nick Wu in this mid lane, gonna keep on poking. We do see Chupa again, split pushing, so double split push effectively from Complexity, keeping things active for TSM. Now we're moving into late game here, 33 minutes in, you can see the goal, 50,000 apiece. How are you seeing this? We're at 5-5 turrets, everything across the board is as even as it gets.
Well, what we kind of see, and what we called it in Champion Select, was that Complexity picked more of a late game sort of lineup. It's a team with Kog'Maw. Like, it's a late game sort of lineup. The caveat to that, though, is that Reginald has enough items that he can try to play as an assassin and almost sacrifice himself just to try to take out Brunch. And that's going to actually really depend on summoners, because Dyrus, Reginald, and Alvin can all get to him and try to burn him down, and it's up to Brunch to position himself properly and get away from those situations. Nick Wu, he's going to have a pretty easy time getting to Wild Turtle. And so it's really kind of a battle of like whose AD carries get in a worse situation. And that's really what it's going to be about. In most cases, I give it to Complexity, but you never know.
Reginald is on this bottom lane. I tell you what, they're miles away from this one. It is, of course, Reginald and Dyrus. They can get in. I think we just saw potentially Reginald did use his ultimate. He knows they're there, so he knows they're going to lose Baron for this one. They're going to try and harass it, but they're going to try and push the base instead. Complexity are going to lose an inhibitor turret here. And will it be the rest?
Well, they're using Alvin especially to actually try to stop the Baron attempt. Alvin's going to go down for free. They'll get the Baron, but Zed has already recalled back. It's up to him to defend the base.
He's going straight for Wild Turtle as well. He does mean he's lost the inhibitor turret. Wild Turtle's 2 inhibitor turrets gone down. He's on towards the inhibitor. The rest of Complexity have got to back off. They've got to get back, but they're going to lose so much of the base. Just getting that Baron. Nick Wu goes in. He goes aggressive on towards Wild Turtle. Is it going to be enough? No, it isn't. He gets taken down, gets pressured, but now they're on towards him. Wild Turtle goes down. Curse to the Sad Mummy was popped. Here comes Brunch around the side. Dyrus goes down. So that's 2 members of TSM gone down, but it's got 2 inhibitors. It's a great exchange for TSM.
They bought Home Guard on everyone they could that could afford it. Only Brunch didn't pick that up, and they just dove in on that one. Everyone just burning Flash, burning Summoners, burning every cooldown they could, and they just blitzed down Wild Turtle because they knew Sono could not get there in time, and they knew that Alvin was already dead, so they had an obvious 5-on-4 and just blitzed through it.
Laudamon is going to tank this one up. It's going to be this inhibitor. The turret's going to go down almost certainly. Remember, the bottom one is already taken very low as well, so they're going to get on the inhibitor. This could be 2 apiece between these 2 teams. Nick Wu's doing the clearing damage. He's clearing out the team, but they are going to back away from this one. Bottom turret is low. Are they going to have enough to tank it up? They've got 10 seconds before Dyrus and Wild Turtle spawn up here. Chupa, I think it's a split between the team. Laudamon is not going in for this one. They want to finish it off. You can see he's going to put the shield down. They've stretched him across too much. And here comes Reginald. He gets the stun card, but Chupa pops Zonya's hourglass straight away. Brunchu is there. The rest of the team going to go crescendo on towards Chupa. Nick Wu running in. They turn on towards Reginald. He's used the Zonya's hourglass just at the right time. Laudamon is around there at the moment. Hasn't got Curse of the Sad Mummy available. Reginald's solo. Here comes Nick Wu. He's going to join the fight just as Brunchu comes in there, but Wild Turtle's turned it around. He's picked up a triple kill for his team. Goes for the ace in the hole on Brunchu. Doesn't land it, but what a great turnaround from Team Soto Mid.
That was a beautiful fight right there. Reginald, again, initiating it up, and with no ults really available, you just saw how hard it was for Complexity, and Brunch does not have sustain. He desperately needs a Vampiric Scepter because he can't participate in fights anymore. He takes a little bit of damage and is like, what? I'm out. Sorry, guys. He was incredibly afraid of Dyrus there. Just Ignite pretty much forced him away, and the push is still coming now from TSM.
The odd one coming around the side of Nick Wu. There is no Patara, there is no inhibitor. He's going to get the 3-talent strike. He's going to get knocked up. One more shot should do it. No. Brunchu covers him off, but this is TSM pushing in. There is 2 inhibitors down already. There is 7 seconds on the spawn timer, so Complexity should be up in time, but they have TSM knocking on their door.
And Reginald, of course, just pushing that top lane, found the easiest thing available, went in for that very successfully there. And you're just seeing this game, it's just crazy going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Brunchu finally starting what should be a Bloodthirster, but he picks up the BF sword before the Vamp Scepter, which, I don't know, man. I feel like he needs sustain. I really, really do. We'll see how it goes, though. He is 3-3-5 right now. And this game just is as close as ever.
Very, very close stuff here. 17-15. Look at the goal, just 300 between them, 8-6 and turrets, 2 inhibitors down for Complexity, 1 inhibitor down for TSM. Bottom inhibitor turret down very low as well for TSM, so the game is wide open between these teams. Baron is now going to be up in around about, I don't know when did they pick it up last? Where is it? I can see Nick Wu, looks like he's got about 30 seconds, so it's another 2.5 minutes before we have a Baron dance.
41-25.
Dragon is being picked up as well by Complexity. That's going to give them that gold lead once again. Ooh, I tell you what, this is a tight game.
It's going to be incredibly close. This actually feels a lot like Complexity versus Vulcan from MLG as well, where they just had these crazy split push like semi-base trades over and over. Brunch U has finally picked up an Empiric Scepter. Oh my gosh, he's only 300 gold from completing Bloodthirster as well. And of course with that wave, he's even closer now, only 200 gold away. So forget what you knew about late game carries. This Kog'Maw is there already, and he's going to be a scary, scary man.
Going to be a scary man, but he's about 3,000 gold behind Wild Turtle in terms of gold. Look at that. Big difference and disparity between the two. Of course, Wild Turtle did just get that triple kill a moment ago. Complexity now beating out those waves. No way near those waves getting in. So, is this actually giving Complexity the benefit? Because super minions are being fed to them. They're getting a lot more extra gold here that TSM's feeding to them. TSM unable to just take advantage of these super minions pushing in.
TSM are using the bottom lane. They're using Dyrus to split push. Cheaper's going to be heads up. They're actually going to go for it. I don't know if he can outfight Dyrus with super minions there, but it will prevent Dyrus from being able to teleport well. And Cheaper's just going in hardcore.
He might have enough, but you can see the damage being turned around. Dyrus sticking out this one, and now Chupa realizes this is not a fight I can win. 2 super minions alongside me. Reginald's possibly going to come in for this one. Uses his ultimate and Morley to just keep them at bay, and it is going to be, again, another split push dance.
Yeah, going in with super minions there on your back was a pretty scary choice. He did force Dyrus to recall, let his team wave clear, and Dyrus now has to go all the way back through to that bottom lane and continue the split push. So he did buy time for his team, and their inhibs do come back first. So the inhibitors will be back before Dyrus rejoins the fight, and now Complexity has a small window, about 30 seconds to a minute long, of inhibitor lead.
And they have that inhibitor lead. And let's look at the items. Everybody is backing off. Everybody's buying. Let's quickly take a look. The 2 top laners. We can see Blade of the Rune King, Randy and Zoman, Black Cleaver, and Last Whisper for Nick Wu. It was 9-3-4. Meanwhile, Dyrus obviously going that split push monster route. Randy and Zoman's about to be completed. He's got that Phage in there as well, along with the Sunfire Cape and the Warmogs. Let's have a look at the AP carries. You can see for Chupa, he's got a Zhonya's Hourglass. In fact, both APs with the Zhonya's Hourglass, the Rylers, the Nashers, and possibly not sure what he's going to go towards later on there as well. We'll have a look towards Reginald. You can see Zhonya's, of course, Lich Bane. Looks like it's going to be the Rabadon's Death Cap. He's going to be a very scary Twisted Fate coming up soon, but it's the AD carries. They are way ahead in terms of gold at the moment. Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer for both of them, as well as the Last Whisper. The difference being, both with the Berserker Greaves, one with the Home Guard, that's going to be Wild Turtle, and the Executioner's Blade, as you called it. A little bit of a strange one towards this endgame, but it's helping.
He bought it to basically
he's
get
got
a
double
boost of
Phantom
power.
Dancer.
Yeah, he finally sold it for a Phantom Dancer. He basically bought it for a boost of power because Complexity had just got Baron. They're going to be at his doorstep. He's like, this is like a 2,000 gold item I can buy to like just get a boost of power. It's basically like the version of a green elixir, basically. He's like, I just need some items now, complete it, do some damage there. It worked for a while, and of course he farmed so well, he just replaced the item, and now he's got like 85 or something % crit chance. Like, he's now scary again.
So timers from Team Solo Mid here, as you see, X-Special with the Oracle going in to clear out the Baron pit. It will be up in 10 seconds time, and Complexity looking like they're ready to fight this.
They are grouping up, but the problem is Dyrus is split pushing the bottom lane, and there are no teleports on Complexity. If TSM baits them properly, Reggie can teleport and back for the base and close the game out. Complexity can't stand for Baron that long. They'll get 2v0'd and lose their base. So Chuper has to 1v1, and he has to make sure he can Moonfall the Stand United, and that his team can 4v4.
Yeah, he does go back, he clears out that wave. Remember, he's got nothing, which effectively puts his team potentially in a 4v5 fight now at this Baron. Team Solo Mid, they're going down to half health already. And to see finally, Complexity's going to come across, but he's too late. Loudamon in trouble. He's going to have to flash out of this one. The rest of his team are going to come around. MIA taking very low. X-Special's going to get dived, and because the sad mommy being popped by Loudamon and the wild growth on him. Wild Turtle gets shut down. X-Special gets shut down. Wheel of Wireless is all happening. Chupa is fighting off towards the side. Brunchu is going to get dropped. It's the odd one that picks that kill up. Nick Wu taken low. Reginald chasing on towards MIA. TSM can pick this one up. You can see Chupa, he's losing his health. He's losing the fight to Dyrus as well.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be a chase as well. Can he take down Dyrus? I'm not too sure. Nick Wu's going to get singled out. Nick Wu's getting dived on. Chupa's also getting dropped here. He gets the Shadow Dash. Chupa goes down. Nick Wu now in trouble. Reginald comes in. Can he get the stun card? No, he can't. It's the wild card's thrown out. But it was a 3 for 2, and it's TSM with the advantages. They're going to take 2 inhibitors from this.
And of course, they have the Baron buff on the remaining members as well. This will be their base for now, at least. But Nick Wu, remember, he has home guard. He's going to go back in.
He's going to go back in. He does try and get full health, but he still gets knocked straight up. He goes aggressive on towards Reginald. Zonya's Hourglass baited in there. Is it going to be enough? He does get the kill, but he's going to go down. There's not enough he can do to save this one. MIA now in trouble, but the inhibitor has been saved for now. But the odd one's on it, and MIA is doing everything he can to keep them away. It will only be 1 inhibitor traded. That's a good bit of defense work from Complexity.
Yeah, they went on a 1-for-1. Again, they saved 1 inhibitor as well. That's not bad. The top lane minions actually had been pushing the whole way through and got a turret pickup for Complexity. So now you just look at that scoreboard. 1 kill, 1 turret, 1 inhibitor, and 200 gold separate these 2 teams. I mean, we've cast some close games in the LCS. We've cast hour-long games. But dang, this game is ludicrously close.
This is incredibly close, like you mentioned. Wow. The question is, Complexity, they lost that fight. And it was a 4v5, which is a date. Actually, it's a lie. It was a 4v4. I lie.
Yeah.
It's just simply about positioning. Remember, they had no wards down at Baron, so it was a rough fight to go into, and they'd already lost. They'd already lost the Baron, and I kind of question whether possibly Laudamortis, when he went in with the bandage toss, probably should have just flashed straight out and said, disengage, we lost it.
But they found a 4-on-4. They knew they could stop Dyrus, and they had positioning too because Reggie was a little bit split off. And they actually got Wild Turtle at the start. He got completely evaporated in that battle. Which was a huge pickup there for Brunchu. The problem was, because Reggie was off to the side, he actually had a flank on Brunchu. Brunchu got soloed out, basically. Despite killing the AD carry, there was still damage output to hit him, and that was Reginald, who's now got a death cap. He's got Zonya, he's got Lichbane. Brunchu, it's actually going to be hard for him to live. I feel like he needs to grab a Warmog so he can survive that sort of damage output and keep putting out pain, because he's going to have so much DPS, he'll full heal with the Bloodthirster, and he just needs to tank it through.
Such a quick hit and run there on the Dragon from Complexity. They caught TSM off guard, I feel. TSM were getting sort of positioned for that. And we're like, oh, it's already gone. And Complexity have already evacuated the entire jungle area. So they are going to push back on this bottom. It's an exposed inhibitor. And TSM want this fight. The question is, can they take it to them? Complexity have all of their ultimates available. And this is going to be a scary fight for both teams.
Yeah, everyone has full ultimates. I'm counting the flashes, and we have actually only 2 for TSM.
Going for it.
He's going to be able to find the Alvin if he goes for the bandage toss. He doesn't really want to waste too much crowd control on that. Laudamortis takes a bit of damage, but they've got positioning now. They could go for this one. Dyrus is in front.
Dyrus taken very low. Laudamortis still yet to use because the Sad Mommy. There it is. He goes out crescendo. Hits the entire Complexity team, though. Can they turn it around? Wild Turtle out the back, just hitting one after the other. There's a double kill for him. Laudamortis goes in. That's going to feed him a triple kill. MIA strand. That's going to be a quadra kill. Can he get the pentakill? Brunchu 1-on-1. It's going to be the pentakill for a beautiful play. Wild Turtle stepping up. Chaos, you have something to answer right now because your replacement is doing a fantastic job, and that is the game for Team Solo Mid.
Their base is definitely in shambles now. You just look at them, happy to tank these turrets. Yeah, you know, Special and Dyrus, that's going to be all theirs. We actually heard them yelling across the wall like, Zuna, eat your heart out. I was just hearing things through the headphones. TSM, this is their Nexus. That is the game. Congratulations, TSM, in an incredibly hard-fought match.
Wow, what a game. 2,000 gold between the two. Big grin on the face of Wild Turtle. First game for TSM, and he picks up a pentakill at the end. Really well played, but you've got to give the credit to Complexity as well. Fantastic performance by them, but I would question Laudamortis chasing it down, looking for that fight when they could have just stayed in the base, used those boots, used the speed initiation, and maybe just fought them directly on top of the inhibitor.
I thought it looked okay. Like, they came in, they had a decent initiation, because the main thing to think about was that they had a completely safe Brunchu. Kog'Maw was the last one to go down, had free reign to attack the front line the entire time, but as it turns out, I mean, you talked about it all game, the gold lead was always higher for Wild Turtle. He was always an item ahead of Brunch U, and that ended up being the big difference there. That extra Phantom Dancer really gave him a lot of extra damage output, and he killed the front line even faster. Everyone that Complexity tried to assassinate, you had Zhonya's getting used by Reginald. You had just the durability available there. Dyrus with a bunch of health items, and he tanked it through. It was just great by them.
So we do have a replay of that last fight, of course, the pentakill action from Wild Turtle stepping in for Team Solo Mid. Take us through it, Free.
Okay, so once the initiation starts, I want to watch the back line basically not die for TSM. So Dyrus and Alwyn are in the front. They get a nice taunt. That's not a big deal. Initiation starts on a Dyrus, and then watch as basically they don't have the damage output so much. A beautiful crescendo stops the punishment, and there you can see, like, okay, they kill the Alba, but no big deal. They've already killed 2 members already. They go in for Wild Turtle. Look at the Zhonya's there by Reginald. He takes so long to go down that they are able to kill everything else out first. They are able to take everything else out as basically only Brunch U really puts out damage. They got Chuper early on. Loud of Mortis, not a huge damage threat. Nick Wu, his damage gets Zhonya's out, or he has to hit tanks and whatnot. So the other damage sources all get taken out, and then there's just no one left to threaten.
So fantastic performance, fantastic game, but when you compare it to MLG, TSM won that one very quickly and very easily. So, while it's great to see a pentakill on Wild Turtle, is it a great TSM performance?
I think Complexity looked really, really good there. You saw an amazing early mid-game by Nick Wu. You know, they had some good strategic plays overall, TSM, right? They got that turret down early from the Twisted Fate push. They were winning a lot of the early kills. They had good ganks. They played it strategically pretty well. Nick Wu kind of carried the middle 20 minutes there. Chuper just kept trying to farm in the side lane, kept trying to catch up, Brunch U the same way, just kept trying to find farm. Nick Wu carried that the whole way through, and that was really how the game was different. When you look at the prior one, Dyrus shut him down, and Nick Wu had a terrible time. In this one, Brunch U was 1v0ing mid lane for a long time as Reginald was pushing the bottom. And because of that, it was just a different complexity. It was Nick Wu on fire.
Nick Wu on fire. And what sort of, if any, more of an impact could he have made in that game? I mean, he had a tremendous start in that game. We saw him going 2v1 in that bottom lane where he got exhausted and still picked up the kill. There was a number of moments, though, where the fight started and he was a long way away.
I mean, he had to do this weird mix of, like, trying to defend a lane, defend a push, come back in, like... It was a very interesting game and interestingly played by TSM because they've got a split push team. They've got Shen and Twisted Fate, and they tried everything they could just to split up that Complexity lineup and break them apart and make them out of position. I think to Complexity's credit, they did a pretty good job of actually holding on despite that. I think they did a good job keeping everyone together, not getting caught out too terribly much. But I think one of the biggest points was that bottom lane fight where Chuper and Loud Mortis gave 2 kills away to Wild Turtle. They gave him so much more gold than Brunch U had that I think he was able to sort of outscale that Kog'Maw, and that was actually a really big impact there.
A very big impact indeed, and of course it is time for a quick break, but we will be back with an interview with Mr. Pentakill himself, Wild Turtle, and alongside him will be X Special from Team Solo Mid. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am joined, of course, by X Special and Wild Turtle. And straight away, I've got to say, pentakill in your first game for TSM, not bad.
Yeah, I guess it's cool. It's cool. Penta's cool.
Penta's cool. Penta's cool.
Yeah.
You know, we'll get to the drama in a few, don't worry, X Special. I know there's been a lot of things going on with TSM, but let's talk about the game to start with. Picks and bans, anything particular that you saw at the start of this? We talked about it at the start of the show with Nick Wu, you know, the fact that we said his Z, you know, has actually not been bannable, but damn, he started off well again.
Yeah, so we played against Complexity last week at MLG, and he didn't pick Zed, he first picked Rumble. It was a very surprise pick. We figured, I don't know, he maybe not that comfortable with Zed anymore or something, and we came into this game, didn't really think that we'd be scared of him, but it was a bit scary. It was a really rough start early on, and we were lucky to be able to bounce back.
But you had a great start in that bottom lane. You took the tower early on. It's kind of been the standard for North American LCS. Why did you not basically switch around? You know, obviously we saw the Dignitas game beforehand. They'll take the mid, take the bottom, take the top. You guys stayed in that bottom, kept pressuring the inner turret for a while.
Yeah, it's something, I mean, we haven't played with Turtle that much. It's probably like less than 5 games. And we didn't exactly have that communication down, exactly what to do after the turret. It's something we still have to work on, and I mean, having a new player on the team, that's just gonna happen.
Yeah, and you talk about the new player in the team, Wild Turtle. It's great to have you here to start with. You flew in just last night, or was it? Yeah. Yeah. So you guys really haven't had long to practice together at all. No. You are obviously on. You were always on the subs, so you've effectively know these guys. You've played with them before, but how is it for both of you, basically, to become in a new lineup? A, for Wild Turtle to start with, how was it to come into the whole TSM environment?
I thought it was really cool being able to play under TSM, and it's really fun.
Well, it's going to be fun when you get a pentakill, but more for you, X Special. How is it to change partner effectively in that lane when you've been with Chaos for probably 2+ years now in that bottom lane?
It's a huge change. I haven't really played support with anyone else in the competitive scene since like WCG 2011, where I played with Chaucer and we did pretty well. But it's a big change, and I have to relearn how to lane with someone new and relearn like communication. There's a lot of things I don't do at KX that I would have to do at Turtle, which is just like constantly reminding of certain like skills or something. It's just different.
It's different, and I have to ask about the situation currently. You've said KX is having a week break. Is there more than that you'd like to give, or you know, what is the exact situation between you guys?
Yeah. Yesterday, I mean, Game Crib was out, and pretty much it just showed that he kind of lacked a bit of dedication, and he really let us down. TSM has never benched someone for performance issues. We always bench someone for attitude or really just attitude. And Cactus' attitude at MLG Dallas was very upsetting, not just for the team, but for like our manager and just everybody who knows the team. And even then, even the fans, they were very upset with him. So hopefully with this week break, he'll come back stronger and learn this lesson, and hopefully we can continue to improve.
So is this something that's been building up for a while, or was it purely based on MLG Dallas? Because anyone that's watched Game Cribs has kind of seen this building up. Is this something that's been going on for maybe a couple of weeks, months?
Not necessarily for personal reasons that he was benched. He was benched for a lot of, just like I said, his attitude. Before scrims, he would often be late and be the only reason why we were late to scrims. And that's not a good attitude to have when we're trying so hard to do well in Season 3. And I mean, we're 3rd in NA, but we're not like the best team in NA anymore. And that's really has gotten us down. Since at Season 2, we're top dogs all year.
Yeah, well, you won 5 tournaments back-to-back, you won the regionals. We were talking about it in the game, you know, the fact that Curse now are at the top, whereas these are guys you all beat getting through. They didn't even make it to the Season 2, but they've stepped up their game. What do you feel that TSM has to do to step up that game? I mean, but this is a question to both of you. Obviously, you know, Wild Turtle coming in as a substitute, could it be something that we legitimately see, maybe rotations starting to develop in TSM?
That's a very tough question. We only played 1 game, so it's very, very hard to say.
Putting you on the spot, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that we're going to bench someone permanently, but like, this was a chance for Turtle to really step up and show if he can fill in the shoes. but there's going to be a lot more steps before we can fully decide who we're going to stick with and whether or not Turtle can stay on the main roster. It's a tough question.
It is a tough question.
It's very hard for me to answer.
I had to ask you. I'm sorry about that. But Wild Turtle, like I mentioned, it's great to have you here. How do you find the whole NALCS environment? Because you've played in tournaments before. Obviously, last time we saw you substitute the main game was with Legion, and you went and got second place, played an amazing mid lane. Now you've come in again as sub and played an amazing game again. Is this something that just happens for you? Are you just so confident when you get into that first game, you just, I got this?
Actually, I'm not confident at all. I always underestimate myself, and then I always end up surprising myself.
You always end up surprising yourself. Why is that? It's just, I mean, how much practice did you get for the AD role coming into this?
I played a lot of AD recently, like a lot. I've only been playing AD exclusively in solo queue and in tournaments, I guess.
And I got to ask, because Freak made a point of it during the match, the Executioner's Blade, what was the thinking behind this one? Because it was around about the third or fourth item you picked up.
I didn't want to get a BF, and I decided that I had 1900, and that was something I'd be able to buy. So I'm like, okay, that's probably more cost efficient, and I decided to buy it.
And have you actually been in the TSM game house?
No.
You haven't yet? Oh, so is this something that may happen, you know, going forward, that something could happen between you guys? Is there room, more importantly?
Well, there is room, but someone's going to have to share a room. So, I mean, before we even moved in house, we knew that if a sub wanted to move in, or we wanted a sub to move in, there's going to be room. And I'm not going to say that there's no chance of Turtle being on the main team, but it's not a for sure thing yet.
And my final question I want to ask you really is almost a business question, and maybe better towards Reginald, but the Game Crib show. You're coming into the North American LCS, a tough environment in itself. You've set yourself up effectively to be in this really high-pressure situation, putting a documentary team, a real-life documentary team, in your house, in your faces the whole time while you go through this high-pressure situation. On, you know, thinking back at this, was it a good idea to do this, or is this possibly an error of judgment?
In the short run, like the first half of the season, pretty much right now, we are suffering slight amounts of drama. I mean, our team hasn't exactly been the most cohesive team in terms of just personalities, and it's really shown that through Game Crib. But one thing that we really try to do is just not watch it. We don't try to create more drama than is already there. But at the same time, it's bringing out a lot of the drama to a public area where people continuously judge us. And I mean, TSM has never really been a team that's very private. We have our own vlogs. Like, there's drama. There's always drama. It's just now it's much more public. And also, Game Crib in the long run, it's going to really help us push our personalities towards more people and just be more noticed. And that's always a good thing. It means that we're just looking more towards the long term rather than short term.
And I just want to ask, Wild Turtle, if you've been watching Game Crib as well, so you kind of knew what you were stepping into here?
I have not. I haven't watched one episode of Game Crib yet.
That's not helping you, though. That's, I mean, I've obviously publicly talked about it, wasn't convinced by the show, but I thought the last episode was very good for you guys.
All right.
Maybe that was just because of the drama, though. I mean, do you want to briefly mention about MLG Dallas, like how you thought as a team, rather than obviously the drama that happened there, as a final thought of how you performed there?
Well, personally, I don't think I performed optimally due to a lot of the stuff that was happening during that time. But our team performance has only been average so far. Like, we haven't exactly swept across the board. Even in the last game, we didn't even play that well. Like, we had a strong lead early game, and then we threw it away, and we slowly climbed back in. That's not a sign of perfect or really even good play, and that's something that has really plagued us since the beginning of LCS, and we are still trying to work on that, and we're trying to hound in just being able to play at the highest level, and it's been a problem.
Well, I mean, it's great to have you guys here, and it's great for me to be here to see you guys in person, because I haven't had a chance to really catch up with the North American scene in person as it was. How do you feel the actual, you know, the whole setup's going? Because I've heard rumors of people talking about how the meta's going currently for North America in comparison to, say, Korea, in comparison to Europe. You guys have kind of, everybody's slipping into the same mold. They're all playing the same style. Nobody's creating something, and people have basically said, well, we don't need to innovate because everybody's playing the same way?
As the patches get, as there's more patches, people are going to start to slowly branch themselves off. But overall, you're still seeing the same support and AD bottom, or actually mid sometimes, and maybe even top. But overall, you still see the same sort of picks. Sometimes you see them go different areas, stuff like that. But people are slowly starting to branch out. It's a lot different than Season 2. At the same time, it's not like you're going to see something that's drastically different unless there's a patch that sort of pushes it that way. So it's hard for teams to innovate. It takes a lot of effort, and it's very uncomfortable a lot of times. So we'll have to see. I mean, typically when you see something do well, people are just going to start to go towards that, and then until something else comes along, it's just how things work.
So is it more of a comfort zone thing, or, obviously you guys watch some of the Korean scene, the European scene. Is there anything in there you think, God, I wish we were doing that?
Well, I mean, if you watch the EUs, you watch Gambit specifically, and Diamond, he innovated Nasus, innovated Xin Zhao. He's pretty much a really good innovator. And then you also see in Korea, you see Insect plays Jungle Zed, and so, I mean, teams are just starting to see what's strong and just copying each other whenever it's appropriate.
So that's it from us here at the interview station. It's great to have you here, Xpecial. It's great to be speaking to you. And Wild Turtle, what a fantastic first match for you. That pentakill was a brilliant start to the show straight away. You've got to be happy with that one. So we are, of course, going to get over towards the analysis table. It's going to be Kobe, going to be taking you through all of the plays that happened in the first 2 games.
Thanks, D-Man. I've got 2 clips for you here. The first one is the home guard play of the century, where we have Dignitas versus Marn, and they're all going to go for Baron here. You can see Dignitas, they've got everyone grouped up. They're ready to go for this. Elise percentage damage, Cutie Pie and Scar are both really fed, and Marn have a long way to go, actually. If you look at the mini-map, they have to get through this minion wave as well as get that inhibitor turret and inhibitor. All right, so let's roll it from here. There we go. They're just going to burn through this so quickly. Spirit Fire helping out as well. Look at that HP bar drop. And then Marn aren't even started on the turret yet. Oh, okay, so here we go. Nian Tanso is going to actually take a first tower hit. Let's pause it right now. He's pretty far up because Vayne's attack range is kind of short. And now we're going to see 5 home guard boot buy. Every single person on Dignitas is going to buy some home guard boots. And they're just going to come splaying out of their base right here. Actually, the ghost even comes from Crumbs, so he's going to get the catch. And we'll see how they turn this around. All right, play. And we'll see Dignitas just catch Marn out here. They aren't able to finish off that inhibitor. They get through the turret, and they still kind of want to make the trade, but they know they've been caught right here. Echo's going to get the wither onto him. There's the ghost from Crumbs, and they just catch him out. This turns all bad from Team Marn right here. And Dignitas are really able to use this to snowball the rest of the game. They already have the middle inhibitor down. There comes the Requiem, but it's not going to matter because Nian Tanso does get taken out. He was their main carry, and that's going to be all she wrote for Marn in that one. All right, the second clip is actually going to be Complexity versus TSM from the last one. Very long back and forth game here. Complexity, they finally had the upper hand with Baron buff, took out the middle inhibitor already, and they wanted to get the bottom inhibitor as well, but they overextended a little bit. We're going to see Reggie going to come in. He's going to catch someone out. All right, let's roll this clip. Here we go. Trooper gets a couple hits off on this turret. You can see he wants to take it down, but there's the Twisted Fate. Reggie does a good job. He stuns him up. We'll pause it right here. Xpecial is actually going to catch Trooper with a very nice crescendo with the very edge of it right here, and that's going to force the rest of Complexity to stick around. They end up losing some more members. Let's continue to roll the clip. You can see how it plays out. Just remember, Reggie has a Zhonya's of his own. He takes a lot of damage down here, but there! Zhonya's the bandage toss from Loud and Mortis, and it completely turns this around. The rest of TSM are able to clean this one up, and then they finally shove it in for the win. All right. So, thank you, and we'll give it back to these guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe. Of course, wow. It's great to see. I mean, when we look at that, sometimes you just, it all happens so quick, but to get to go look back at it, I love the Weatherman station that you guys have over here.
I'm just waiting until I get to cast a clip of Mandatory Cloud.
because I'm just I've been writing since like the first week, just like I've got puns just ready. It's clear
Fantastic.
skies for Mandatory Cloud. He's raining on their day. Like a high pressure situation forces Mandatory Cloud to another lane. Like I'm just ready to go.
You're blowing all your
I got
stuff
more.
right now.
I
You
got
should be
more.
using this when
I
you're
got
on
more.
there. Maybe it will happen later on, of course. We still have 2 matches to go today. But remember, there's even more North American LCS action tomorrow, starting at a brand new time of 3 p.m. Pacific, which is 11 p.m. Central European time. It's going to be the old classic. It's CLG versus TSM.
But right now, our third match is right around the corner. Make a 90-degree turn for CLG versus Dignitas. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. D-Man here, and alongside me is Sam Kobe Harmon Kensler.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, we're back together. It is our third match of the day, CLG versus Dignitas. This is a big one, guys. Last time these guys met, it was back in week 3, and Dignitas beat CLG in an action-packed 36-minute battle.
Yeah, and the last time they played, it was the Kale, Draven, Singed era of Dignitas. They've kind of broken out of that a little bit, but if you leave those champions up, they'll definitely take them again. And I mean, CLG had kind of a rough time. They went 1 for 3 at MLG. Losing to GGU, that can always break up a team. Like, they get kind of, I don't know, on edge. And then they flew out Chaucer for the last game. He ended up giving first blood, and they snowballed that one as well, losing. It was just a hard time for them. They had to regroup and re-strategize, and Dignitas is definitely a big opponent for them. So
yeah, I mean, it's effectively like Fnatic when they lost to the Copenhagen Wolves. I know for a fact because we had N-rated on the desk straight away afterwards. You know how much it hurts these guys. That is not a good move. So I wonder really what went through their minds to say, we need Chasta on a plane right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's desperation move, surely.
I mean, they liked having GG back. Everybody liked seeing GG back playing and stuff, but Chaucer's really their main play caller, so if without him, they definitely felt like they were kind of fish out of water. Unfortunately, when he did show up, ended up not working.
Well, I mean, because Chaucer has kind of been the main play caller, so that was maybe what they were missing, of course. You can see him on the screen. Has had a great impact for the team since effectively shuffling positions. It's what CLG do. They just keep shuffling those positions around. And when I saw the fact that he wasn't going to be there, the big fat LP was going to be coming in, the fact that everybody kind of, there was 3 position moves just to replace him. And they were sending Link to the top. I thought, surely it would make more sense if, I mean, you couldn't put Big Fat LP in that jungle position, surely. So it was like so Hotshot had to go there. So then it was a case of, okay, so put LP on top.
Yeah.
But no, instead Link went top. So it was a complete shuffle around the positions, and that can't help.
Yeah, it's always a little difficult, but they're back to normal now. Everybody's in their own spot. Hotshot doesn't have to deal with the jungle. Well, we'll see how they do. And actually, I was just talking to Odie, and he brought up you were on Dignitas. Everyone always says, oh, yeah, Jat was Dignitas, I was XCLG, so there's like a little rivalry here when these two teams meet. But apparently, you can represent for Dignitas, too.
I was there from the very beginning, mate. I started with Dignitas alongside Odie and the about 20 other players of us there was way back when, but not quite on the League of Legends level. It was a different game back then, of course. Dignitas, though, they've already won over Marn. They've had that victory. That's in the bag, and that's going to surely clear their minds. And it was a good, strong win as well.
And that's also a big thing because Marn have been known to upset a lot of these top 4 teams. So they're definitely going to feel a lot more calm having gotten through the Marn already. So now they get to the game where they put all their preparation into.
So now as people at home, no, I'm not the one to talk and take any fluff, or talk it either, or else if I can talk at all, that is. Half the time I can't talk. I just can't talk half the time. Nevertheless, neither are these two teams, so just take a look at this video.
CLG is a really odd team.
They're playing Season 2 style, I feel like. They're not adapting well to Season 3.
They've been winning a lot. And it's really strange to me because I don't see what they do that other teams don't do.
If they don't have enough practice, sort of their attitude may get in the way, and it's a little unprofessional in my opinion.
Stuff like that is easy to take advantage of.
I think they're really one-dimensional right now, and if we can just figure out a way to like overcome that, they'll just get crushed. We're just waiting for it.
Oh, big words from Hotshot GG there.
I always like a little trash talk.
One-dimensional Dignitas. Once we figure out a way, they're going to get crushed. Well, I'm not one to talk rubbish here, but Hotshot, they played exactly like Korea. If you figure that out, you're going to win the World Championships. That's for sure, because if you can crush them, you crush everyone.
If your one dimension is playing like they play in Korea, then I think you're doing pretty well.
It's a pretty good dimension to have, of course. You guys have been going to lolesports.com and voting on who you think will win today. The viewers at home have spoken, and Dignitas is favored to win this match by 67% of the fans' votes. And that's a pretty big vote. I mean, just think back to, say, I don't know, Season 2. Would you have really give that? What would the percentages been then? Surely CLG would have been like 80%.
And those were back in the days even when like Curse, they were number 4. Nobody even thought about Curse. Now they're at #1 spot. So the way things change in North America, it's pretty interesting. But I think that Dignitas also have a pretty good chance in this game.
they do have a very good chance. Let's check out the lineups, of course. On the blue team, it is going to be Counter Logic Gaming. It's going to be Hotshot GG with the big words. He's in that top lane. Chowster in the jungle. He has made his return. Link in the mid lane. Double Lift and Afrimu as the duo lane.
And on the red side, we've got Dignitas. Kiwi Kid up top, Crumbs in the jungle, Scar middle, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and Patoy supporting him.
Yeah, and this top lane is host to our featured matchup of the day, of course. Hotshot GG versus Kiwi Kid.
That one's always nice to watch. They're very predictable top laners. Hotshot always going for that tanky champion like Cho'Gath or Shen so that he can peel for double lift. Really, their whole team is about that, just peeling for double lift, and everybody knows it, and they haven't changed it up. So maybe that's the one dimension that Dignitas we're referring to. But Kiwi Kid also, Singed. If it's open, he's going to go for it. They've got 5 out of 5 wins on that champion. He'll definitely want that if he can. But we just saw them go Elise, so maybe they're starting to mix it up.
They may well mix it up. And I love the irony of Hotshot GG talking about the one dimension of
exactly.
Dignitas. Because if ever there's a one-dimensional team, it's Counter Logic Gaming. They've done the same thing, I think, since Season 1.
Yeah, it's no secret. Everybody
Since you
knows.
were on the team,
yeah,
man.
exactly. Actually, double lift was not my AD carry, but
No, but they still did the same.
It's true.
Oh, look, they're going to split push top. Who would have
it's
thought?
true. And I went with the tanky jungler. It all was pretty much the same. But we'll jump into Champion Select. It looks like he won't get that Singe today. First ban out from CLG.
And it's interesting because Singe wasn't banned against them, and they didn't take it. It was Elise they went with last time. Gragas taken away from Skara as well. He's been favoring Diana a bit lately. Twisted Fate has been taken away from Link, though.
Actually, yeah, Dignitas did show a different face in that first game against Marn. They went with the very well-planned early game strategy, and I liked it a lot. A lot of split pushing, early towers going down, objective control, and they bought early game items, rushing the Aegis and stuff, but... Ooh, the Vayne, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, oh, obviously going to ban that for double lift. But these are very Dignitas-focused bans right here. Of course, that Kale and Gragas, both focused at Skara.
And now I want to see whether Draven gets picked up here, because obviously Kale taken away, like you say, from Skara. You know, the smack talking, I think, is the safe way I can say about it, of double lift to Cutie Pie talking about Draven.
I was just going to say, it's really interesting because double lift called out Draven as a whole. Just that's a great AD carry, being very sarcastic there. We have a first pick Nasus. I'm glad. Hotshot. It looks like they could do that in the jungle, but Hotshot really has been one of the only solo laners to run that. So CLG with that extra little edge, you never know where it's going to go.
And there's a question for you. Do they run it differently? Because normally in the jungle you level up the Spirit Fire. Is he going to level up the Q, or is he going to be Spirit Fire again?
If Hotshot takes it solo, then he actually likes to become that massive beast late game. And so you could see him throw a few more points into that siphoning strike. Of course, they can always have Chauster on it. So flexible first pick for CLG. I like it.
Flexible, and Dignitas thinking they're Vulcan here, trying to troll the Fizz pick, like I watched the Vulcan do on you guys at MLG. But there is going to be the Elise and Caitlyn being locked in. Currently, Zed being highlighted is a champion that Link could potentially play. Could, of course, be the jungler. We saw Insect playing it, and he honestly is the best in the world on it.
Oh, yeah. That was just beautiful to watch. That Insect versus Diamond Prox game, as like a jungler, that just like you're... Okay, I don't want to say that word,
you actually couldn't commentate that game because
it's a dream that you
because you would have been a little bit too excitable, I think, as a child on that one.
Oh. So Dignitas, the first 2 picks are the same as against Marn. We'll have to see if they actually want to go with that same strategy. They could very well execute that. And I heard backstage they were like, oh, that was pretty much what we wanted. There's a few tweaks that they want to make, so maybe this could be the second round try.
It is the Lulu Ezreal lane. It is the technically Korean lane, I guess you could say. CJ Enters Play's been running this one all the time. Dignitas with their picks. What support they're going to go with here? We did see Patoy using Janna. There's Diana again. And there's Volibear.
They actually switch it up to the Volibear. So popular after crushing all the North American teams. Gambit came in, they crushed. Then KT Roaster B also crushed with it. So I think we've learned our lesson. We'll start picking him up. Okay, guys, we're just a little bit behind the curve.
Oh, my word. Could it be the horse?
The horse is a good answer to Volibear. They're very similar style jungles, both with very nice speed increases for their ganks, and then they both get really tanky late game. Hecarim with all that sustain through his Spirit of the Dread, and then slight nerfs or slight tweaks that he got in that last patch that we're running. actually didn't hurt him very much because they added a lot of early game damage to him on that Rampage.
Well, he will be switched off. It is going to be Malphite. Now, it's probably going to be a jungle Malphite, do we think here?
Ooh.
And Orianna for Link.
So these two are both hotshot champions. I mean,
Yeah,
either
could
one
be
could
anything,
go top or jungle. So I guess, yeah, they're keeping that flexibility till the last second. We could see one of those last second switches as well from them. But yeah, Link on the Orianna, that's definitely his style of play. He likes to be the mages in the back line, throwing down firepower.
So what do we think? Patoy here, he's ran Janna before, went full AP. I think nearly had 100 CS before the end of that game as well.
They were pretty happy with that Janna, but it was an interesting buy, that Spirit of the Elder Lizard, because it would have benefited their team a lot more if he went with Will of the Ancients, you know, giving that spell vamp aura to everybody. He's waiting till the very last second here to lock it in. It looks like they're still discussing. You can tell.
He's typed it. He's
He's
typed
looking
it, which
hard.
means it's going in.
I want
Whoa, it's support Elise. Finally
That's
hits
very
North
nice.
America.
I really hope that this is not their secret support that they've been building up to me for so long. Patoy's like, I'm not going to tell you what it is, because we've seen that before. This is a Korean thing.
Not very
Even
exciting.
Europeans, they've done it too.
Yep.
So I'm like, if that's it, come on, guys. You held it in secret for so long, and it's...
Just build you up for nothing, don't they? They keep doing this to you.
They
keep doing this to you, but at least he wasn't casted into the jungle
Yeah.
this time around.
Or now the new thing's Malzahar in the jungle. Everyone's mousing over that one. But it will be that Elise support, probably. They could do a nice little last-minute switch, too, if they really
Well,
wanted
who
to.
else are they going to play support, really? It's not going to be Rumble support.
Keep an open mind here.
It's not that open.
Okay.
So what are we seeing in the two picks? So yeah, we do see Hotshot currently sitting on Malphite in that top lane. Chance in the jungle with Nasus, something we have seen a lot of.
Yeah.
But how do you see these two teams developing?
I like it. I mean, this is a very CLG old school team where they have a bunch of tanks like Nasus and Malphite, super tanky. They also have that hard engage that some teams will crumble if they don't have. Having that Malphite ultimate always means that you can start a fight whenever you want to. You can flash ultimate, you'll grab somebody out, and if that can be Caitlyn, then that will be amazing, because that will get her off the back line. This attack speed reduction got nerfed a little bit from Malphite, but it's still really strong, great at shutting down AD carries.
More importantly, he's got that teleport, so obviously going to be doing the split push, but he can also do the
Classic.
great thing with the home guard boots with the Malphite.
Oh, yeah.
Boom! It was the very first highlight that I think everybody put on the internet. Is like, look what you can do with these boots!
Home guard boots are amazing. Dignitas, definitely a fan of them. I love that last play where they're like, all right, we'll trade it Baron for an inhibitor turret, and then we'll all buy home guard and kill you. Great.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get in the game. It is Counter Logic Gaming versus Dignitas. It's not quite El Clasico, but it's definitely building up that way. CLG as the blue team, Dignitas on your screens as the red team. Dignitas currently second in the league. CLG currently sitting in fourth. Something you would not expect if I was to talk to you back in Season 1 when it was Rock Solid versus CLG. And speaking of Rock Solid, it is, of course, Malphite. It's going to be Hotshot GG, going back to the old classic. And Kiwi Kid on Rumble this time. We heard Crumbs talking about it with the Rumble. Actually, I tell a lie, it was... Who was I talking to about the Rumble on the top lane?
It was not me.
It was Crumbs. He was talking about it with Mega Zero. This time, Kiwi Kid has gone with it, though. So, Patoy, we'll see how this goes. Elite support, first time in LCS. We'll see how it develops. Actually, the few times I have seen it, while it's good, they've actually lost with it.
Really? I think I saw KT Rolster B. Well, they were playing in a North American team, so it's not really
They
a
were
fair
playing
fight.
Curse.
Yeah.
It wasn't a fair
So, yeah,
fight.
they won with it. But the interesting thing is that it looks like Dignitas are not going to do a switch. Purple side are usually the ones to pull that 2-versus-1 switch and send their AD carry top so they don't get behind from that double golems. But Cutie Pie grabbing a red elixir. Looks like they want to go heads up versus Ezreal Lulu.
Yeah, and it does seem that in terms of standing, there's only actually been, look at that, just 3 wards gone out so far. When you look back to the very first game, CLG versus TSM that opened the NALCS, I think it was 7 wards down the river.
Yeah.
Just 1 come out this time around from CLG.
And they actually use that Orianna ball as a nice little semi-ward too. I like that play. Not just saving a little extra gold here. Hotshot being the human ward as well on that blue buff ramp, which is very important. We've seen several people get caught out, namely Boy, I think, gave up a couple first bloods with the late blue invades. Those have been fairly problematic for people, but this is really an oddity now that we don't have the 2 versus 1 lane switch.
Yeah.
We're going way back to like Season 2 style here, where we just go straight up AD carry and support down bottom.
Do you think this is in response to saying Dignitas are one-dimensional? Yeah. Fine. You think we're one-dimensional? We'll play your exact style and we'll see how it works. I'm not sure if it's a good move though for Dignitas, going straight up 1v1 with CLG. As it stands, Scarra taking some damage in that mid lane. Bot lane, of course, we're going to keep our eyes on that one. Double lift Aphromoo versus I'mACutiePie and Patoy. I'mACutiePie did go with Caitlyn, despite the fact Draven was available.
Yeah, and I think this might be just Patoy wants to show off his support Elise. Maybe he's like, I'll show you just how good it is. Maybe it's a little late to surprise you guys, but I want to make use of all my baby spiders.
All of the spiders, and of course, double lift on Ezreal, taking that Vayne away from him. So we'll keep our eye on him as he goes around the jungle, as we will Crumbs, of course, on the volley bear. 2 of these junglers really have come into their prominence, I feel, throughout the North American LCS as well as the European. They definitely come into their own. And it seems to be always when Diamond Prox plays that champion, it's like, whoa, what's he playing now? Why is he doing it? And everybody's suddenly streaming it, the same thing.
It takes everybody a couple games and then they pick it up, start copying it as well. I mean, Volibear, his kit is so nice. It's just his ultimate is the only thing that feels lacking to me on it. I mean, his Q is faster than Ghost. You get 45% move speed if you're running at a champion with Volibear with the Q on at level 1, and Ghost is only 35%.
And the fact that he has Ghost with it is a scary thing when that bear comes running at you.
He'll just come barreling down the lane.
And it's interesting, and Jap's been talking about this, how Ghost is effectively becoming that secret overpowered summoner spell that a lot of the junglers are suddenly figuring out.
Yeah, I really like it because after so many tweaks to Flash, increasing the cooldown on Flash, people forget that Ghost has had the same cooldown, and it's relatively cheap right now. Comes up way quicker, so you can do a gank, get a Flash, Scar, taking some damage in mid
going down. Link going aggressive on him here. He might have enough the attack ball. Instead, he went for minions with it. Realized he wasn't going to get the kill.
Yeah, guaranteed money. He wants to get that one down first. This bottom lane matchup actually going against Dignitas right now. CutiePie's a bit behind, plus he has the red pot start, so he is definitely losing out.
So Kiwi Kid in his top lane, pressuring on Hotshot, very much even between the CS of all the lanes, honestly, as it stands, like you say. Double lift is currently winning out there. Scarra hadn't gone back, instead he just chose to chug down on those health pots. Not quite the crystalline flask alcoholics that we had in the live qualifiers a long time back, but Chowster covering off on that mid lane as well. Double lift, making sure he gets use of all of the CS in this bottom lane. Sure the tower doesn't hover it away, he does get the double minion.
These the lane wards here and the wards in the river doing a lot of work. They did see Crumbs come down, so they know that he's in their bottom side jungle. They don't know exactly where, so we're going to see Chauster come over here. He's just getting into position for a counter gank if they really needed it. Crumbs again going by another ward. He's just going to recall.
Double lift taken very low by the Piltover Peacemaker and the stun from Patoy. They're getting the cocoon on him, but of course they do know where Crumbs is now. He passed by straight away on that ward. Will they try and counter with anything, or is double lift too low right now? Ping's going down. Chauster is coming around in towards that tribe, but she's just hovering off at the side at the moment, so may well go for it. Kiwi Kid at the moment in that top lane, continuing that farm. He's actually got a big advantage over Hotshot right now. He's built up a 10 CS lead. I think Hotshot, no, he's just been pushed on the tower, and tell you what, he's been here a hell of a long time.
I don't think I've ever seen two junglers stand this still for this long. They have so much patience.
They're going for it. They're going for it. Crumbs realizing the goose is cooked. He's going for it. He does get the flip on towards Chauster, but it's the bottom line. Patoy and CutiePie, they have to try and get away from this one. The attack ball comes out. Patoy is the target. Is he going to be able to repel? He hasn't taken it. First blood comes down. Chauster gets it. Can they finish it off? Piltover Peacemaker comes out. And now Crumbs. Oh, the flip comes in. Now double lift gets turned on. CutiePie's going to chase on this one. Crumbs is going to get in. He's already used the flip. There's going to glitter lance from Aphromoo. They turn on towards Aphromoo instead. Aphromoo is going to get taken low. Piltover Peacemaker is back up. There's the flip again. Piltover on towards double lift. Wow, crazy action, and it's 3-1 with Dignitas taking the lead.
Dignitas did that with a 3 versus 4. Look at Scar in the middle. He's had plenty of time. He's going to get that middle turret very quickly even. Oh my goodness, this just shows you the power of a red pot Caitlyn plus a Volibear. They thought they were going to get the jump on Crumbs there coming in from behind him, but it backfired.
It backfired, and you can't go aggressive on the bear when he's sat there ready and waiting, full of hit points. And you know, while Link came down to try and surprise him, try and catch him off guard, the bear has so much power, and you know, the fact that he used, like you say, gets onto them all fours, he's got that power, speed running, and along with the Ghost, he just managed to just do everything he needed to. And now it looks like they're going to take advantage and try and push for blue.
Yeah, good job by Dignitas. Going to push their advantage while they have it. They see that Chowster went to that bottom side jungle, so they're going to grab up this blue buff very easily, not even using their jungler. Crumb's going to hold down the middle, and now Hotshot could be in some trouble if he stays up there pushing.
Who did they give the blue buff to? Was it Tascara? I didn't see whether it was the Kiwi Kid. I assume it would have been Tascara. You see Crumbs dancing around there with Link using a lot of mana, and this is going to put pressure on him. This is surely going to pressure Link. He needs that blue buff on Orianna.
Yeah, plus it's going to allow Scar to just farm up his jungle camps as well. Diana's really good at clearing those rafts because she has a lot of AoE with her Crescent Strike and her passive. There's the ultimate from Crumbs. We finally see Volibear's ultimate. It feels a little lackluster when you use it, but that's because the rest of his kit is so powerful. His passive gives you an extra 30% of your life over 6 seconds. That is ridiculous. That's almost like an ultimate right there. Plus, like I said, his Q more powerful than Ghost at level 1.
Scary, scary monster. Oh, he's going to be the cocoon, lads, and look at how quick he just got destroyed. Fangs sank in from Patoy, and double lift goes down.
There we go. That's the reason he wanted to go this heads-up bottom lane. Patoy showing off his Elise right there. Nice cocoon able to land, and now Aphromoo going to have a hard time defending against 2.
Well, I can only hope that Edward is not watching, because he's going to see kills go into another support thinking, we got a challenger approaching here. Of course, they did manage to get that win, but maybe we'll see them switching up to Elise in Gambit. As it stands, this bottom turret, though, all the cocoon going on towards Aphromoo. It's going to be the first turret of the game, and it's going to be Dignitas beating it out in against that duo lane, and more importantly, beating out with the odds stacked against them.
Yeah, this is really going to open up that dragon too.
Link in the middle there, Shockwave comes out, but here comes Crumbs, flips him over, and Skara takes down Link and the middle turret. It's suddenly 2 turrets to 0, 5-1 in kills. Dignitas in control here.
This is looking to snowball really quickly right there. Crumbs flipped him over his head in the wrong direction. Didn't even matter right there. Able to pick that kill up. They are going to go get a free dragon after 2 turrets. There it is, free.
There it is, dragon goes down. I'm not freaked, damn you. I know we're both losing our hairline, but you know, come on, be fair to me, man. As it stands, the hot shot at the top with Kiwi Kid is the lonely lane, really both standing still at the moment. It is still a 10 CS advantage. We saw Kiwi Kid developing early on in the game. Look at that though, that mid lane, that is enormous. As you mentioned, the fact that Link went down the bottom, failed, didn't get the kill, ended up dying. Skara has built up such an enormous advantage over him. It's a 1,000 gold advantage already between 2 AP carries. That is scary.
Yeah, they've already taken the dragon to this whole bottom side of the map has really been decimated by Dignitas. Looking so strong right now, and Crumb's looking to return. He got oh, no, never mind. He's going to back out right now. But we have the Elise support going top as well. They might just want to get down the last outer turret so that they can then shove in on the blue buff or red buff of CLG and just assert their dominance.
And I didn't point it out, the fact that gold difference there. Oh, Patoy, has he snuck in there without Oddshot noticing? He is going to get a cocoon down, puts this spider going down aggressively. Look at this, this is a support versus a top laner. Patoy going full on aggression and actually putting more damage down on Hotshot. Look at this, took it to half health.
Level 6 versus level 9, and I really like Elise as a support for the same reasons that people build just spell penetration on her and health. It's because she scales so well without items. That's exactly what you want in a support. The support doesn't have to be ranged only. She can go in a melee form as well and trade with the top laner, no problem.
I mean, she's one of the favorite champions of a lot of players, mainly for the fact that she's got 7 abilities effectively you can use. And, you know, even speaking to some of the junglers, they're like, how can you not like it? Because you can repel and just give you that vision over such a wide range as well. Top lane now being pressured in, and Dignitas may well take themselves a third turret. As it is, he can push down there. You can see again Crumbs getting ready. He's kind of doing a little dance of a shuffle in that tri-bush on Volley Bear, ready and waiting. Kiwi Kid trying to set up on towards Doublelift. He's going to come around. Did he see him? I'm not sure. There's going to be the equalizer going down. He's going to get across towards him. There's the flip. Arcane shifts straight out of it though. You can see the harpoons. They're going to miss. Ooh. And he does manage to escape it. But in the top lane, we see Skara coming around. Chowster, the cocoon comes in, and he's just going to get melted where he stands. Hotshot GG now in trouble. He's going to have to use his flash to try and get out of there away from this, and his ultimate to get away. Doesn't matter. Dignitas got themselves another turret.
Yeah, so we had a little bit of misstep down bottom. Kiwi Kid burns his flash, but that does not matter. Dignitas firmly in the lead right here, and Scar with his patented barefoot play here. No boots, just rushes the Zanyas. You can see him just blowing people up right now.
So much damage coming out from that Zanya so early on. And Link, he's having issues right now. He's 40 CS behind Skara, along with the 2 kills. It's stacking up. It's a good 1,500 gold now. I did actually miss out the fact that the AD carries were close. Hotshot GG's going to come into blue. He gets Cocoon down there. Don't think they're going to follow through on this one, or are they? Here comes Skara, gets the Moonfall on towards him. Doublelift now the target. The Fangs sink in. He tries to repel towards him. Patoy goes a bit too deep there. Has to flash away from him. Now Chowster comes in. He's going to be a big scary monster, but is enough. He does get stunned out there, and Cutie Pie continues the pressure, and in comes Crumbs, the big bear that doesn't care. On towards Nasus. Can he get the flip down onto him? Yes, he does. He flips Hotshot the other way. Pills over Peacemaker, misses, but it doesn't matter. The red buff does the damage there, I believe it was, that takes down Hotshot GG. And all of that damage back and forth, it was just a 1-for-0 trade.
Yeah, that was a very well fought fight, but Dignitas so far in head that it doesn't matter. I think it was really that very early gank where we said, you know, Link's really far behind right now. It's because he roamed bottom to try and cut off Crumbs, and it really backfired, giving Scar so much free farm that he was able to rush that Zanyas. Diana, when she gets the Zanyas, is ridiculous. Melee champion going to get in there. Basically an extra life with that statue form.
And still not bothering with the boots.
Yeah,
doesn't give any cares whatsoever. Kiwi Kid, meanwhile, had the free farm in that bottom lane while all that was happening, while Hotshot GG was away, and it's given him such a huge gap differential in terms of CS. He's got 40 CS over Hotshot GG now, which is something you just don't see that often. Hotshot GG is the split farmer.
Yeah, everybody on Dignitas really fed right now. Actually, I was going to say, yeah, they've got 2 fed AP carries, but actually, they've got fed AD carry. They've even got a fed support right now. It's looking really dire here for CLG. Maybe they can save themselves with one of those Aegis of the Legion that everybody likes to harp on.
Oh, Hotshot GG shows himself, and does Skara fancy his chances? Can he go 1v1 with him? I feel he can. Honestly, he's got that much damage over him. He is going to go aggressive in that top lane. Does get the Moonfall, but Hotshot GG, you can see that passive. It works so well. He's such a strong tank, and it could also just buy a lot of time there for him to just call in the cavalry. As it stands, you can see Doublelift down the bottom lane, 110 CS. He's got the CS advantage over Roman Cutie Pie, who's trying to continue to push in that mid lane. We see the Wither coming out, and we heard Crumbs talking about how strong that Wither is right now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You know, people are leveling it up second after Spiritfire. It might even be worth putting a couple points in before that. Level 2, he's got it right now, and it's already, the base on it starts at 35% reduction and then up to 59% over the duration. That's 5 seconds.
That's a long, long time to keep them pinned. Dragon spawns in 15-second times, and Dignitas already heading down the river for it. 7-1 currently in kills, and it's a 6,700 gold advantage. That is a third of CLG's gold already gained in an advantage.
It has snowballed so hard. The Leandry's already done on Rumble.
You see Skara going in aggressive on Doublelift there. He's forced the flash already. He's going to come back around towards him. He's going to land that Crescent Strike. No! Doublelift just jukes out of it. We've seen some great jukes on them Crescent Strikes. You just got to know which way to run.
Yeah, he almost juked himself running into that Crescent Strike right there. Scar was playing some mind games, hoping that he'd go back into the bush, but it's going to be a free dragon as Cutie Pie is able to hold off Chauster and Link.
And now there is the Dragon going down. Oh no, Chowster's going to walk into the bush. Will they go aggressive on towards him? Link is going to put the ball down. Hotshot GG is there. They could go aggressive here, you know. Oh, but no, it's going to be the Crumbs does get caught out. Chowster goes down, and now Skara comes in. Putoy actually separated, keeping the AP carry away. Hotshot GG now, he's going to get caught out. Skara picks up another one there. Equalizer goes down, catches them all out. There's going to be the flip coming out from Crumbs. He gets on towards Link. Link gets thrown in there, pops the shockwave off, but it's not going to be enough. The Cocoon comes out, but Toy picks up another kill, and they are just going to turn and pressure that mid turret down. Dignitas with all the advantages right now. They've already built up a 9,000 gold lead just 16 minutes in.
Yeah, they're already going to clear out this second turret in the mid lane. They could even march on an inhibitor turret here. That was just bad luck for Link there. He got flipped after the flash, and then Putoy, another dead-eye shot there with that Cocoon.
And there's going to be Cutie Pie getting caught out with the Wither, but he just straight away 90 caliber nets, pilt over Chowster, and strolls off. Crumbs, he's clearing up in this bottom lane. 3-0-5 currently on Volley Bear. Already got that Aegis of the Legion. Look at Kiwi Kid. He's got himself that Leandris already. That's scary stuff. Finally, some boots being picked up by Skara. The Abyssal Scepter will be coming out shortly as well for him. There's the Runic Bulwark being completed by Crumbs. Look at that. He's got a Runic Bulwark completed. And look at Chowster's build. Miles behind right now.
Doesn't even have his Aegis done. That's just painful. 1-10 right now. In game, that's got to be so demoralizing for CLG. They have to turtle very, very hard right now. Maybe if they can grab a ward on that Baron and come in for a miraculous steal, they could start making something come back here. But Chowster in that last fight popped his ultimate, executed anyway. You didn't even get to see it go off barely. He almost had no time. There's no real heavy tank despite them having Malphite and Nasus. Nobody can take the damage here from Dignitas. They're just too far ahead.
Dignitas didn't go for blue this time around, despite having it warded, so they know that it's been taken. They see Chowster in that jungle, and it looks like they're going to gather up in that mid lane. Cutie Pie, Crumbs, and Putoy currently running as Elise. He's super secret Elise as well.
Yeah, super secret. I'm really hoping that he's got something else up there, because even if he does, if he doesn't, he better keep that a secret, because I'll be angry with him. But you can see our first tier 2 item being completed for CLG. They have a Bloodthirster at least.
And it is, of course, Doublelift that has picked the one up. Doublelift actually kept up the CS advantage over Cutie Pie, but of course Cutie Pie at 206 has a giant leap of an advantage. And you can see in terms of gold, that does mean he's got 1,600 gold lead over Doublelift. Look at the AD carries, the AP carries, sorry, 2,000 gold lead now over Link there for Skara. And the top lane as well, it's nearly a 2,000 gold lead between them. So big, big advantages for Dignitas here, and we are going to see some aggression coming out.
They do go a little bit aggressive, but nobody wants to chase that bear. They've had nightmares already from the last time they tried to corner him, and he just started biting everyone.
Cutie Pie gaining a shot onto the turret there. Maybe coming around. While this is all happening, Kiwi Kid is in the mid lane with Rumble and continuing to pressure. He's got nearly a 50 CS advantage built up over Hotshot GG. Of course, having that Leandris early on is going to put a lot more pressure down. We are seeing aggression coming out from Crumbs, but the Wither comes out, and Hotshot GG manages to put that shard on him, tries to slow him down. Putoy tanking up the turret. Cutie Pie gave him as many hits as he can on there. I've yet to see Hotshot GG using that ultimate as an aggressive tool.
And I like how they have Rumble as their split pusher, because his ultimate has such a long range, and it is even like one of those pseudo globals, so he can sit there, and when he does come down with that Leandri's ultimate, it's just going to burn the entire team.
Continuing on, Dignitas here, pressuring on Doublelift. Got to be so careful that Skara doesn't come around. That Crescent Strike could land, and I think he may even die for it. Yes, he does. Ace in the hole comes out. Bam! Absolutely disappeared off the map. Deleted, you may even say, of course. And they are going to pressure on towards that inhibitor turret. Chowster doing anything he can to keep them at bay. Shockwave comes out, but all they catch is Crumbs. He's got that Runic Bulwark. He just strolls away from it on 2 paws.
He still has his passive up too, so there's another 30% of his life just waiting to come back here. Extremely tanky, and we do have the split push again.
Yeah, they're continuing to keep the pressure on this bottom turret. There is Cutie Pie shooting it down, and there it is down her 3rd health now. Mid turret already down her 3rd health as well, and just 20 minutes into this game, we see CLG pressured into their inhibitor turrets. That is a scary proposition for any CLG fan out there.
2,000 gold sitting in Kiwi Kid's pockets right now. So on top of that Leandries, he can just build full damage right now. It doesn't even matter. He's not scared at all. Everyone on Dignitas is going to retreat. They're going to clear out the rest of their jungle because they have buffs waiting for them, and then they continue their push at a later date.
PewDiePie down the bottom. He's a long way away from this one. He's backing off in that bush. In fact, no, he's not. He's going to continue to farm. CLG are going to see this one. Can they try and take an advantage from it? Can they try and pressure anything? I'm not sure if they even have the ability. They're going to try and push for the mid turret.
It's too scary for them. There's no objective up that they could actually grab in time since they don't have enough damage. There's no way they can do a Baron right now. If you get caught in a Baron pit, Kiwi Kid could probably solo kill one or two of them.
Yeah, he's already got that Leandris out. Like he's mentioned, just quick ultimate across the Baron pit, and it's just going to burn everyone that's stuck in there. And you're not even going to be able to escape because then there's going to be a bear following up and throwing paws in your face. And trying to catch salmon maybe, who knows. As it stands, PewDiePie, he's going to get that red buff again. He's already got one. He's already stolen away CLGs, but why not get a second?
This is quite interesting because a lot of people talking today had said that this CLG versus Dignitas was going to be the most closely contested game. This is a stomp right now. Dignitas' game against Marn earlier was much closer than this one.
And the pressure that this is going to put on towards Counterlogic Gaming. Coming into this one, this is a game they had to win to try and chase, try and close them places. You know, when you're coming up against a team that's above you, you have to win them games if you want any chance at climbing that ladder. But Dignitas are just going to stretch, and they are going to go 13-4, I believe, after this game, if they were to pick up the win. It's not over yet. I'm not jinxing it yet, but honestly, it would have to be a pretty monumental throw from Dignitas.
Yeah, and remember the video that we watched coming into this?
Trust me, I'm thinking of that video.
The
when
no
we come towards
fluff
the end of this
talk.
game.
It looks like Dignitas are going to get the better of that right now, as we might have an engage onto Hotshot.
It is going to be Hotshot. They pull again. Still hasn't used that unstoppable force, and it doesn't look like they're going to. Double Lift getting the ace in the hole. He catches on towards Link X. Ultimate comes across, Patoy goes aggressive on towards him, sinks his fangs down, and it's Scara that picks up another kill. Patoy actually chasing out Hotshot GG, and that's going to be Chowster going down as well by Crumbs, and it is Patoy continuing to chase Hotshot GG, the support player chasing out the top lane bruiser from the fight. Dignitas, one-dimensional, they're in the fourth dimension right now.
Support assassin, no problem, that will work in any comp. Patoy getting a double lift out right there, a very nice cocoon on the side, starting that one off, and then following up with Kiwi Kid's ultimate. Just great team fight right there from Dignitas. No chance for CLG. They're going to take this inhibitor and go home.
They are just going to back off. So 12,000 gold. They're going to take this top turret as well. There's no reason why not.
They've got
come around.
oracles.
Blue buff has just spawned. There's a giant creep wave here. PewDiePie is just going to go, well, I may as well keep the pressure on. The rest of CLG are coming in towards this one. They may try and aggress on towards PewDiePie. They may think they've caught him out on his own, but it doesn't look like they have at the moment. Instead, they're going to back off. Blue buff was picked up. There's the dragon being taken as well. And Dignitas, well, they can just go back and spend a hell of a lot of a lump of gold. PewDiePie might get caught out here, but look, Scara's there to protect him.
Dignitas, they just want to grab every objective on the entire map at once right now. A couple of people going for Dragon. PewDiePie gonna solo up in that top lane, keep everyone there with his pressure, and one ward over here from Dignitas would be enough to stop CLG from doing a desperate Baron even.
A desperate Baron it may well be, but look at the gold lead, 13,000, 6-0 in turrets, 6-0, not a single turret even touched really by CLG. They've not even got close to taking one of those turrets. The top one I think was the only one where the pressure really came down from Hotshot GG, but still yet to get on towards it. Double Lift now seems to be the target. Crumbs just sat off around the side. Here he comes, all four paws down. Arcane Shift comes out. Is it going to be enough? It does force him away, and that turret again going to go down. I'm in PewDiePie keeping the pressure on, but 90 caliber, it's the nets away from that one. The Wither from Chowster is still a scary thing.
Patoy still has about a quarter left on this Oracle, so they can continue to clear out Baron and then force CLG into a bad start. CLG might even just give up that Baron because they don't have much of a chance to contest it.
Well, as it stands, look at the items.
Oh no! Kiwi Kid's going back. I'm sad. They're not doing anything.
No, they're just going to... welcome to my world.
Yes.
When I have to cast
I
evil
feel you.
geniuses, trust me, this happens a lot. Just when you think they've took all inhibitors, there's nothing left of the base, they still go back and buy. It's they kind of keep you on the edge, but from the words of the players, why risk it?
Yeah.
They have no reason to. They have full advantages right now. Everything is in their favor. It's a giant gold lead, 13,000 gold lead, 13-1 in kills, 6-0 in turrets. They're gonna just start this Baron off, and there's nothing at all Counter Logic Gaming can do about it.
Yeah, but it is CLG. You're right. You don't want to chance it. You don't want to throw anything away. This is definitely one of the opponents that they do have a lot of respect for, despite that video and despite the trash talk. The more trash talk there is, the more you know they actually consider the opponent and a big rival. PewDiePie, the only one not recalling right now. He's solo pushing. He's not afraid. He hasn't been caught out once.
He's got nearly 2,500 gold in him, so he's going to go back and potentially go straight for a last whisper. Let's see what he does bite. He's getting back now. What's he going to pick up? Let's see. Finally thinking about it. It is going to be a last whisper, flat out.
Yeah, perfect third item right there. Just the little bit of defense that CLG has is mostly in the form of armor right now. They have completed the Aegis of the Legion and then a hot shot there with that Glacial Shroud.
Doublelift doing what he can to try and pick up any advantage, but I don't even think he's going to get the major Wraith away here. Crumbs comes around. Oh, he does get it. No, he got it. He got it. Nicely done.
Small win there for CLG.
Small win. 40 gold is 40 gold, no matter how badly your team is doing. He is 0-3-0 and needs all of that gold. Had to get himself a Phage in there as well. He's building up slowly but surely the Trinity Force. He's going to go for it along with that Bloodthirster that he picked up earlier, but in comparison, he's up against the Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, and Last Whisper. I'm a Cutie Pie. He is so much stronger as an AD carry right now. 208, 501 Skara as well. He has dominated that mid lane from the very start against Link.
They do both have red buffs here, though, and Ezreal with the red buff is actually pretty annoying. The Mystic Shot will apply on hit effects, and that does include the buff, the red buff there. Hotshot taking a hit for his AD carry.
Ace in the hole was used. Unstoppable Force finally comes out, and that's a good engagement from CLG. Have they got the damage to try and turn this one? Skara is going to go down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's only the jungler dropping. But there goes the turret. Cutie Pie goes in towards it. Crumbs chases on towards Doublelift. Patoy even lingering off the side, but Dignitas, despite the losses, are still going to take the inhibitor. It was a 1-for-1 trade, but they come out on top. Link now with the home guard boots, going to try and get in there. Has already used the shockwave, so he's just poking them, trying to keep them away. And of course, that inhibitor already down. It's another inhibitor down now, 2-4-0, and they're not even close for this one. Look at it, 8-0 in turrets. Dignitas can just choose what they want in a fight.
That was actually a pretty good fight for CLG. Skara misstep a little bit right there. Didn't use a
The
Zanya.
pressure on Hotshot GG here is huge. They flip him in, and Cutie Pie just burns him down where he stands. I think that was purely a case of Cocoon landing, and now Doublelift has to Arcane Shift away from Cutie Pie.
Yep. And there's a little spell penetration now on Elise too. Patoy wants to go a bit more offensive, get a few more kills here. It looks like they're going to take this middle inhibitor for free. At the same time, Cutie Pie still over there putting pressure on the top turret.
Patoy's chasing, actually. Patoy is keeping Doublelift zoned out of this one, despite the fact that he's got Oracle. There's the inhibitor who did respawn. The inhibitor turret is about to go down as well. Cutie Pie on that one. He's tanking it up, actually. He doesn't care. He's just going to keep on pushing through. 309 with that Phantom Dance and Lost Whisper. He's just penetrating, doing all the damage. The turrets are getting dropped. Patoy, look at this. Keeping them completely zoned away from everything. And that's 3 inhibitors down. Double super minions are coming into the CLG.
Double super minions and Skara. Guys, I'm helping. He's back. He wants to fight more, but everyone else is recalling. So just as the party ends, Skara arrives. They're pinging their own base right now. Please, no. Please,
They're
no.
gonna back. They're gonna back. This is. I talked about it. This is the evil geniuses right there. Once you've cast them for too many years, you just see the exact same thing. Dignitas, why not play it safe? They have had 1, 2, 3 members back off. You do see Skaru, of course, has only just returned, along with Kiwi Kid sat around there. But look at Kiwi Kid. He's got the Rabadon's death cap now on Rumble.
There you go. That's going to add a little bit more bite to his ultimates. And you can see it, the disrespect right here. Look at all these wards inside of CLG's base. That's when you know you are losing very, very hard. Too much vision right there for Dignitas. They are going to come back here. Looks like Kiwi Kid and Scar are going to be the first ones to hit the front lines.
You can hear Afrimut laughing away on Lulu. It's good to see he's keeping his spirits up and spanning out that laugh. It's probably one of the funniest laughs in the game, I think. As it stands, Dignitas rushing straight up the mid lane. They're going to try and finish this one off. Look at the super minions all piling in there. I'm a Cutie Pie throws out the ace in the hole, straight in towards them, and there's the flip. Double F gets pulled in, he gets caught out there, and there's an equalizer coming down. Hotshot GG, well, he only caught I'm a Cutie Pie, but it's the one they want to catch. Chowster goes down, it's Scara that picks up the kill on that one. Hotshot GG now the target, the repel comes out from Patoy, they go in, the Fangs sink down, and Patoy picks up another kill on the support. There's both Nexus turrets going down, the Nexus will follow, and it's going to be Dignitas picking up a convincing victory over Counter Logic Gaming.
Congratulations to Dignitas. I just have to say that the early roam down the river from Link, trying to take advantage of that bear in the bush. That you don't want to poke a bear with a stick because you're going to pay for it. They lost 4-3 right there. Oh, and that from the rest of that point, there's a snowball the entire game.
If there's a bear in the bush, you don't go in.
No,
it's as simple as that. You know, and no matter how lazy he may look, how lethargic he's looking in there, it's still a bear. You've got to be careful of those bears. So, ladies and gentlemen, public service announcement right there from Kobe24.
Don't poke the bears.
Don't poke the bears. Dignitas, of course, good sportsmanship between both teams there. CLG standing up to acknowledge the fact that they did just get beaten pretty badly by Dignitas, so continuing their advantage really over Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking so strong right now. It was just a little hiccup at Dallas. They got upset by the 8th seed, so some people were questioning their resilience. It looks like they came back home. Once they're in LA, they feel much more comfortable, and they win both their matches today.
Yeah, 2-0 now already in the day. Can they go 3-0 in this week's LCS? Of course, coming up, we'll speak to Scara from Dignitas, and then it's our last match of the day. It's going to be Team Solo Mid versus Marn. We'll be back with more of our live coverage in just a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined by Skara from Dignitas here. And, well, straight away, Skara, that was an incredible performance beating out CLG in such a fashion.
Yeah, we're very happy with our results today.
Very happy straight away. You immediately, we'll go straight through the bans to start with.
Okay.
Anything in the bans that kind of surprised you, what they targeted? You left, firstly, the main thing we noticed was that Draven was available to you guys, and instead you didn't take it.
Well, we kind of realized pretty early that Caitlyn is probably the dumbest AD to play against. She straight up is just like, she may not be the most effective, but she is by far the most annoying. And so you can easily like split push, like lane swap with her. And that's why you see her like commonly picked a lot in Asian games and in very high level European NA games. You'll see that coming up to play. And so we just realized like, wow, we have to know how to play this champion.
Cutie Pie especially likes playing annoying champions.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I saw it in this game, and I've seen it actually at Dallas too, where you don't get boots for a very long time. Is that after you are fed? You're just like, okay, I want to rush that Zhonya's Hourglass. Once I get that, it's a huge power boost, or?
It's just like, yeah, it kind of is. The boots are a lot less effective now that they increase base move speed, and boots only gives you like 25 or so. But like most of the times it's just based on gold value. Like a lot of times I go back on very specific gold values. Like I literally backed for my Zhonya's at 1658, and had I backed at 1700, I think I would have gone death cap. Just for a riskier play that would have paid off in dividends if I was able to convert it to like more kills. And so just a lot, my item ability changes a lot depending on what my gold value is when I back.
Well, moving on to the whole team format, the meta you guys used. It was normal meta. This is something we've not seen for a while. What made you guys think, you know what, we're going to straight up fight this. We're going to go 1v1s in the lanes. We're going to have the duo lanes against each other. We're not going to go for the 3-4-minute tower pushes.
Well, it was like, you just look at what they picked and where their strengths are. And so we realized that like Caitlyn can lane push really, really well. But she can also like 2v2 really well. Like you're not going to beat Caitlyn in the 2v2. Not unless you significantly outplay them. And so at that point, we were like, okay, we'll keep lane standard and try to work around just having Volibear put pressure on lanes. Because top lane against Hotshot, typically he doesn't really kill lane, so there's no pressure there. And so we need to isolate and put pressure onto the bottom lanes into the middle lane to try to convert turns. And in that game, we just got like a really, really good play bottom lane. Got like 3 for 1. That was almost game over right there.
Yeah, and then let's talk about that bottom lane play, because talking about outplayed, it was a 3v4. It took Link out of your lane for a long time. It gave you so long to farm. I think red buff was used effectively baited by Cutie Pie. I mean, what was going on through your team's mind when that was all out happening?
Well, typically when a gank like that happens, I don't actually watch it because I know if whatever happens, I can't influence it. I immediately asked if I should collapse. They answered no, and I only caught the tail end of it. I got like 30 CS during the entire scrap, and they just outplayed them so hard. Like Volibear, Nasus ghosted over, and Volibear flung him while he was ghosted backwards. And off that one play, they just kept going forward. And you can't keep pushing into Caitlyn without being able to, like, you can't push into Caitlyn without running out and dying in the process. And so they were just dove a little bit too far and were caught in the really bad spots. And they were able to convert for like 3 kills. And it was, like, I thought that was game over at that point.
So did I. I mean, actually, up till that point, Cutie Pie was losing in CS as Caitlyn, and so I was like, oh, this might be good for CLG there. But when they turned that gank around, I want some insight on your team chat. Was Cutie Pie making any jokes? Did we have some choice comments, or do we not want to
I think he was just like, wow, that was so awful. Like, that's literally like all I heard. And I was like, I had no idea what happened. They only called the tail end. I was like, oh, okay, I guess we win this game. Like, that's literally immediately what I thought. Because CLG is a team notorious for running 2 threats, and both their threats died. And so if you set behind their only 2 damage sources, like, you're going to win the game.
And more importantly, I mean, it gave you, like you said, that 30 CS in the mid. Yeah, you pretty much took the turret down to
1,500 damage on the turret as well as like 30 CS. And I was like, wow, like this is like, had they even split 1 for 1 bottom lane and that was it, we would have still come out on top because I was so ridiculously far ahead.
So obviously the snowball started from there, but we want to talk about the support, Patoy. Was this the super secret champion that Kobe's been built up to believe? Because he was not that excited when he saw it.
No, we have something.
Okay, good.
But Elise is one of the things we've been working on for a while. We haven't been able to show it because he's so dominant top lane. It's like you never really get the chance. But this time we saw a really good opportunity to pick and put it support, and it worked out really well for us.
And final question, of course, you guys are now in the house, in the gaming house. It's a really nice house. I've seen photos of it. Odie shows me so many photos of this beautiful gaming house. He's like, you need to look at this house. I'm like, I can't. I'm neutral to you guys. I can't come looking around your houses. But I know Odie wants to move his family there. Are you guys all comfortable there now?
Yeah, like it's definitely an interesting thing to have 6 to 7 people in one place, but it's worked out very well, and everyone likes living there. Like, it's very comfortable for them, and there's no really space issues or any of that. So it's helped a lot in our general mood. Like, we are all enjoying actually playing in one area. So it's been very nice for us, and it's affected us outside of the game a little bit more than inside.
And when you've got this giant house, do you use it to its full potential? Do you use all the rooms? Because I remember Curse had this giant mansion, and they were kind of all in that same room.
We use every room but one. But the one we don't use is the biggest room. Because we honestly don't have anything to put. I think we need to buy more furniture before we show out a house tour or whatever.
Buy more furniture. There you go, OD. That's what you've got to do. We need to buy more furniture. Thank you very much for joining us, Skara. Okay, so now it's time for our final match of the day. It is going to be Team Solo Mid versus Man. Man, of course, beat TSM in a stunning upset back in Super Wednesday. Was it a lucky win, or was it the mindset of Man's fearless Mega Zero? Let's take a look.
In Smart, the only thing that we can do different is win.
The last time we played them, we kind of underestimated them, and that's really bad.
Marn is alone 5 strong inside of TSM's base. This is going to be their second upset victory.
So we just want to win, and show everyone that we're improving. We never stop improving.
I guess I don't look up to them like other people do. I feel like we can be on their level.
Going into the next match, I'm confident that we'll beat them.
I don't look at them as a goal that we can't reach. I feel like we can be that team.
And that really, for me, is how the North American LCS, as well as the European LCS, is now going. All of the teams that have come into this, we were like, oh, I hope they level up. We were so worried at the start of how they were going to work themselves out. But they are now on the same level. They don't fear TSM. They don't fear CLG. They don't fear Dignitas. They're quite happy to go into these games and challenge them.
Yeah, you got to watch out, guys. And I mean, last time, TSM surrendered to Marn last time that they met. It was 38 minute 50 or something like that. So it was a great play by them.
Big play by them. And of course, coming into this, Marn, what do we think from these guys?
Well, they have Echo playing, which is really good, because last time they played, Echo was, he had 0 deaths. He was 3-0-11 or something like that. So they also have Niantanso, who is an all-star in the solo queue. He was at the top of the challenger circuit with over 1,000 challenger points until he just started playing whatever he wanted. He got to that point where he didn't even care anymore because he was so high. And the rest of them, they've really come together with him. And Heartbeat moving over to that support role has been a little bit iffy, but he's at home in the bottom lane at least.
Well, we saw it earlier on in the day. They put up a pretty good challenge with Dignitas compared to CLG just a moment ago. It was a lot better challenge than they certainly put up, but the crescendos weren't on point exactly. Whether that was down to the Cutie Pie's reactionary time, or whether it was a case of they weren't hitting the target. Is that a case of an AD carry moving into the support role, which we've seen from Afromu is sometimes a good move?
Yeah.
Not quite working out.
It definitely takes a while to get used to, and I have to say Crescendo is one of the moves that takes a little while because there's a cast time on it. You have to get used to it a little bit. You don't really get those amazing flash crescendos from, first-time Sonas or even fifth-time Sonas, so it definitely does take a lot of work to get used to. But then, of course, on the other side, we had Wild Turtle. You interviewed him about his pentakill, and he was like, oh, yeah, that's pretty good, I guess. Yes.
Not a bad start for the LCS. And I believe, actually, some factual knowledge, we think, or at least I think, that was the first pentakill of the North American LCS outside of the live qualifiers.
I'll definitely go with that, especially since Heartbeat was the one who went with a quadra kill. Could have got his penta if he would have
the jumping Tristana.
Since he's the lane partner, I'll be like, yes, that was the first one. It's all because of Heartbeat right here, not having the balls to go for it.
Well, actually, he said, I was just winning the game. Focus on that.
Okay.
I'm not going for
They
the
won.
glory. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the lineups, of course. On the blue team, it is going to be Team Solo mid. Out the top, it is going to be Dyrus, the odd one, Reginald, Wild Turtle as the AD, temporary stand-in for Chaos, and X Special on support.
And on the red side, we've got Marn, Mega Zero up top, Claky D as the jungler, Echo in the middle, Nian Tanso now AD, and Heartbeat supporting him.
So lots of shuffles from both teams. How is it going to affect them? Of course, Team Solo Mid did pick up the win. Marn or 0-1 for today. Of course, we're going to go into Champion Select in just a few moments. What are we thinking from picks and bans here? Bearing in mind they've had a number of change arounds. What do you focus on, really?
It's interesting because we do have two sub ADs for these teams right now. And Nian Tanso obviously going to be full-time, but he's new to the team. So if you can target one of these people that are new, then that's usually beneficial. Last time, the last game that Marn played, we saw a Draven ban, and that's because Wild Turtle is a very aggressive AD. He's even, some people in the solo queue characterize him as reckless or just very over-aggressive. So we'll have to see if they want to play that and let him get the Draven and then try and capitalize on that aggressiveness, or they just want to ban it out because they're scared.
The one thing I like to see from these players is the fact that some of them do play with a smile, because that's what you want.
Yes.
These guys are basically in the dream job of anyone, probably anyone watching this stream right now.
Yes.
This is the dream position for you guys, apart from maybe our jobs as well. Maybe
Yeah.
we could talk rubbish about the game all day, but these teams, they've got to play with a smile on their face, and this has actually become, this is the attitude issue, I guess, they're talking about with Chaos, the fact that they don't realize the amazing situation that they are in. Just the benefits you've got. You are a pro player. You look back on your life when you hit into the 40s, the 50s, and you're going to think, wow, I had such an awesome young life.
That happened to me. I was playing, and then I quit, and I had an office job, and I was like, what am I doing?
Why did I quit?
I went the wrong way here. We need to go back. So yeah, next when they grow up a little bit, if they do get one of those office jobs, they'll definitely look back on this as fond times. But hey, maybe we can keep it going. Roll this into a few years of.
Well, we certainly hope so. Of course, the bans are starting to come through here. Akali and Jarvan being taken out. Shen also banned out by Marn. You do see Claky D on your screen there. What will he go with? It's going to be a KO ban, of course, taking it away from TSM. Pretty much a standard ban, and we talked about it at the top of the show. Was at 40 bans, probably at 44 right now.
Jarvan, yeah, that's Claky D right there. If you see a Jarvan in game, some of us will even call him Claky D because he plays him so much. That's definitely his go-to jungler, and if you can take him out of his comfort zone, which is the same strategy as taking Renekton away from Mega Zero, definitely those two are the most common bans against Marn, so no surprise seeing those here. Kale, like you said, the champion with the ultimates. Got to get that one off the table.
The Winged Warrior. As it stands, final ban rather from Marn. What are they thinking? The targets really so far have gone towards Claky D and Mega Zero. Will they take away Twisted Fate? No, it's going to be Thresh. So Twisted Fate is available and locked in straight away.
So they're going right back to that. It was interesting. I was watching the last TSM game with a couple Dignitas people and CLG people, and they were chuckling every once in a while when we saw the Reggie ultimates. His global pressure wasn't quite on the level of Messiah, let's say, but it was
Nobody's
decent,
global
though.
pressure's on the level of Messiah.
That's fair. That's
or maybe
fair.
Westadors.
You can't get that.
Maybe. Nevertheless, it is Marn with their next two picks. What are we thinking? They're going to go for probably the jungler in the top lane.
Well, TF is actually kind of easy. If you want to go with an aggressive mid lane right there and pair it with an aggressive jungler, then you can really take away a lot of that global pressure. That's usually what I do when I'm in the jungle, like solo queue. If you see a TF or a Shen, you go gank that person so that their global presence is going to be of no use. Once he's down, then you can go to a different lane.
Yeah, speaking
Nocturne
of Shen as well, actually, that's what Dyrus took before. I was wondering whether they were going to take that. Looking like
well, he's banned out this game, so nobody's taking him. Hands off!
Damn it!
The Nocturne, though, I was going to say, that's a great counter to TF. It's sort of like the light and dark. You can eclipse his ultimate right there. Elise Also a very strong first pick. Like we said before, she can go anywhere on the entire map. She's great in all positions.
Light and dark. I like what you did there. I like what you did
Eclipse
there.
thing too. With the,
You've been
Oh,
around
man.
Freak a little bit too long in
It's
North
too much.
America already, maybe. Lulu maybe going to get selected. Will we see Ezreal going alongside it? Will it be a Caitlyn? As Skara just mentioned, the pressure that comes out from Caitlyn is ridiculous right now. So maybe we're going to see Lulu paired with him. No, it's Wild Turtles Draven.
Ooh, so they are going to get that Draven for him. They want to play to his strengths. That's a very good choice in my opinion. He feels really comfortable on that champion, and paired with Lulu, who's one of the most aggressive supports also. The Glitter Land's slow. She can wave push when they need to push the lane. It's a really flexible lane right there. They can go 2 versus 1 or 2 versus 2. They'll be happy going heads up.
And there is Niantonso. He's taking Caitlyn. Focus on his face. Will Echo go with some sort of AP counter? Or will we see the support coming out first and leaving that AP champion till last?
Yeah, saving the last picks for middle is pretty useful right here. I mean, they already have TF in the middle, but it just gives him more time to think about it. Echo's been very sick lately, so I know that he's back and playing. We never know if he's quite at full strength or what's going. Okay, there it is. It's going to be that extra poke lane right here. Super long range.
It could be like a normal sportsman, a footballer. I know certainly from my point of view. When I talk about football, I'm talking about soccer. But in the UK and across the world, you'll see these sports guys, despite the fact they're injured, despite the fact they're sick, they'll still say, no, I can play. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah,
I wonder
great.
after a couple of weeks out whether Echo's doing the same thing. We will have to find out. Singed potentially could come out from Dyrus here. Dyrus did mention it in his, I think it was his vlogs or maybe in the game cribs. That was talking about how strong he is on Singed right now, and I hope nobody bans it against him.
We had some videos from him. He said that in the past when he's had Singed in the LCS, he's like, oh, I misplayed so hard. I feel really bad. I'm making my champion look bad. I'm not giving him his dues. They actually are switching around here. If they did go with a Nautilus, I'd be fairly surprised. I haven't seen the odd one jungle Nautilus in a while, but I know that he used to do it a lot. Seen it in solo queue all the time. He does love those hooks. Not going to happen, though.
I'd love to hear him say my champion, because I'd like to challenge anyone over Shy.
Especially,
to say,
I was going to say
my champion.
Dyrus, maybe because he did that pro pick and he was like, I choose Singed.
I choose Singed. Shy's probably like, damn it, that's my champion. But we do see Malphite again being picked in. We saw him in the last game, Hotshot GG running it. This time around, it will be Dyrus in that top lane, and of course, the dog is there. Nasus, it will be the odd one in the jungle. Final pick potentially could be Karthus.
You know what's really funny about this is in that video, CLG is talking about, oh, TSM just copy stuff. They all just take our strategies. They got the Malphite and the Nasus right here. That's their tank line. They just took the tank line here from CLG. Didn't work out for CLG.
Not so well.
Be careful there, TSM. I do like it in this matchup, though. Heartbeat, again, with the Karthus will be interesting because you can kill Karthus really easily and then get out of his zone. Okay, they are going to do it.
Yeah.
He's actually going to hold teleport too. Double teleport.
Double teleport, if they keep hold of it, of course. We do, of course, have Dyrus with teleport as well. So technically, with Reginald's ultimate, you've got double teleport on both teams. This could be a lively occurrence. Of course, Nocturne can come from very deep as well.
Yeah, I always like using that ultimate, especially if you don't have to use it for a gap closer and you can use it just for the vision denial. Everybody forgets sometimes that he makes the whole screen dark for your opponents. That's great in a team fight. So if you're already there with the rest of your team and you leave your ultimate on just for the vision denial, I feel like that's a really good mark of knowing when there's a really good jungle Nocturne and when it's just an okay Nocturne, if you can use it in both situations.
Just leave it on there for a little while and then finally
Then use it, because you want to use it at the end for the damage. You don't want to let that damage fall off, but leaving up that darkness for a while really helps out in team fights.
Okay, so what do we see between these two team compositions, TSM versus Marn?
It's going to have to, I think that Reggie's going to have to make a few more plays with his TF this time, because it looks like they're going to have to like catch people out, and Malphite is great at that. He can set up ganks really easily, just unstoppable force them. Reggie comes in with a gold card. Boom, that's an easy two-man there. And then Draven, like we said, such an aggressive duo lane here with Draven Lulu that if Reggie shows up bottom, then that can easily be some kills for them there as well. So the counter ganks are going to be really important here from Marn.
Yeah, it'll be good to see how Draven does get played by Wild Turtle as well. Like you mentioned, the aggression, despite the fact Draven was called trash earlier on in the week by Double Lift. We'll see how that one performs. There are the two teams on your screen. The blue team, of course, is going to be Team Solo Mid. The red is Team Man. Let's get this game underway. You see Summoner's Rift has loaded. And, well, if you have just joined us, you've missed some pretty awesome games today here in the North American LCS. TSM, of course, will be playing as the blue from bottom to top. And Man playing as the red team from top to bottom. And Team Man, can they pick up a win? It would be a big, important win, especially after CLG just lost that game. They could keep in check with CLG.
Yeah, that would be really big for them because they want to show that they're really one of the top 4 teams. They want to break out of that mold that everyone puts them into the bottom all this time. And they're like, oh, you just lost the mark. Oh, the ward does go down. That's actually really big for TSM. Not only do they know that ward's down, but they were able to place one of their own.
Well, this time, TSM don't catch on. Remember, there was a face check straight away there by MIA. He went and got KIA.
Oh!
As it is, Man Echo is going to have to force to use the flash, and he does get away from it, but wow, straight away. Summoner spell used. We'll see whether we get the odd one come and visit him in a few moments.
That is a big win for TSM. Twisted Fate being in your lane means that he's going to have to play very, very defensively without that flash because Reggie can set up ganks really well as well. He's got that stun. And then the Wither, even level 1, is a great slow. Looks like they might get a cocoon on Dyrus.
They've got a cocoon on Dyrus. Are they going to follow this one up? One more ignite should be enough. When they finish it off, yes, they will. Mega Zero comes in. First blood goes down, and it's Man that pick it up.
Dyrus wanted to hold on to his flash. He was taking a lot of damage there, and he just hold on to it way too long. They actually pull up that first kill. Mega Zero not hesitating, uses both of his summoners, rewarded with that first blood, and that advantage that TSM had from the invade just goes right out the window.
Straight out the window. Yeah, like you mentioned, despite the fact Flash was burned in that mid lane, Flash burned in the top as well by Mega Zero. So the odd one actually does have a choice of where he can go ganking. He could try and level this back up. The odd one is going to go around. Maybe the blue buff that they pick up. Dyrus is going to come around and help that one out. We're going to see the Jury lane as an invade in the bottom half, actually. We can see Echo on it. He's taken very low. X-Special is going to come around. Glitterlance comes out. They do manage to get on towards Man. Echo straight away down, and the blue buff back to Wild Turtle. That's horrendous.
So they do pay for that earlier flash, plus they lose the blue buff off there. X-Special almost tried to stick away that 60 gold too. Odd one does just going to take a few hits here for free. Clayky D wants to go in.
He realizes he's round there, gets the feelings. He is level 2. He's going to go full on aggression, but he's gone a little too close to the turrets and does back out. Heartbeat was with him, so we are seeing the AD and support in that mid lane. That's going to keep pressure, a lot of pressure, on towards Reginald in that bottom. But the problem now is Echo. He needed that blue buff. So now he's going to have to try and solo 2v1 against a team with effectively a crazy aggressive Wild Turtle with a blue buff.
Yeah, and Karthus is actually really easy to dive. Last time we saw him go in a 2 versus 1 lane, he was just picked on over and over again by that jungle. It looks like we have more invades here from Clayky D. He's gone very aggressive, also taking the race here from Odd One, so Odd One going to have to actually recall fairly early.
Well, Reginald is trying to keep him at bay in that mid lane. Meanwhile, at top here, Mega Zero, of course, 1-0 up against Dyrus. Getting that first blood. Has started with an Amp Tome as well. That's a problem right now for Dyrus. He's going to really be pressured, I feel, in that top lane. He is ahead in CS. Wild Turtle back down his bottom. He's going to start grinding out that CS against Echo. Didn't go back and buy despite picking up that kill on Echo, but Echo really is going to have a hard time farming this one out. Luckily for him, the layways can be used from a long way away.
Yeah, and also Clayky's coming down. I don't think he's going to want to try and gank here. Just help him out, clear the wave so they defend the turret at least. Don't get too much damage on it early because they really need that turret to stay up as long as they can. Like you said, Echo needs to farm from a distance. Last time he was Karthus, he went with the scaling build of the tier. Oh, Dyrus does get caught.
Mega Zero goes aggressive there, puts his fangs into him. It is only Rock he's biting, so he kind of blunted him off and he just walks away from that one. Heartbeat putting down the ping ward straight away the minute he comes around, puts that ward in. Heartbeat, it's like, hell no, you're not getting that down. Wither comes out from the odd one, the flash burn, and now it's Nienton, so he's going towards, but Wither's not on him. Lands a simple Q, turns it back around on towards Reginald. The Piltover's not going to be close enough to catch him though.
So Reggie trades flash with Sona right there. Not the best because he is mid lane and it is going to be fairly difficult for him since he's in the 1 versus 2 situation. Going to be a little bit hard. Clayky D though, just farming up in his jungle, so he'll be looking to dive top lane. Oh, Dyrus is going back right now at this wave. Maybe he'll use his teleport very early. We'll have to see. Yep.
Yeah, he is going to use that teleport. Let's see where he goes into. He's back into top lane and just keeps Mega Zero at bay. So no aggression coming out from him. The odd one trying to cover off this mid lane, but it is a 3 members of Man here. He needs to be very cautious that they don't turn suddenly aggressive on him. That mid turret is also taking a hell of a lot of damage from the Enton. So Reginald returns back down there. Echo also taking damage on the bottom lane. In terms of CS between the two AP carries, they're actually staying pretty even despite the fact that Echo did not get that blue buff. He's holding them off very well in this bot lane.
Yeah, and the gold is almost dead even after all of this aggression and so much happening in the early game here. They're still pretty much even right now. It's just that turret health that you're going to have to watch out for. Like you said, this middle one, once that goes down, really TSM's whole map control just collapses down on the middle.
The fact that that gold is even may be a problem because TSM, of course, with Twisted Fate will gain that advantage. TSM pushing in this bottom lane. They're going to keep on towards it. Echo needs to start being careful. He knows that the odd one is missing on the map. He's going to see him coming in towards that tri-bush. Claky D is just there. Look at that. The ward was about to wear out, but he's just stepped in that second too early. And look at Echo straight away across towards him. Tries to go aggressive, tries to force him away, tries to just basically say, look, I know you're there, despite the fact his ward has cleared out. He's placed a new one in the tri-bush.
Yeah, last few seconds of that ward really paying off here. And we still have Claky just hanging out at that turret. Both junglers spending a lot of time in the lanes trying to defend their turrets so that the first one does not go down.
First one doesn't go down. Top lane trades going back and forth. Mega Zero actually taken a little bit low and just fell behind in level, despite the fact he was the one that got the first blood over Dyrus. Now you see him hit level 6. So he is going to keep the pressure down. Reginald getting pushed by the Enton, so again in this mid lane. And the odd one really having to do a great job of covering him off. Reginald trying to pull out that card instead. He goes for the blue, simply gets some mana back, refunds it. And the Enton so keeps pressure on the turret.
And we do have to remember that Dyrus used his teleport early against Elise in that laning phase and to get that extra little advantage. He's actually lost the CS advantage that he had in that last wave there on the top lane, and Elise can pull ahead now. So pretty even, but there's no global presence here until Reggie, there we go, he hits 6. But he's not going to be able to go anywhere since this mid turret is taking so much pressure. I like what Martin are doing. They're going at the source of the global pressure so he can't leave.
Yeah, and more importantly, he's actually fell 10 CS behind now on Echo down that bottom lane. Now we're seeing a blue invade coming out. Man, Heartbeat, Claky D, and we're going to see Mega Zero joining this one. They're going to try and get around and steal out blue. CX Special warding it out. They're not really ready for this one, and Claky D's taking out blue.
Yep, and the odd one there had vision on him. He's just been staying in the lane so much that Claky taking really advantage. Whenever you're the jungler and you have that extra free information on
they missed them.
Ooh, odd one takes a lot.
They took a lot. Takes it. Also, they see the ace in the hole coming out, and they missed the siege minion as well, which means they lost a lot of gold. There's the first turret of the game going down, though. It is Team Solo mid on the bottom lane.
Yep, but looks like Marn trying to answer right now. Niantanso going to put a few more hits on here. Reggie does a good job zoning with the gold card.
Yeah, and tries to keep him away. Heartbeat also being zoned by Dyrus. Looking like TSM were thinking of potentially maneuvering for the dragon there. They have still got pressure on that bottom lane. Mega Zero, he can't be left alone at this top though. He's just going to farm out crazy though.
They also have a vision ward here for Marn on the dragon, so that's going to help them out a lot since their bottom turret did just go down, and TSM won't be able to sneak that one.
So, Marn. Oh, here comes Reginald. He's going aggressive finally on towards Heartbeat. He does manage to land the stun card. The damage, though, is not quite enough. They're going to have to tower dive. Oh, and that's going to be Wild Turtle with the ultimate coming from the river, taken down.
I love when you see the execute from Draven's ultimate, too. Cuts him both sides, and they are going to be able to force around Dragon right now if they... Nope, because Reggie's going to recall. He's too low on mana.
He's going to go back, but Mega Zero's joined the party in this mid lane. And Team Solo mid do not invite him. They want to pressure on towards this turret. Can they go for Dragon? I don't think so. Echo will be pushing on the blue buff. This would be their own blue buff as well. They've already taken away TSM's blue buff, remember? So that would be denying everything. And the odd one was coming around. He wanted to get in there. He wanted to get the smite steal, but Claky D is not allowing it. Claky D now needs to back off here. He's going to have to use his ultimate field to just take away any vision because the odd one's keeping the pressure on. Echo has picked up that blue buff. Claky D taken so low. Claky D actually... Oh, he still had the blue buff from the last steal. Forget what I'm talking about.
Yeah, close one right there. If Wild Turtle wanted to flash in, he could have got that kill. So much pressure put out there, and a really nice stand aside, by the way, through that wall. The very tip of it grabbed Klakey and forces him back.
Forces him back, Niantonso now against Wild Turtle in this mid lane. Mega Zero, for the first time, putting pressure on towards the turret in up its top lane. Has built up a very minute CS advantage over Darius. That's purely about going back and forth, though. Who goes back to buy? Reginald now down the bottom lane. He's got up against Echo. You can see it's 88 to 81 between the two AD carries, and it is Echo with a CS advantage in this bottom lane. But I think now that Reggie is on his own, he's going to probably regain that, and it's all about this mid lane. Niantonso didn't have the pressure to take it down quick enough. The odd one really helping out with Reginald to prevent that. And now TSM, I feel, at that slight advantage.
Yeah, you've got this powerhouse duo lane that's Draven Lulu, and they're doing a good job even zoning out the Caitlyn Sona, which is notorious for being extremely poke heavy here. But you have to remember there's so much global presence on each side here. At any time, you could have Dyrus coming in, Klakey D coming in with his ultimate, Echo coming in with his teleport. There it is.
And there is it, the Crescendo ultimate immediately cleansed it off, and Requiem comes out, but it doesn't matter. Everything cancelled out, and now Reginald's going to turn around and answer back on towards this one. Does go in towards the Niantonso, tries to keep the pressure on. Klakey D also taken low. Lulu, you can see X Special putting the Glitterlands down, but Marn all back out. That was a lot of ultimates all burnt out, and TSM responded. They go for Dragon.
Yep, TSM had gotten the global advantage right there, but then Reggie teleports in. They get a little bit of zoning power, just forcing Niantonso back, and they don't even have to kill anyone to get this dragon.
Yep, they are just going to take this one down. Pink ward was on there. Marn trying to keep some pressure on towards the mid turret, but they're not even going to get that down. They realize they got to back away from it, and TSM keep on their advantage. Gold lead starting to stack up now as well. 16.4k to 13.9, 2-1 in kills. They got that turret early on down the bottom lane, and now with the dragon in their pocket, the experience advantage across the team will have stacked up as well.
So a nice little advantage here for TSM, but we have to remember there's a Karthus on the other team, and Echo is going with that late game build, just like he did in the previous game. He's going to stack up his tier, and then he's going to get his Rod of Ages, get that one ticking. Another 10 minutes after he builds that, it'll be at full capacity.
There was Wild Turtle's ultimate thrown out just to get a little bit more farm while he's back in base. Got himself the Berserker Greaves and the Bloodthirster as well. So he's ahead in terms of builds. He's obviously got that double kill, which is helping his gold stack up, and he has that advantage over the opposition AD carry. Reginald, as I mentioned, would try and gain some of that farm back. As it stands, Echo, though, is a little bit far ahead. 20 CS difference between those two.
Ooh, middle turret.
They're gold. Look at that. It doesn't matter because of the CS advantage. There is the first turret of the game for Marn there, keeping the pressure down. But as I was about to say, the fact that he has Twisted Fate, it gives everybody that gold advantage.
Yeah, exactly. He gets that extra little bit every time you land a kill, and a nice blue steal away there. Klakey D doing his counter jungling. And the odd one, everybody wants to know how much extra damage we're getting with that siphoning strike. Right now it's only at 78.
Oh, Echo caught out down the bottom lane. There's the stun card. I think he realizes he's already dead. There's nothing he's going to do about this one. Dyrus will finish him off. Goes back in towards it. But while this is happening, they're pressuring on the mid lane. They're going to go towards it. There's going to be the crescendo one towards Wild Turtle. Doesn't have cleanse this time around. And Mega Zero goes in, sinks the fangs down. Niantonso gets the kill.
So that's a pretty good trade, actually, for Marn. They'll take that. Wild Turtle is really the crux of TSM's power right now. He had that Bloodthirster, and now it's only down to +4 damage, so he's going to have to almost fully stack that back up.
So Mega Zero returning back to that top lane, and the assists gold was definitely an advantage swing for Marn there because everybody got in on that kill. 3-2 in kills now, and it's just a 1.5k gold difference between them. Only coming up to the 14-minute mark. Klakey D taking another buff for himself. Has been controlled in the jungle, honestly. The pressure that's been on that mid lane has kind of kept the odd one out of it. He's not had a saying in the jungle warfare.
Yeah, usually junglers are not upgrading to that Wriggles Lantern unless they get the early kill and they're ahead. But Klakey upgraded anyway because he got some assists, and he's been doing a really good job using that to counter jungle with, staying in the odd one jungle, grabbing his buffs, and really making use of all the spread out nature of this game where there's so many globals on each side. Ganking is actually very, very dangerous.
20 CS advantage almost building up by Nianton, so that will regain as Wild Turtle comes back in towards that middle lane. Clayky keeping them off this turret. The turret barely untouched so far, but there is a 4-man TSM team all here waiting to go for it. Heartbeat, of course, coming down, and TSM may get this one for free because, simply put, Man have backed off and just left it wide open.
Yeah, and that's very, very good answer for them right there, cleaning up that middle turret advantage. Now the ultimate from Reggie comes out. Is he going to catch? He is not going to catch him.
He's not. He's just going to use it, go down the bottom, and farm.
Yeah, he's no Messiah. He's going for the hot shot strategy.
The hot shot strategy, but it is going to be Wild Turtle getting caught out. The Paranoia is going to come down and just cleanse it off. Will it be enough? The flash comes out from Wild Turtle. Wild Growth popped by X Special. They turn this one back around, and now Niantonso's in trouble. They're going to get on towards him. One more Q shot will come through, but Mega Zero joins the party. Requiem came out. There's going to be the ultimate coming out, and they're going to force him away, and it's going to be Dyrus with the unstoppable force coming in. Niantonso goes down. The repel comes out from Mega Zero. He's going to get dropped as well. Backfired desperately there. Man absolutely ripped apart by Team Solo Mid.
Great job by Wild Turtle, kiting until Nasus and Lulu could come save the day for him. Odd One throwing down that Wither, just completely stopping Clayky's damage, and X Special with the ultimate saving him enables Wild Turtle to go a little bit aggressive, stealing some life off the Sona, and he lives through the Requiem.
Very well played. TSM responding to that one perfectly. Was simply Clayky trying to take advantage of a situation that just was not there.
They really, really want to take out that Wild Turtle because, like I said, he is the main source of TSM's damage. If they get him out of the way, then the powerful initiate that is that unstoppable force from Dyrus doesn't mean quite as much. We just saw him there coming in from the back, though. Even if he's a little bit later to the party, doesn't matter. Rewarded with some 3 kills right there.
More importantly, the unstoppable force caught 3 of them, just stood still, absolutely planted them up into the air. I think the repel came out from Mega Zero, but I'm pretty sure he'd already been hit by the unstoppable force. Yeah, so it was simply, the only way he was going to repel was in the direction of the rest of TSM, and that meant he got taken down. The Odd One, of course, despite the fact he's been effectively a mid laner, I think it's safe to say, has still kept up very well with Clayky.
Yeah, he's actually made a lot of nice sort of support plays as that jungle bin where he needed to, laying down that Wither to stall off the ganks, and he's got that Aegis of Legion very early, so he's helping out the entire team. He can turn himself into an instant tank with that ultimate, getting those free HP stacks. And here we go, we see the it was about 16 minutes 30 seconds or so that the Rod of Ages was completed on Echo. So he's stacking up both of his items right now, and we'll see at about the 26-minute mark or so, he'll be fully stacked. So really, he's a ticking time bomb right now for Team Marn. Even though they're behind in gold, he's still going to be increasing quite substantially in power.
This is what they had before, and they had the Vayne on the team as well. They did manage to pick up Caitlyn this time around, but that ticking time long, the question is, can they make it? Can they get that distance? Because Dignitas didn't allow them to do it, and honestly, I don't see TSM allowing them to do it because they're starting to slowly but surely claw the advantages out. Dragon fight about to kick off. Who wants this?
10 seconds here left on Dyrus's teleport, so TSM really wants to stall for that to come up because then they can turn it right into a 5-on-5. It looks like they've done that good job. Dyrus won 2 seconds. His teleport is up.
Teleport available. Is he going to come in for this one? Unstoppable Force also available. Dragon down to about half health. Let's see if it comes out. Crescendo goes on towards the Odd One. Heartbeat's going to get taken very low there. It's Wild Turtle that comes in, and there's the Unstoppable Force from Dyrus, launching them in the air. The Entonso off the side, though. He's doing a lot of damage, and nobody's going towards him. It's Mega Zero they're focusing on. The Entonso gets a double kill. Sorry, it's going to be the one other that picks up the double kill. Ace in the hole. And where are you going, the Entonso? You've got no mana. He's going to flash through, and he's forced back into his own base. Reginald actually launching on towards the Dragon. Why did they just leash that out? I don't know. Just threw the card out for no reason. But it's a 4 for 3, and it's a close fight. But nevertheless, TSM come out on top.
Very close fight. They're not quite able to take that Dragon because Niantonso could fire shots at them from over the wall if they were trying to do it, and they were so low that even Dyrus tanking that would be very, very, very dangerous.
So, Man almost turned out on top of that one, but again, Dyrus is, like you mentioned, that teleport, the Unstoppable
Just
Force,
came up.
Again, caught another 2 people, bam, turned the fight around so quickly, and it didn't quite catch whether the repel came out in time for Mega Zero. I don't think he did again. I think he called him again there, just trying to repel through that one. Mega hero, I think he was in the last game. And look at this, they're all returning. X-Special's being caught here. He does get the wall of pain down, but straight away Reginald goes aggressive, goes deep in there, and Claky D has to try and back out of that one. The damage on towards Echo from Wild Turtle. He's going one more hit. Will it be enough? Tries to get on towards him. They're trying to catch on. The rappel comes out. He launches towards the wolves. They don't catch him, but TSM have done enough. They've pulled them away from Dragon.
This is the second time Reggie's ulted. Got a lot of damage on someone from Marn. Not able to kill them, but they still get the Dragon right now.
It's an advantage gained, and that's all that matters. So TSM stretch that gold lead. 5,000 gold between the two teams now. Obviously, the advantage of having Twisted Fate on the team is just duplicated by the fact that they've picked up 2 Dragons. They're 2-1 in turrets, and they are just going to stretch up towards that top lane. Dyrus has been immeasurable. Every time the fight comes around, teleport comes in, Unstoppable Force turns the tide of battle.
And we can see how much damage Wild Turtle was putting out in that chase right now in the jungle. Anytime TSM are able to keep Marn on the run and just let Wild Turtle get auto attacks off, that means that the fight is going to go in their direction. They really need to protect him, and they've got a great team for doing it. Dyrus and Oddwin are both great at peeling. Then the Wild Growth from Lulu, if anyone actually does get over to Wild Turtle, they can knock him up in the air as well.
I believe there's a song about that as well. Man on the run. No? Okay. Maybe not.
I'll give it a little chance.
Oh, Mega Zero does return to the top lane, but he is already falling quite far behind Dyrus. Despite the early advantages he may have had, you can see in terms of gold, he's just 1,200 gold now behind Dyrus in the mid lane between the two. Actually, even between them. So Echo's managed to keep up, but it's the AD carries that's the difference. It's 1,000 gold for Wild Turtle advantage over Nintonso. And really, that's the one that counts, because the items between AD carries are always so important. Bloodthirster, Zeal, he's got the pickaxe on there. Could go for probably Last Whisper, I guess. He's going to close it out. Or Phantom Dancer, in fact, probably first item out. The Nintonso, meanwhile, got that Bloodthirster. There's the double daggers, trying to get the Zeal in there, maybe. What's he going to switch towards? Actually, could go Static Shiv, maybe.
Yeah, and we also have to remember in that last Dragon fight, it was so close. They ended up just 2-1, but you could see how much damage Echo was already doing with his ultimate.
Is he going Blade of the Rune King? He is, isn't he?
Yep, that's a good, it could be a good follow-up item.
Oh, got Zeal now. Yeah, nevertheless.
You never know. He's already got a Bloodthirster right there, so a lot of extra lifesteal if he did go with that. This top turret, though, both of them actually really low. So the next one of those to go down would actually help them out a lot, because Baron, oh, here we go, the ultimate from Reggie. Is it going to actually go for someone this time?
He is. He's going in towards Claky D. He manages to pop it and just straight away flashes away, but it's a flash burn. Nevertheless, Reginald tried to catch him out there. Good reactions from Claky D to get out of that.
And that's actually pretty good. Reggie's got a blue buff on him, so his cooldown's even less than it usually is, already substantially less than Flash. So pretty good win from there. Plus, it pulled Elise down from the top lane, so Dyrus was able to grab that top turret, and he's just waiting on his teleport once again. He's split pushing right now like he has it up, but there's still another 25 seconds on it. TSM really in a powerful position right now, even picking up that Oracle so they can continue to clear out all these wards.
And there's a lot of wards to clear out. He's going to get one, he's going to get two as soon as he passes through that bush. And it's taken the vision away from the Baron, which they are actually moving him towards.
That would actually be a pretty quick Baron. Draven does a whole bunch of damage to it. They don't have a lot of... oh, okay, here we go. They're just trying to bait. Reggie actually showing he can get a stun onto Heartbeat.
He does manage to flash, goes in towards Heartbeat. The ultimate comes out as well from Wild Turtle, catches on towards him. One more hit. The wild card comes through. He does catch him down. Reginald picking up that kill. Nicely done. And now they are turning back towards the Baron.
So this time they actually have Karthus split pushing bottom because his teleport is up as well. He's got a blue buff, and now Elise is recalling full life. Mega Zero's leaving while they're on Baron.
Oh, and that surely gifted them the Baron. There's nothing they can do about this one. Claky D is hanging around. He might try and do a hero steal, but I'm not sure he's going to have anything to do about this. He's not going to have the vision. He tries to put the ward in the bush. The stun card straight away comes out. Reginald going aggressive on Claky D here. It's going to force him away from the fight. Claky D's trying to get caught out. There's going to be the Baron going down any second now. There's the Baron dropped. Claky D is taken low, but Reginald's now the focus of target. Zonya's Hourglass comes in, but there it goes. Mega Zero flashes out and the Unstoppable Force, but that is going to be Claky D going down. Reginald still survives. Echo continues to pressure bottom lane though. The Nintonso is with him. I don't think they're going to have enough though. They're going going to have a creep wave coming in. Can they get this turret down? But really, no, because here's the teleport coming out from Dyrus.
Yep, and he still has plenty of health to scare them off right now. Marn really didn't get anything out of that. The vision denial bit them in the butt so hard right there. They lost the Baron. Now the game is firmly in TSM's hand. The Odd One didn't even have to use his ultimate. A lot of times when you see a team with Nasus going on Baron, he'll just pop that for the extra damage so they can burn it down, but he didn't even have to.
So all about, like you mentioned, the vision denial they had. And they were clearing the wards around that Baron, so they knew something was up. And when Heartbeat got caught out, so maybe they just simply thought, well, we can't fight for this now. We're going to see if we can simply get a steal.
It's just Sona, though. I mean, you can still sort of poke around that Baron pit. You have Karthus, pretty long range there. And then Claky D also had his ultimate. That's just going to give people nightmares. You know, you turn off the lights, you're going to scare everyone. Maybe TSM will freak out.
Well, I mean, you turn off the lights and there's a spider in there as well.
There
That's a pretty scary thing. You're going to feel that crawl up your leg, but I don't think Mega Zero fancied going up anyone's leg on TSM, so it was Dyrus that simply cleaned him out. He did flash out of that ultimate, though. That was nice. It was good to see.
It's always good to see the reaction time plays, but then he was still full life and recalled anyway. It's not like he was forced to back right there. He had full life, just went back to base to buy, and they paid for it pretty heavily right now. We're going to see TSM going for it.
Yenton So's been caught out. Reginald ultimate coming in. Mega Zero far too quick with the cocoon there. But Dyrus comes in, catches him. Full stretch there. An unstoppable force just rips Yenton So away. He's going to repel on the turret. He's going to get caught back down there. The glitter dance from Special perfectly timed. That's going to be the inner turret in the mid lane going down. TSM are going to push through. The inhibitor turret will go down here.
Yeah, I was going to say Dyrus almost let him get away, but he just did not want to get juked one more time. Ends up getting the kill with that, and that's huge because without Caitlyn, there's no way Marn can contest that inhibitor. TSM push it right in.
Pushing it straight down, and Marn, well, now they're up against it. They started off pretty close, but now it's looking dangerous for them. Team Solo Mid have just clawed out the advantage. As Crepo talked about Gambit, you give them a finger, they will take your whole arm when he was talking about Gambit. And TSM, honestly, are doing just that here against Marn. They are ripping apart the advantages. And it's been Wild Turtle. The aggression that he had early on has just repelled the whole team. Everybody has suddenly taken that on upon themselves. Reginald doesn't need an invitation to be aggressive. Echo going to try and take the dragon away, but TSM continuing on this top lane.
Yeah, I really like that TSM has spread out their defensive items too. We have the Frozen Heart on Malphite, then we got the Bulwark upgraded already here on Nasus, and then the Locket on the support. So everybody chipping in with those aura items. Like you said, Reggie not afraid to initiate anymore. He's got the Zanyas. He can turn into a golden statue at any moment. He's used it pretty well so far. They aren't going to be able to catch out Wild Turtle here. TSM just going to recall.
Echo trying his best to keep the pressure on this bottom lane, but the split push is not working for Marn. They realize they can't win the straight up fight. They can't win the straight up split push either, it seems. Despite all those great advantages Claky D seemed to make in the jungle, getting away them blue buffs, taking everything away from Reginald, keeping him bullied in that mid lane, keeping him focused in the mid lane. It was simply a case of they had to take that middle turret down quicker. And honestly, I feel the Odd One's part in that he played, simply defending, holding it out with Reginald in that mid lane, has done such a big deal. The fact that Wild Turtle X Special, given the freedom in the bottom lane to switch it around, the rest of the team couldn't respond to that.
Yeah, they're so strong right now. I don't even know if they can count on Echo. Here we go, Nian Tanso again
Caught
gets
out.
stunned.
Yeah, wild card, unstoppable force, and he doesn't even hit the ground before the ground slam comes in from Dyrus. How does that kill him when he doesn't hit the ground?
He's not on the ground. How can you ground slam him? Good point right there. We'll have to take that up with QA. But like I was gonna say, Echo, he was their sort of late game ace in the hole, but he's not gonna provide that much damage. His Seraph Embrace was a good upgrade because he had 3% of your max mana as AP. That's actually only giving him 85 right now because he's got around, what is that, 2,800 extra mana. It's not too powerful. Just 316 AP, not scary enough to scare off TSM. Like I said, already have that Bulwark, gonna give everybody on their team extra magic resistance, and they can shrug it off.
Well, there's no one really that can get touched by it. See, X Special's got the shield he can put on towards Wild Turtle. He's got the Iron Locket that's allowing him to shield everything up. Nobody's going to be worried about Dyrus. Here goes Claky D. The repel comes out, but they're already taking a lot of damage there. The Wild Growth bounces Claky D away from them. Mega Zero's taking low. X Special's the only one that's low, but it's the support plays that you're going for. Requiem comes out. He does manage to get one down, but it's actually, tell a lie, it's Nianton So that picked up the kill. They're going to continue pushing this one, but they can't pick up much from it. It's a 3-for-1 exchange, and TSM, well, they had Baron, so, you know, they were going to win the fight, but still continue their advantage.
They're all huddling around X-Special right there, but nobody able to take the final step. And X-Special gets trolled a little bit, taking that one to the dome. Going to be the only one end up dying in that push. This bottom turret took about half its life in damage there. So once that middle inhibitor respawns, then that'll probably be the target for TSM.
So Heartbeat covering off, trying to keep them at bay. No support's being given any CS in this game, that's for sure. Heartbeat actually missing out on that one, sorry. Tried to go for the power core, tried to get it, and then this is my moment. This is the chance I get for an extra CS. Oh, bugger, I missed it.
You can see also TSM, they're just counting on catching out Niantonso. Both of their tanks are building straight magic resist, and they're grabbing some more Negatron cloaks because they're like, oh, the AD threat is not really there. We caught out Niantonso twice, just take him out of the team fight early, and we don't have to build any excessive amounts of armor. Malphite, of course, always getting some very early armor, so he's not going to worry about that, Caitlyn.
Speaking of excessive, a lot of damage now from Wild Turtle. And he's played a good support role. For the fact that he's come in, he stepped into this team as a total sub with playing, what, 2 games, I think they said? The two practices they managed to get in. He did arrive last night. He certainly played exceptional for just stepping into the LCS, the highest competition in North America right now. And he's had 2 very good scores.
Yeah, and they gave him his comfort pick. That's what I was saying in the picks and bans. Usually when there's a new player, you want to put them on edge because you may be able to take advantage of the land jitters, as we see TSM just grabbing a free Baron right here.
They have no idea. Look, they're actually chasing out Dyrus and Reginald. They're trying to keep the pressure on. There's going to be the paranoia, trying to catch on towards him, and Baron has been picked up. Now they see it. Claky D's like, whoa, I'm backing away from this big rock.
Yeah, they don't even want to chase him down. It would take forever to finish off Dyrus. Reggie getting the hell out of there with his ultimate, though.
And they're all backing off. Suddenly they realize, and it's actually TSM pushing the top lane. Echo does manage to get the blue buff, but it's TSM on that top lane coming in. They're going to take down the inhibitor turret. It's going to be the second inhibitor turret, not the first one. The inhibitor is now wildly exposed, and the rest of TSM starting to move around. Echo does get back in there. He's picked up his blue buff. He's going to be happy with that, but it doesn't matter. TSM take the third inhibitor turret, and now everything is exposed. The middle one did respawn, but it's only a matter of time. TSM all regroup, pushing towards that mid lane, and they're just going to keep driving forward. Not a great deal Lamar can do about this.
Yeah, TSM could just go to town right now. Looks like they're going to initiate anyway.
Oh, you can see Dyrus. He's just waiting, biding his time to see if he can land anything. The repel comes out. Crescendo goes down. Dyrus is just waiting his time. It's going to be Reginald that picks up. Echo's going to be going down as well. That is a double kill as well. There goes the Requiem, but it does absolutely nothing. And there's going to be the final inhibitor going down. Team Solo Mid will be taking this one against Marn, and they are simply viewers. There's the ultimate coming out from Dyrus. You can't smell what the rock is cooking. It is Dyrus picking up yet more kills. 6-1-8 for Dyrus in that top lane, showing Hotshot GG how to play Malphite in the top against the Spider. And well, would you believe it? TSM go 2-0 today. With a substitute, it's 22-6 in kills.
Congratulations to TSM, finishing that one off with no casualties. Great showing by their sub, by the way, Wild Turtle. Impressive performance on his go-to champion.
Absolutely fantastic performance. So, TSM, despite the drama, despite the problems, they adapt and overcome. They pull in a substitute. Some thought maybe there would be issues, but I guess Wild Turtle and TSM certainly knew better from this one. KX, of course, will be rejoining them next week, but as it stands, the substitute Wild Turtle coming in has played so well this weekend. Fantastic performance by him. And definitely giving them a bit of a conundrum, I think, to think about this change of play. I mean, nobody wants to see Chaos going out of the LCS. Me, myself, because he's been around for so long, been a fantastic player, but Wild Turtle has come in and played brilliantly.
Yeah, man, it must be just really stressful, both for the players on TSM, also the managers, because they've become friends. They've been together for so long. Like Freak was saying, their team has had the same lineup for over a year by a few days.
Well, and that only change was obviously the Rainman going out and Dyrus coming in. Chaos himself, along with X-Special, along with Reginald, along with the Odd One, have all been together for 2+ years.
Yeah, it's just, it's really hard anytime you make some kind of change like that. So I don't know if this will be enough to shift it up. But I also have to bring up Nintanso.
Yeah.
He's so highly talked about. In that last game, the end game, he just got caught out a couple times. And it's those small mistakes that you see these top AD carries like Wei Zhao. I don't know about Double if he gets caught a lot, but Wei Zhao wouldn't in the end game. Just kidding. I love you, Double Lift.
To be a little bit harsh, I wouldn't put him in the same bracket.
Ooh.
I know. It's a little harsh, but Wei Zhao's on a different level from anyone else in the world right now. He's a phenomenal player. But after the break, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be able to talk to both the Odd One and Reginald from Team Solo Mid, and then we'll take a look at the standings. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined back on towards the interview couch. And joining me is Reginald and the odd one from Team Solo Mid. Starting off, great victory for you guys again, going 2-0 today. Let's talk about the picks and bans to start with. You mentioned earlier on in the day, if they let you have Twisted Fate, you're going to take it straight away. And again, you locked it in first.
Yeah, so I locked in TF. Like, I've been playing TF a lot lately, and he's really strong, and he's usually banned like throughout all the scenes. And I didn't expect them to give me TF the first day, or the first game of the day, so I didn't really warm up with TF, and I was practicing all my other champions instead. And when I played TF the first game, right, when I wanted a blue card, I would lock a gold card, so I would never have enough mana because I kept gold carding creeps all the time, and I was like at 0 mana, and I was waiting for that 40 mana to do another card. And when I wanted to lock a gold card, I would lock a red card, and I was so frustrated. But after we won, I went in the normal games, and I played for like 40 minutes just locking cards, and I did so much better.
It did so much better.
Yeah.
It gave you a little bit of practice. I want to talk about the style of the game as well, because they kind of focused you. Obviously, they had the double lane in the mid lane, and effectively, the odd one, you were pulled out of the jungle, and you had to give up a lot of your jungle to Claky D, basically to cover off, to protect that mid turret.
Yeah, Nas is really, really good at wave clear. So as soon as we saw how fast we were killing mid turret, which was really, really fast, I felt that I just needed to stay mid with Twisted Fate until we had enough AP or enough levels to wave clear properly. Because if we held that mid turret, they wouldn't be able to collapse and do objectives like Dragon or switch to bottom or top turret. So, like, even though I'm giving up a little bit of my jungle, I'm still like stopping like their main objective, which is mid tower. Because also they put Nocturne mid a few times and they couldn't get it, so really stalled whatever plans they had.
Yeah, that's what it seemed to me, the fact that Wild Turtle and X Special did get that bottom turret quicker down the bottom. Suddenly they switched it around and their whole plan had kind of fell apart, it felt like to me. Despite the fact they'd taken the blue buff away from you a few times, did that really affect you much?
Oh, not really. If you play TF well and you just do manage your mana, right, and you do a lot of blue cards, you should be fine. I finally managed to actually lock blue cards this game, so I was fine. The first game I didn't really get blues and I couldn't lock blue cards, so I was stuck at like 0 mana the whole game.
Okay, and then moving on, obviously, in towards the dragon fight. It seemed, obviously, you were stalling for time. You needed to get Dyrus's teleport back up. I think you had about 10 seconds left. You stalled it out nicely, and the engagement just seemed to work perfectly for you guys.
Yeah, definitely. One of the biggest things were, as Nocturne ulted, right, and everything turned dark, I was really lucky to lock a gold card on Karthus and hit him as it went dark, so I wouldn't have been able to do that. And what happened was the Nocturne was all the way in, and Karthus couldn't do the follow-up damage, so we were able to go up that fight 2 to 1 left. So 3 died and 2 survived. So I was really happy, and we just snowballed the game from getting the first getting towers and dragons, and we managed our globals really well, so we won.
Yeah, and then leading on from that, obviously we saw, I think it was Claky D, got a little bit aggressive, went diving into Wild Turtle, Bo by this time had already become a bit of a monster, dived in, and you guys just collapsed on the map so quickly on the mid lane. I think they were trying to take the advantage, but you guys reacted so quickly to it.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing to us because they were playing a global comp. They played Karthus with Teleport and Nocturne, and it's really scary when they use their globals, so we're always really cautious about it. We had a TF global and a Malphite global to counter that, and it worked really well because we were able to just pressure the map and react in time. And it was a lot of good coordination that wasn't shown through the first game.
Yeah, so, I mean, looking in towards the game, is there anything else that really stood out for you, obviously, today, in today's matches, bearing in mind, obviously, KX is not here. You've had Wild Turtle subbing for you guys. He seems to have played really well today.
He's playing excellent right now. Besides, like, the first game where all of us kind of, like, messed up a little bit, he's gotten really good, and he's doing really well right now. I'm actually really surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I think X Special mentioned he'd only had about 2 games practice with you guys.
Yeah, so we only had like 3 hours of practice together. We played like 3-4 games, and he flew in, and his flight, he was the east side, right, in Canada, and the flight is like I think 8 hours or something, so it's a really long flight, and he just flew down yesterday, and he's like performing in top shape.
Yeah, what made Wild Turtle stand out to you guys? You know, as coming in as an AD carry, because obviously last time we saw him was obviously when he played for Legion. That's really the last major time.
So one of the biggest things why we picked up Wild Turtle was that as TSM we had a really strong and stable roster, so we never make any roster changes much. And the only thing that we'd ever expect is for one of us to get sick and we need a player to sub in. And Wild Turtle, he's a very talented player. he just literally learned AP in 1 week before he subbed for Legion, and they took second. Isn't that amazing? Like, you bring in a player that has never played mid, he plays mid for 1 week, and goes to a tournament and takes second, like, internationally. So we thought he was really good. We decided to pick him up, and unfortunately, really bad things happened, so we had to pull Wild Turtle in.
Yeah, so moving on to a jungle question about really the junglers that have been happening. Bear's definitely come into it, NASA's come into it. We've seen Insect unstoppable on Zed as well. Is there anything that you maybe saw last week you're thinking, I'm going to give that a go?
It's mostly been the trend for most of the season. Ever since they put Machete in and nerfed the Philosopher's Stone rush from Season 2, junglers have been sort of starting going for more carry or like more bruiser engagers and stuff, like Nasus, Volibear, Xin, Jarvan, Vi even, and Zed. They're just all really good now. So ever since they like removed Heart of Gold, which was like a staple of, say, Skarner, you see less Skarner, you see less Maokais, you don't see as many Cho'Gaths. It's really more focused on the jungler, I say, this season than having a second support, because also ADs sort of are weaker this season, so they don't. So the junglers can actually like survive in fights with less items and less gold. So junglers have, I personally think junglers have way more impact in the game Season 3. I'm sure you notice like a lot of teams, junglers doing a lot of work and really helping the team go far, and not just has by the support items all game.
And speaking of that, in Season 3, we've seen a number of junglers, Snoopy comes to mind straight away, actually unable to kind of find their position in Season 3. Have you felt you've had issues with Season 3 as well, as a jungler, to adapt to effectively the different style of play that Season 3 has developed?
It takes like maybe a few games, but it's more. I think it's a lot of the champion picks right now. Like I've been playing Xin Jarvan almost the entire LCS because, unfortunately, what I used to play like Skarner isn't as good. Like he's like okay right now, but Xin Jarvan, like you just have to really adapt to the picks, and like you just have to take a more of an engager role. Like you're more important. So you really have to make plays more often because you're strong right now. Like you're actually stronger than the enemy early game. Like one problem with Maokai early game is he loses to like Xin Jarvan early game. So it's it's harder to make plays with him, harder to make safer plays unless you see the enemy on the map. But now with like Xin Jarvan, you notice they always run across river. They don't really care because they could 1v1 someone or get away. So it's just you just have to just get in the mindset of you have to carry harder than you did before. You can't just sit back and just support the team. You're more of a carry role now.
It's become more aggressive. And
yeah.
And finally, a bit of a stinger, a question, really a business question, I think, to you, Reginald. Obviously, I did ask at Specialist earlier. You probably saw it earlier on, but Game Cribs. You guys have come into North American LCS, a high-pressure situation, a high-pressure league, which really we've never seen in esports before. You guys have also added that pressure with the Game Cribs to have you guys.
And it brings a lot more exposure to esports in general. We're reaching a much wider audience than usual. Like usually we'd only reach just League of Legends fans, and working with GameSpot has really helped us. They're showing League of Legends on the front page of GameSpot, which has a huge amount of uniques, and it's just giving League of Legends more and more light, and more than it already has. And League of Legends is huge, so I'm really happy that it actually went through. Maybe the first couple weeks it wasn't so good because everything's about adapting, and when you're new to an environment, it's new and you just have to cope with it. So I really feel like it's good for us and good for us long term as well.
Well, I wish you both the best in the rest of the North American LCS. I hope to see you again. Obviously, before things go, I will be around for another 2 weeks, so we won't be becoming completely alien. Of course, to take us through the rest of the plays, it is going to be Freak over at the analysis desk to take us through really how Dignitas and TSM took their 2 victories.
Hey, everybody, welcome back here. I do want to break down those last 2 games. So the first one is the First Blood tower dive from CLG. And I want to point out really the mechanical choices made here. So Chowster's coming in with Ghost, and let's actually roll the beginning of the clip. So he actually gets spotted by Volibear, by Crumbs, who flips him back and buys time. That doesn't matter. Let's pause right now. So what Link has done is actually, he knows he needs Dissonance to kill Patoy, who's running away in Elise, might get away. Link could have Dissonanced Chowster to haste him up, but he knew that Nasus was already ghosted. He was already going to make his way through the clip, so instead he's just going for the crowd control. And so Patoy's going to get locked up by Dissonance. Watch what QtPie does when we resume. Let's play the clip out. They're going to kill Patoy, but watch QtPie. He's going to dance and land attack after attack on Patoy and Link. And right here, we pause again, and you notice that the turret picked Chowster. QtPie was making sure to hit Chowster because he was in the lead, took turret aggro. He's been ignited as well. Right before Elise died, he ignited Chowster. So they all chose the same target to focus, which allows them this kill. So let's run it through. And you see they easily are able to pick up Chowster. Now they find another kill on Link, the easy flip from Crumbs. Now watch their focus. They go for Doublelift. He's obviously the most weak. He's already burned Arcane Shift, forced to flash. Easy transition over to Aphromoo. Now he's just able to be shot, and you see QtPie walk, attack, walk, attack, walk, attack. Easy kill picked up from him. Great play. Now, the other clip is this Dragon team fight between Marn and Team Solo Mid. And what Marn does is they actually look a little bit frazzled. They engage at weird times. So they're going for Dragon. They put the Wall of Pain down. TSM is all grouped together, and they're going to engage. Let's run the start of the clip here and watch. Heartbeat will flash initiate, but the team is not ready. Pause right here. TSM's actually about to get unstunned, and no one's even fought yet. Let's resume the clip. Heartbeat's actually caught up in the front, and he gets killed right away. Now, the rest of the teamfight power is actually pretty good for Martin. They have good damage output. You've got Elise putting on a lot of damage. We can pause right here one last time, and you can see that their team fight, the actual champions, are very, very strong. All of TSM have incredibly low health bars. You can see Wild Turtle about to get dropped down. Mega Zero switches focus as Elise. And there's a lot of pressure here on TSM. The problem was they weren't actually coordinated. We can play the clip out. You'll watch a couple of kills come through. Of course, Nian Tanso was incredibly well positioned to never get taken out this fight either. But because Marn didn't come together as one group of people, they lose 4 for 3 kills, and TSM outfights them with a really, really well-positioned team fight. So when you get into battles like that, you really want to make sure you're all on the same page, that when you engage, everyone's there to follow up. That's so important when you're fighting a 5-on-5. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. And who knew, really, that there was going to be a whale on the screen?
I like that one.
I quite like that. I'm not sure if it was quite meant to happen. Of course, let's take a look at the standings. At the top of the table, of course, it will be Curse Gaming. They're not playing this week, but they remain top. So that's a nice position for them to be in, I think, 12-2. Dignitas, of course, they've gone 2-0 today. They're at 13-4. Team Solo Mid, they're also 2-0 today, 11-5. And a loss for Counter Logic Gaming. And a win means they are 8-7.
Meanwhile, on the bottom, we have Vulcan at 6-10. Still, Marn now 4-10. Complexity all the way down there, 3-10. And GGU pulling up from behind, 3-12.
And of course, I did mention a win for CLG. They've only played once today and lost, unfortunately, to Dignitas. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, there is plenty more North American LCS action tomorrow. Starting off, as I mentioned, it is going to be a different time. It is going to be a rematch. It is the very first game of the season. Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. Everybody wants to watch that game. After that, it's going to be the Battle of the Brothers. Claykey versus Nick Wu. It's going to be facing off Marn versus Complexity. So amazing games tomorrow.
Yeah, and then we have Vulcan with their first game this week versus CLG. And finally, we finish off with a very scary-looking Dignitas taking on the boys of Complexity.
Of course, it is all going to be starting tomorrow at a new time of 3 p.m. Pacific. That is 11 p.m. Central European time. That is it, ladies and gentlemen, for us. I am D-Man, Freak, Kobe here alongside me, and the entire awesome live broadcasting crew here in North America. Thank you very much for watching, and good night. Taken down, Scara comes in, it's a double kill and an ace for Dignitas. It's a double kill for him, Louder Mornings goes in, that's going to feed him a triple kill. MIA time, that's going to be a quadra kill. Can he get the pentakill? Front you, 1-on-1, it's going to be the pentakill!
Shoved in mid.
I think he knows I'm here.
And it's going to be Dignitas picking up a convincing victory.
They're too overextended. Too low. Get up.